Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the September edition of the Planning Committee. And I will call this meeting to order at exactly 9 o'clock. I would like to confirm that we have a quorum. I believe we have all but one committee member present, two of them via Zoom. We also have the CAO, clerk, the director of development services, environmental sustainability, other members of staff, and many members of public to whom I thank you for showing interest in our meeting today. The agenda and comments on the agenda was invited through email to all the public, and today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. And by participating in the open meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. We do have a supplementary agenda, and that is really just to point out that we have a number of delegates who have been added to the agenda, and they are Betsy Rothwell, Lindy Haslam-Stroud, Tom Newman, Lori Thompson, Ali Brown, Glenn Hollinger, Ken Pierce, Susan Eplett, Mark Scaro, and Cynthia Carsley. I would like to ask committee if anybody has any pecuniary interests in any of the cases that we're talking about today. Seeing none, I have one, and that's on item 7.1, which is a severance application. So I will step aside from that, and Mayor Kelly will handle that item for me. My pecuniary interest is that my brother's property borders the property in question, and my property borders my brother's. We now have full quorum as Councillor Edwards has joined us. All right, so the first case that we have today is the one in which I have pecuniary interest, and perhaps the mayor could step in and chair the meeting while for that case.
Please do so, but I would point out what the chair joined us. If you table for you,
I think it's better to do it in person.
Yeah. You're not leaving permanently, right?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. This first matter is a severance, as you heard, on Tobins Island. I believe Caitlin Walker is carrying this file and has a presentation.
Is Caitlin speaking?
No, not yet.
We can't hear.
Can you hear me, Alan?
Board had his thumb up. Maybe it's.
Yeah,
Don't have to.
We can hear
Peter,
now.
I can hear you, but I couldn't hear Caitlin.
You can
Well,
hear
any-
me, but I'm not sure you're hearing through Caitlin's mic.
That's right, yeah.
Oh.
You're not muted, Alan.
Okay, thanks.
I'm your new Liz.
Yeah, that's fine. Is that better, everyone on Zoom? Perfect. Okay, let me start again. So the applications to be heard are consent application B/51/22 ML and ZBA 50/22 bylaw 2022-172 in the name of Ross. The subject property is known municipally as 268 Island Tobin R60. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 25 of the agenda package and the site plan on the screen. The applicant proposes to create one new lot, which is shown in red, a new right-of-way over an existing pathway, which is shown in yellow, and on the retained lot and the proposed severed lot and retained lot are shown, the severed lot's red, the retained lot's in green on the sketch in front of you. Bylaw 2022-172 is going to permit exemptions which are shown on the screen. They include an undersized frontages for the severed and retained lots, a reduced side yard setback of 0 feet for an existing dock on the severed lot, a reduced side yard setback of 28 feet for an existing single-story boathouse, over width docks on the severed and retained lots, which equate to 62.5 feet and 72.5 feet respectively, an over width boathouse on the severed lot, which has a width of 48.3 feet, and it will also deem existing sleeping cabins on the severed and retained lot as singular sleeping cabins. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance, and 11 submissions have been received to date. Actually, that's 13 now, sorry. Comments are summarized as follows. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, and Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka. 8 letters of support were also received and circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. They are from Catherine Simba, a neighboring property owner, John Bosamworth, area property owner, James Bosamworth, an area property owner, Karen and Alan Vaughn, neighboring property owners, Corning Vaughn Soden, area property owner, Thomas Turner, area property owner, Alan Manshi, area property owner, Melanie Manshi and Peter Love, area property owners. I'm happy to read any of those letters in full at the requested committee. After comments were circulated, the applicant submitted 2 other letters of support via email from property owners in the area, Warren and Maureen Harvey, and Taylor Moore and Daphne Armstrong. I've prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that consent application B/51/22 ML and ZBA 50/22 bylaw 2022-172 be refused. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Walker before we move on to a discussion?
Stephen Fauner will speak for the applicant.
Okay. All right. Welcome, Mr. Fauner.
Yes, good morning, Chair Kelly.
I'm not seeing any questions from around the committee table here, so I'm going to welcome you. I understand you're representing the applicant and have a presentation of your own.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L184. I'm here representing the Ross family, and that's made up of Charles, Stephen, and David Ross. I believe that Charles, or known as CB, he is present, as well as Steve may be present as well in person there, and we'll want to add their touches to this application. If I could have my PowerPoint presentation put up, that would be great. And I hope to address staff's concerns for committee in this presentation. So next. So I think Caitlin's gone over the proposal in detail, and I think it's quite evident on the severance sketch, so I don't have to provide a whole lot on that. Yes, we are a bit short on frontage, but the lot areas definitely comply. Next. And I think Caitlin actually provided more detail on the zoning bylaw exemptions than what I have here, so you've already heard that. Next. I just wanted to point out in this particular drawing here, this is the severance sketch. Part 5 and Part 13, which is the at the top of the severed lot, that at one time was a separate lot. And I'm going to actually show you the survey of that later on in my presentation, but I think that's very worthwhile noting. Next slide, please. Just zooming in a bit, I just want to note that there's 2 filled areas. Those are both septic systems have been installed on both properties. Just want to make note of that. The property, the severed lot has some slopes to it, but any future dwelling would be located at least 100 feet back from the lake. Next. And this is a property from the distance, if you will, with the dwelling on the retained lot in the middle. Next. And this is just a bit of a close-up here, and you can see some of the shoreline structures, but again, a heavily treed property nonetheless, except for where the existing buildings are on the property. Next. This is the boathouse here, and the severed lot is to your left. The retained lot is to the right. You'll see that ingress and egress of the boats to the boathouse is in front of the severed lot, in which that's where the boathouse would reside if this were approved. Next. And this is showing the cabins. Sorry for the sunlight there, a bit of a reflection in the lens, but there are a couple of cabins there currently on the severed lot, so there is an established use. Next. And this is taken from behind the cabins, and you can see that it is steep, but I'm standing on a plateau, again, about 100 feet back or so from the water's edge. And to my right, it's actually quite level. Next. And this is just a close-up of those cabins. The proposed bylaw deems them to be one structure. Next. And this is again up on the plateau. There's certainly a number of possible building sites on the plateau in this particular case. Next. And this is the dwelling on the proposed retained lot. Next. And this is taken a little farther back. And I just wanted to show from this angle, it is angled a little bit from the shore, but there is separation between the dwelling and the boathouse. And you can see it in this slide. Next. And this is a natural area that's actually to the southwest on the retained lot. And the lot line is right in the middle, basically, of that. Next. And this is just showing the area again between the dwelling and the boathouse. You can see where Mr. Ross is holding a post. I'm standing and the line goes directly to him and then does angle to the left towards the water. Next. And this is part of the retained lot as well. You might not be able to see it, but there is a path that leads down to the water. This is fairly level. It's a bit of a draw in through here, and that's what's shown as the right-of-way on the severance sketch. Next.
Mr. Fauna, you're down to just about 40 seconds. If you can
Oh, geez.
up.
Okay. Go ahead. I want to get to staff concerns. Keep, go ahead. Next. 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 Yeah, lot coverage, we certainly comply. I want to go to the next slide and just show the old lot that was there. It was comprised of part 2, 3, and 4. And that was an old lot that was divided in 2 and added to the neighboring property. So there was another lot there at one time. Next. And to staff concerns, in my opinion, it is compatible with lots in the immediate vicinity. I've just taken this quote right out of my report. I examined the lots in the area. In my opinion, these lots are compatible with the ones in the area. The actual frontage is 300 feet and 200 feet, 280 feet respectively. Next. I recognize about the OP policy about precedent, but this property is unique that there are 6 habitable buildings currently on the property, and approval of this will actually bring the property more in line with the OP and zoning bylaw. The property owners also agree to no extension to the length of docks and would consider reduction in dock width if required. Next.
Mr. Fauner, we're done.
Oh, okay, alrighty. So I think the primary concern is lot frontage, and I think we're very close there when dealing with the actual frontage, and I think there's a number of other positive things with this application. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. I'm seeing none. Let me just check with one thing. Does anyone else wish to speak in favor? I see Mr. Ross has joined us. If you want to come to the microphone and please make sure it's on. And you have 5 minutes, sir. I don't think your mic's on necessarily. I think we turn it off after every save the battery.
Hello.
There you go.
Honorable Chair and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Charles Brian Von Ross, and I am one of the owners, along with my 2 brothers, David and Stephen, of the subject property.
Mr. Ross, we just need an address as well for the record.
My address is officially 1166 Maurinis Road, Manette, Ontario, and Tobin Island. In fact, Tobin Island is our spiritual home. Muskoka is our spiritual home of our family. We've been here some 140 years. And we have a very unique setup with the north side of Tobins, in that there's 6 family cottages comprising of 12 families. In effect, it all acts as one family compound. And we have weekly or bi-weekly bonfires and sing-alongs, and it's a great experience for all the cousins to grow up with each other. No matter where people live in the world, they return to Muskoka in the summer, whether they're in England or my cousin who's here from California in the room with us today. We're proud to call Muskoka our spiritual home. We also have a legacy of giving back to the community. My grandfather, Joseph Brian Vaughan, was president of Muskoka Lakes Association for life. And my uncle Michael was also president of Muskoka Lakes Association. And I've been served on the regatta committee. And my grandfather was also part of the group that founded Muskoka Conservancy. And this summer, my daughters and myself, along with Peter Love and others, through a great event called Ripples in support of Muskoka Conservancy. So we do recognize conservancy and preserving Muskoka as a key part of the situation. I wanted to also talk about the lot that Stephen referred to, and dwell on that a little bit. The part 5. I don't know if you can throw up that, Caitlin, but the part 5, and then I think it's part 13 to the, I would think, call it the north of our lot there. It was a lot of record. So in 1977, a very tragic thing happened to our family, and my uncle Stephen Vaughan, my mother's brother, was killed in a car accident. Still to this day, this most saddest thing that happened to us. That lot in the middle that was designated for him. Upon his passing, 4 years later, once the dust all settled, we agreed to share that lot and sever it between my mother, Shauna Vaughan, and her brother, Alan Vaughan. So that way we assumed that lot. And so sort of what we're doing today is asking to reestablish that lot and make it better and clearer than it was previously, and make it a proper frontage and regularize the items that are there now. There is existing septic bed put in. The other septic bed, I believe is only 10 years old or so. And that is excellent because my father built it large enough to provide enough space for both a new cottage being built and the existing cabin being used. So it's presently being used today. And it was always his intention and my mom and dad's intention that we be able to sever the property and have another cottage there. Many of our older Muskoka families have had to sell their property and can't afford to keep it. This is a situation with myself and my 2 brothers. None of us can afford to buy each other out. So we're looking for a way to save Muskoka for the family, keep the family compound. But as you know, we have to sometimes have separate places because, you know, there can be problems and personalities that keep things diversified. So that is our intention. The right of way is important because bulldozers can get up. Neighbors have also used that right of way to use it. So we let other people use it as well. In the wintertime, we groom it along with our neighbors to have access to the property. The property is too steep over there to have a snowmobile go up and down, kind of where part 5 is. So we're really adjusting that border. I think that's most of the items I wanted to cover. We do have 10 letters of support from every neighbor. We have not received anyone that's objecting to this. It's a minor in nature, in effect, only 20 feet of difference in the property on the one lot. And I think the other one complies if you measure it with a rope. So we had John Hiley, our surveyor, go back and actually measure what the actual distance is. So that's why we believe our item is minor in nature. And to that end, I can probably stand back if there's any other questions. Please feel free to ask me as well.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Ross? I'm seeing none on Zoom or, oh, sorry, Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you through you to Mr. Ross. I'm curious about if this severance was approved, would you be adding boathouses?
No more boathouses are in our plan right now. The lot for the new cottage would be at the top of the hill on the plateau that Stephen referred to. It's the only natural spot to build. It would be too steep on the rock face to build. My intention is there would be no other buildings for a boathouse. I don't know what the laws or rules are of the time, but I guess that would be subject to whatever approvals are given.
I'm sorry, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyone with other questions? I'm seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Ross. I appreciate it. I see another Mr. Ross. Would you like to address as well?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Steve Ross. I'm a full-time resident in Muskoka as well, 1035 Cherokee Crescent, Port Carling, Ontario. Just to address the committee member's question, no further shoreline structures would be permitted without a further approval. There is no intent of the family to apply for further approval at this time. Our boathouse is large, so we have an unofficial agreement to share the boathouse, the existing boathouse that's there. So again, this is recognizing what's there, but there would be this wouldn't permit any further shoreline structures without a further approval. The 650, as you know, normally you're allowed to have secondary structures of 650 each. Through this application, and Mr. Fauner touched upon this, through this application, the cluster of cabins, which are all less than 100 square feet, they're all 96 square feet, will be deemed to be our secondary structures. So those will be our secondary structures as well. Again, unless they are removed and a further approval is granted. But just 2 points that I want to talk about. Mr. Fauner touched upon the fact that there is a plateau. The property, the severed lands there's a slope close to shore. As such, the structure that will be built will be set really far back and up high in a plateau. So Caitlin's report focuses on visual impact and density. There's no net gain of people that will be at these cottages as a result of the severance. And the visual impact is very minimal because it is up the hill. And furthermore, we have an existing roadway down to the lake, and that was put in when the tile bed was put in. That's key to the proposal and my support for the proposal, because that is how we will access constructing the cottage. There's very little tree removal required to do so. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And another to join us, you're going to give us your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes as well.
Sure. My name is Kim Vaughn, and I'm the brother of Corrine Soden Vaughn. My address in California is 782 Buena Vista Street in Ventura. And I just wanted to endorse the concept of the family compound. We're one of 65 that are up there. We all get together in a very long, probably like a half a mile of the north end of the the island. And we fully support the severance and maintaining the family togetherness. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Vaughn? No, seeing none. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support? I'm seeing nothing online. How about anyone who wishes to address committee who disagrees with this proposal? I'm seeing none. We got anybody online? Nothing? Okay. So the package is in and we have no more questions. I'm going to, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. So as I read the report from staff, which of course carries an awful lot of weight here today, especially given that we are looking at the official plan today and in quite extensive detail. I guess I would turn to staff. Clearly a dangerous precedent here in front of us, given today. Maybe timing is everything here, but could staff, one of you, just reflect on how many times we as a committee or we as a township have actually blessed this deficiency, if you will, this sort of inadequate second lot? Thank you.
Mr. Sharp.
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Councillor Zavitz. So, you know, in my experience, as we've indicated in our report, staff have been supportive of exemptions from the minimum lot frontage requirement. Mostly when we're dealing with a parent lot that's proposed to be severed that has a significant, you know, assessed frontage. And because of the way that the zoning bylaw requires frontage to be measured in a straight line, sometimes, and you know, say 400 feet of straight line frontage because you're measuring across the rear lot line, for example, in the case of a point or a peninsula. And in those cases, you know, we've been supportive of reductions in frontages. The other situation is where you have more than one primary use established on a lot. For example, in other words, that means a dwelling. So two dwellings on one singular property. We've been supportive of exemptions to minimum lot frontage in order to separate those two main dwellings, to put them each on their own separate lot. In this case, there are multiple sleeping cabins, but there's only one dwelling. So this property wouldn't qualify for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Follow up? Any other questions? Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, and I know it's here, but I just didn't scroll through fast enough. I was curious about the cabins. My concerns are about the flooding issue that we've experienced over the years. And through you, I'm not sure if staff can answer this, but should we have a concern about this? Like, I don't know, I can tell you my experience on Lake Muskoka, for instance, and flooding effects and things, but I'm not clear about this particular location. And should we have concerns?
Ms. Walker?
Through you, because of the slopes on this property, we have reviewed the floodplain mapping, and it really doesn't come up very far on the shore to affect any of the land-based structures at this time.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to read a resolution unless there's any more questions. This is a long one, so settle in. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Marzden. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that consent applications B/51/22/ML Ross roll number 4-27-044-01 be approved, subject to the following conditions. That a registrable description or deed of the severed lot and any required rights of way be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created severed lot or the entire subject lands, whichever is less. that confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the severed and retained lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That the applicant enter into a consent agreement with the township pursuant to section 51(26) of the Planning Act. Said agreement shall be registered against the title of the lands and contain provisions to the satisfaction of the township whereby the owner agrees not to utilize public parking and docking facilities as the principal means of access to the retained and severed lots. That adequate long-term parking and docking facilities used to access the severed lot be secured at all times. That zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 50/22 bylaw 2022-172 is approved. Any further questions? Seeing none, any discussion? Oh, sorry, Alan, Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much. In light of this being a family situation, it's not a developer trying to develop. I'd like to see this maybe adjourned and see, because as Mr. Fonner said, there's about 8 other properties that are about that size. It's not as if we're creating something special here, and that I don't know. I know what our bylaws and that say, but it's different if it's a developer doing it or a family trying to hold on to a piece of property that's been in the family for a lot of years. So, you know, I think we could maybe consider that, and that each application has to be weighed on its own merits, and that so that, you know, this is something unique. I'd hate to see long-standing family have to sell a property, and if there's any way we could work around it, I would like to see the family ask for a adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you, I'm actually very torn on this one. The reason why I asked the question about the shoreline and the structures was that was one area that I thought that we could control, that would you know, help in the application. I'm still not sure about the buildings, but at this point, if we could ask the question, if the applicant would agree to what they said, that there would be no new shoreline structures unless they were going to be repairing, I guess, what's there, that I might be happy with moving this forward today.
And I thought what I heard was there would be no new shoreline development without a fresh application, that they would have to come back to this body. Ms. Walker, you have something?
So there would be no permitted dock width or boathouse width permitted on the existing boathouse and the existing docks. However, the bylaw would permit a boathouse to be constructed on the retained lot because there isn't one currently existing. So if you were to create the 2 lots, they then could construct a boathouse within compliance of our bylaw without having to come back for further approval.
And that would be just as of right?
That's correct.
Councillor Nishikawa?
I guess I sort of heard that they agreed that they weren't going to build that boathouse, and I'm wondering if that could be actually put on the title.
Ms. Walker?
We could write that into the bylaw that a boathouse wouldn't be permitted on the retained lot. I think staff had also floated the idea around in the report of limiting dock extensions in the future, because the bylaw would permit the docks to be increased in length. And if that's not the wish of committee, there could be a restriction placed on that as well.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, I certainly too, with Councillor Nishikawa, would be much more amenable to this file. This is a really hard one. And of course, given recent situations, et cetera, here we are contemplating, going against staff. And so I guess I would look at staff and I would suggest, is there a way to approve this and ratchet it down so that some of the things we've talked about, the boathouse, et cetera, that we severely limit development and yet can be seen as good stewards and working with the neighbors who we've sat here many, many times and listened to the neighbors object. Here we have all of the neighbors in approval. That's a small point, but it matters. So I guess I would look to staff again. I'm not looking for a way out here, but are there a series of things that we could add here that would ratchet this down? And let me put my hand up to say I would approve it. Thank you.
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair. I can appreciate the difficulty of the application. You have a tough decision to make. Our recommendation is in front of you, and I think that there's a lot going on here that has led us to our recommendation, more specifically, the deficient frontage. The assessed frontages on one lot are less than the minimum standard or bang on the other. I think the shoreline structure width on both lots is far in excess of what the bylaw allows. So when you put those two factors in combination with one another, staff are concerned about the density of development, the ability to construct a boathouse on the retained lot, the reduced setback of the dock and boathouse on the severed lot and its configuration relative to the retained lot and the dwelling and other structures on the retained lot. So I think those are our staff's concerns. Certainly, staff are one voice in this. We've made our recommendation to you. However, if committee sees fit to make a recommendation approving the application to council, there are things that could be done, as Ms. Walker had pointed out. For example, restriction on a boathouse on the retained lot, restriction on additions to the docks. I heard Mr. Fawner point out that a dwelling on the severed lot would be set back 100 feet. The zoning bylaw today permits a minimum setback of 66 feet. So perhaps a restriction to impose an increased setback on the severed lot. Some of those things would be helpful, but I'm not sure at this point that it would be enough to push the threshold beyond what staff could consider or change staff's recommendation. It's a tough one. So those are my comments at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Mazan. Councillor Edwards, I'll get you next, and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And through you, if I could ask staff a question, I think it's the precedent piece that is clearly playing in my mind. And I'm just wondering, I know it's written in the report, but I think it needs to be kind of walked. I think we all need to walk through what the thought is behind the concern on precedent, please.
Through your chair. Yes, there's a policy in the official plan that speaks to precedent. Essentially that, greater weight will be given to the potential for similar approvals elsewhere in the township than site-specific considerations. I think anecdotally, there's, quite an appetite for lot creation in the township. And I think as time goes on, we may see more applications requesting reductions from minimum lot requirements. So this is a case where, as I said, it doesn't really meet the tests or the policy tests for reductions in frontage that staff have supported in the past, and maybe argued that the approval of the applications could create a precedent. Thank you.
You got follow up?
I do, but I just need to think about that for a moment. If I can hear others for a minute.
I'll invite Councillor Edwards, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. I was concerned about precedents, but if somebody puts it on title and we put the reasons in, not just if you can't build a boathouse and then somebody else in the future comes in, put it on title and the reasons why, that the only reason that this was allowed is because there are no more dock extensions outward no boathouses. It has to be over 100 feet back from the shore and everything else like that. I think that would limit it, setting a precedence in my case, and I could support it. It's a family. I'd hate to have to see the family sell it and then somebody come in and buy it and put 6,000 or 7,000 foot units in and everything else like that. So, because it's a family, and if we make the restrictions tight enough, that's why I had asked for a deferral, so that Mr. Fauner and the family can talk to the town and come up with something if they were agreeable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Mazan, you have your follow-up now?
I'm not quite sure what the path forward is on this. I'm trying to separate the current owner and their story and the emotion from making a good planning decision, and trying really hard to listen to our planners, who in a few minutes are also going to be walking us through the new OP. And, there's been tremendous thought that has gone into all of this. So I can't control what gets built in the future or future users. I can only talk to what's in front of me today. And the difficult part I'm having with this particular application is that staff have gone through and they're coming back with their professional opinion. And the fact that they've identified that there's possibility of future precedents, I just can't let that sit because of the current situation. So for me, it's difficult. I would want to refuse it based upon staff's recommendation today, but certainly would encourage the family and others to continue working at this, because having that long history like many of us do in this community, it's this type of thing that we want to try and encourage and support. It's just difficult to do it and how it's been presented today to me. And so I would be supporting staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor Kelly. And I just wanted to ask perspective with respect to, I guess, future ownership of the severed lot. I totally appreciate, the concept of, estate planning and keeping, properties in the family, and I would say from our perspective, I mean, what we're being asked to review is essentially, a new lot, creating a new interest in land that can be conveyed in the future. And it could be conveyed outside the family. Ownership changes, as we know. So I think from a staff perspective, it doesn't really matter if it's family buying the lot or if it, I think what we have to look at is, ultimately what it is that we're creating a new lot. Ownership could change. I think that the side yard setback for the dock and the boathouse and its configuration, again, I think it sort of reads the potential for some compatibility conflicts in the future. But I guess it's largely a political decision for you with respect to, who the property owners are and what their future intentions are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I'm not done with this application today. I that's my feeling. I actually would like to see this application come back with some of the recommendations or discussions that we had about putting things on title, reduce the ability for more shoreline structures. You mentioned a lot of things like the 100-foot setback. We can come up with a bunch more, I'm sure. It's just that I just really feel that that this should be deferred, depending on if the applicant is favorable, to get a different language put in front of us. Like, what does it look like if we put in all of the restrictions on title? Would that look and feel differently? I have to say, it's interesting about the precedent because it feels sort of minor to me compared to even last month what we approved on an island. So I'm just not quite, you know, we get all sorts of these complicated applications, and I just would like to see what that application would look like with other provisions in place that we've done to protect the environment as what we're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Who had their hand? Somebody had, Councillor Roberts had his hand up. I'm going to just go to Mr. Fauner in just a second. We'll let Councillor Roberts go.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do support my colleagues, Mrs. Councillor Nishikawa, Councillor Edwards, that we should go back, have them defer this and go back and see if they can work out something that is better. I think this is a major decision for that we're making for this family and their future. And I think giving them 30 more days on this because of everything I've heard, I think we should be deferring it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fauner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak. After receiving the staff's report, I did have a long discussion and a few discussions with my clients. And yes, there are, I believe, a number of things that can be done to improve the application, if you will. And those have been mentioned. Setback for a new dwelling on the severed lot, I think it actually will be more than 100 feet. It could be quite a bit more. We recently approved one on an island on Lake Joe where it was, it was 130, 140 foot setback there. And I think that would be similar here. We can also even explore the possibility, there may be the possibility of reducing dock size a little bit on the retained lot. The main dock, however, is a concrete dock underneath, so it would be a challenge, but there may be some possibilities there. Limit or prohibit, I should say, a boathouse on the retained lot, I think is quite possible. And a couple of things I just want to mention that makes this application, I think, unique is that we have 6 habitable buildings on the property. This isn't just a clean slate. There's 6 habitable buildings there now. The severed lot does have development on it, although granted it's not a bona fide dwelling, but there is existing development there. So I'm hoping there'll be a little bit of lenience. And the other, which just has sort of come up in my discussion with John Hiley, and I should have brought it up when I did my plan and justification report, was the fact there was another lot there at one time. And I think that makes this very unique. I think this is a very unique situation. And I think you can separate it from other applications so that it's not setting a precedent. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else has a question or comment, and then I'll have mine. Councillor Marsden.
Our ongoing battle for last word, right?
I'm the chair.
I'm just teasing. I just wanted to pick up on that last comment by Mr. Fauner, just for my own clarification, Mr. Sharp or Ms. Walker, about the previous lot on record. How does that distinguish or make this a more unique situation from a precedent standpoint?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for your question. I guess I'd have to seek to understand a little bit more about this former lot. It sounds like it may have been added to another property. I guess what I would say is, you know, frequently we have people come forward to deem lots on a plan of subdivision as one lot for planning purposes, having the effect of enabling the merger of those 2 lots. And, you know, sometimes those lots are significantly undersized relative to what the zoning bylaw would allow today. And I think if someone were to come forward looking to recreate those lots that they intentionally merged, I think staff would struggle to support that. And this may be a very similar situation where, you know, there may have been a former lot that was undersized. At some point, someone decided to merge it with another lot. And here we are today. And I think, you know, from my perspective, I'm not sure how much bearing that has on the overall proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
I just have one question for Director Pink. There was an application, I think it was last month, maybe the month before, where I suggested putting a restriction on a further boathouse on title. And unless I'm confused, I thought you said that you could not, that had no longevity as it went on and potentially lots got sold. Am I confusing the situation that you actually can't put that restriction on title?
Director Pink.
Thank you, through the chair. I can't recall the exact situation, but I believe it was a zoning bylaw amendment and there was a desire to put an agreement on title. And through that process, you need an authority to register documents on title, and there's no ability through the zoning process. However, what you do have before you today is a consent application. And through that process, you can impose a consent agreement, which would be registered on title, or could be. So I think you could explore that in this case.
Thank you. Anyone else before we hear from me, through me? Okay, I'm going to, one thing about being chair is, according to my rules, you go last. So I'm glad to have an opportunity. There's a couple of things, and just for the record, everybody knows, and I try to make it clear as often as I can, there's nothing I dislike more than having to disagree with our professional staff. And in this particular case, I actually don't disagree with our professional staff. However, I think there are certain situations where the planning submission is not the entire story. And those situations arise when you have, in particular, a 140-year history of family ownership that only from the pictures, I don't know this property and we haven't seen a report, certainly doesn't, appear to be suffering from lousy stewardship. It's been well taken care of. It's well treed. The view from the canoe, I think, would be exceptional because of the way everything is canopied. I think the other thing we have to recognize, and probably as time moves forward here, we're reached a point where any kind of long-term stewardship has to start to be hurt a little bit, at least by the rising cost of our taxes here. And so this kind of application may be something that comes back to us more often over time. I think we need to think about how we accommodate the kinds of ownership that are truly important to our environment, truly important to our culture and our history here, respectful of our history. I think the long stewardship, the long ownership, I think the estate planning, I'm trusting that it's an estate planning issue or a property retention issue is really important. And quite frankly, I think the only issue that I haven't addressed is one of precedent. I have my own view on precedents. Precedent, again, like planning submissions, never should be confined to the story from the planning department. The precedent here is 140 years of ownership. And if somebody else walks in here and is seeking some kind of ability to rely on a decision we may or may not make on this file, and they have 140 years of clean stewardship, I'm sort of picking up from Councillor Edwards' idea. I'm going to have a lot more understanding and patience for that than I am somebody who's walking in who's never been here before, who perhaps has other ideas in mind than simply preserving what has become a refuge for 65 family members for the last 140 years. So I think it's something worth investing time and energy in trying to find a way to get everyone happy. I understand Councillor Zavitz and the others who have raised objections. I'm of the mind that we can bridge most of those issues with things like the setback agreement, restrictions on boathouse and so forth. I'm also of the mind that we probably shouldn't try to craft that here and now. That if we have the applicant's support on it, I think we should seek a 30-day deferral and give an opportunity for the applicants, Mr. Fauner, to get with our planning staff and come back with something that's not going to change the dynamics of measuring 280 versus 300 feet, but certainly might justify why we are comfortable moving forward with something that on its face doesn't warrant our support. So my suggestion, strong suggestion, would be a deferral and focus on those 3 or 4 issues that we've identified and take another look at it in a month when hopefully I'm not chair and we can engage. Just let me just check one thing.
Well, we would put forward a resolution to defer, and I just would like to consult with the Director of Development Services regarding the wording for the reason behind the deferral.
He's got his hand up. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you, through you. I guess I would really appreciate more direction on exactly what we're deferring for, and completely respectfully, if the point or the goal of deferral is to have staff come back in 30 days with a supportive recommendation, I don't think you're going to see that. We have spoken at length with the applicants. So we appreciate their position and the extenuating circumstances with respect to their family history and ownership of the area. But respectfully, I don't think, again, having 100-foot setback on one of the lots and 2 lots that are considerably overbuilt on docks and boathouses preventing their future extension would really justify, I think in staff's opinion, relaxation to this extent of our frontages. I think as Mr. Sharp has pointed out, we receive extensive development pressure around our lakes for lot creation. I think we've taken a number of steps in the OP to actually go the opposite direction and increase these significantly. This is a step in the opposite direction. And again, I don't think in 30 days there will be a staff recommendation to support based on those 2 additions. Happy to pause or during a break, or I can do that now, craft the restrictions that we've heard. They're fairly straightforward. And simply, again, I would suggest to committee that you simply recommend approval subject to those restrictions if you feel they're sufficient. Again, they're fairly straightforward. What I've heard is a 100-foot setback on the severed lot, restriction on a boathouse on the retained lot, and a prohibition on further extensions. That can easily be done in the recommendation, and staff can craft that bylaw in front of council in 30 days time. So again, I look to you if I'm sorry if I'm mistaken, if there's other reasons for a deferral, I'm happy to defer, but I get the sense that staff will come back with a different recommendation, and we were aware of these suggestions before. And again, I think the lots are just too undersized for staff to support them in light of official plan policies.
Thank you. And I'm glad you raised it because I wasn't implying that I would expect a different opinion or a different approach from our staff. I was simply looking for the kinds of restrictions that might be enough to allow committee to see their way clear to approval. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, I would support what David has just said to that extent. And that's the only way I could support this. Thank you.
Thank you. So we all right, we are going to amend this on the fly. It is about 1 minute to 10 o'clock by that clock. And so I'm going to suggest we come back when that clock says 10 minutes after 10. Thank you. Okay, thank you for coming back at the sound of the bell. Appreciate that. We have made some amendments. Director Pink has made some amendments to one of the resolutions we need read. Nothing needs to change for the resolution that's already been read. That moves us to the second round, which will include 3 new bullets, which contains 3 new restrictions on the use of the property. So the first thing I need to do, having read the resolution, having heard the debate, is essentially, unless there's any further questions or any further debate, Councillor Marsden.
I do have, sorry, thank you. One further question. I just need clarification. As we consider our new OP, and I'm trying to remind myself, what is the requirement on an island now for frontage? Is it 300 feet?
Director Pink.
Maggie, through you. Current requirements are 300 feet and 2 acres. I believe under the new OP, that's increasing to 400 feet and 2.5 or 3 acres. Sorry.
And is this one of the islands that is exempt though from that? Like my recollection is that there was a few that were exempt. I just can't remember.
Director Pink.
Sure. No, I do not believe in the OP. There's any different rules for different islands. I think the tree and site alteration bylaw would distinguish
that's
some
it.
islands.
Okay, thank you.
But that would be any water access property, island or not.
Okay, thank you. That had been a question. Thanks.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I wonder if you would be so kind as to read the resolution again, just because it's been quite a bit of time, just in terms of its positioning. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, no issue with that. Thank you. Okay. Moved by Councillor Nishikawa, seconded by Councillor Marsden. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that consent applications B 51/22/ML Ross roll number 4-27-044-01 be approved subject to the following conditions. That a registrable description or deed of the severed lot and any required rights of way be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created severed lot or the entire subject lands, whichever is less. That confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the severed and retained lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That the applicant enter into a consent agreement with the township pursuant to section 51(26) of the Planning Act. Said agreement shall be registered against the title of the lands and contain provisions to the satisfaction of the township whereby the owner agrees not to utilize public parking and docking facilities as the principal means of access to the retained and severed lots. That adequate long-term parking and docking facilities used to access the severed lot be secured at all times, and that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-50/22 bylaw 2022-172 is approved. That's it. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you. Is that inclusive of the changes made by the director?
The changes made by the director come up on the next resolution because this one's already been read in. We have to deal with it as it's been read. Any other questions? All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? It's defeated. Thank you.
There's 5 in favor, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. No. It's defeated.
It's defeated. Thank you very much. All right, I will, for the record, or not for the record, but I will ask for anybody who votes in opposition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, thank you very much. All right, with that, I'm going to turn the chair back to, we're done. Yeah, we're done. Thank you. Again, for the record, we will read the zoning amendment. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 50/22, bylaw 2022-172, Ross, roll number 4-27-044-01, be approved subject to the following minor amendments. Number 1, an increased minimum front yard setback on the proposed severed lot of 100 feet. Number 2, a prohibition on the construction of a boathouse on the retained lot. And number 3, a prohibition on the expansion of docks and boathouse on the severed and retained lots. Any questions? All in favor? Oh, sorry.
Can you do that first vote again? I just want to be very clear. Because we had 9 voting and I believe there was 5 in favor. Is that correct at the time? I just want to be really sure.
All right.
Because, pardon me, I know, but then a bunch opposed later, like you have to take one. I would like, if possible, to conduct the vote on the first resolution again, the consent one, because originally we had 5 in favor, and then when we called for opposed, we had 8 opposed. So it appears like I just would like some severe clarity on the outcome of this vote. So if we could please do it again, and each councillor only vote once, and we only have 9 votes on the table because we have 1 council member who has declared a pecuniary interest. So
if I may, Councillor Edwards is trying to get our attention. Go ahead, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you very much. I had even before we if we vote on the first motion and we approve the first motion and recall it, that 5 would carry it. That is, the motion is to approve it, which we could approve. That's why I had asked for a deferral. You know, you can even give a deferral during the meeting to the end of the meeting to get things straightened out, and that, so you don't have a fiasco. And the other things, even if the other one was down, now this new motion that you put in with all the restrictions in, if we pass that, is it legal coming forward that they get their severance? And that there seems to be some confusion with this.
Director Pink.
Thank you. Through you. Just to clarify the confusion with respect to the resolutions, I'll leave to the deputy clerk as to whether in regards to a clarification on the vote. The resolution that was read twice and that was voted on, that was simply the consent. So there were no technically changes to the consent. The consent is what it is. There's standard conditions of cash and lieu parkland, septic inspection, registrable description deed, and that nature. So there was no necessary changes to it. What the debate and the discussion, the restrictions that committee were considering were an increased front yard setback and prohibitions on shoreline structures. That would all be implemented through the zoning bylaw, and that was the second resolution that was read. So that's why there were only changes to the second resolution. So just to be clear, this happens with every concurrent consent and zoning application. You consider the consent first, you impose conditions, you have the ability to do that through that process, and then there's a related zoning amendment. In this case, the added conditions that committee was exploring were in regard to the zoning amendment. So that was the second resolution. Hope that clarifies the process from that perspective.
Councillor Edwards, we can no longer see anybody on Zoom. So if you have your hand up or any other issue, please let me know.
Well, there was an issue because, like I say, and that it sure muddied the waters, and that because on the first issue, if 5 were for it, then it would carry. And then the second motion that said any against, well, any against what at that time? And that because you started reading something else. It's very, very confusing. Thank you.
I would request that committee confirm their vote on the first consent resolution, please. I just want to, no, you don't need to read it. I just need confirmation of numbers because there appears to be some confusion and I'm not clear myself. So.
Okay, we have. I don't think we're going to be taking other comments, but appreciate
I
it.
appreciate that.
Um,
And I'm not sure what's going on with this. I've asked for someone to come up and look at it.
we just need to make sure we can take votes from the Zoom before we call the vote again. You have.
Just while we're waiting for this, can I just be clear on the process, just for everybody's understanding what we're doing here? I just want to make sure I'm understanding. Just while we're waiting.
Yeah,
for this
that's
to
fine.
come up.
Go ahead, sure.
So there's two resolutions on the table. The first one, we're going to reread again. Or not reread again, but revote on, and that is whether or not we want to support the consent or not. The consent being the severance. And so we will revote on that just for clarification.
It's not a revote, it's a confirmation.
Confirmation on vote,
I'm
sorry.
not asking you to change your vote or reconsider anything.
Okay,
no.
so confirmation on vote. And then the second one is everything to do with the zoning bylaw. Amendments or conditions put in place.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I think it's.
Okay, so I think we either need to have a verbal or they just for the knowledge of the public that aren't physically present, our screens have gone down for some reason. We are still streaming to YouTube, I think, I'm not sure, but our screens internally. So for the purposes of counting the vote, we can have a verbal vote as long as it can be clearly heard by myself and everyone else in attendance. You can verbally indicate if we can hear you. So that would be with regard to councillors McIntyre, Edwards and Roberts. And then those of you physically present could raise your hands as you always do.
So it would not be a recorded vote.
It's not a recorded vote in this case, but our electronic procedures provide for the fact that should there be technical mishaps, that a verbal indication of your vote satisfies our requirements.
Okay, so we're going to go that way.
It's okay.
Can they hear you?
So with respect to the consent resolution that has been read twice into this meeting, maybe I would request that Councillor McIntyre indicate yay or nay verbally, if she can do so and I can hear it.
She's on mute.
You're on mute, I'm afraid, Councillor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes,
You vote in favor, yay?
Mm.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Yay.
Okay, and then the balance remaining in chambers here, if you could indicate by hand, in favor. You're voting in favor of the resolution we have. The mayor. 5, I get 5 in favor, and then if we could please have opposed. 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. So as a result, the vote is 5-4 and the resolution carries.
That resolution.
I apologize for the confusion. I really do. It's been challenging.
So that vote, the resolution carries. We have the next one. I can't remember. Have I read it in?
I think.
Yes, read it. Have we voted on it?
No.
We're going to have to do the same thing with the 3 online. Do you want to start?
Okay, so with respect to the second resolution, which I believe is with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment and some minor amendments to the amendment, and it has been read by the chair. So Councillor McIntyre, I would ask if you favor that, in favor.
yes,
And Councillor Edwards.
Yes, I do.
And Counselor Roberts. Sorry, could you
You're on
turn your
mute.
mic? Sorry,
Sorry, yay.
thank you. Okay, and the balance in chamber, those in favor? Okay. You should be calling a poll, so.
No, that's fine.
Okay, opposed? Thank you. That resolution carries,
Is that the last resolution?
as far as I know.
So both resolutions have carried. Thank you very much. And thank you again for your patience with technology and everything else not working with us. And we are finally, I think, ready to move past this one.
Yes.
I'm going back to my chair and I'm not coming back.
I think they need to
Thank
restart
you.
the screens. They just need to leave.
So we're just going to take a couple of minutes, not a break, to figure out how to get the other participants back up on the screen. Just to be clear.
The wrong way, yes. I think the rest of the meeting is gonna it'll be really easy.
All the screens are gone.
Why, yes, of course.
So you have a preview. This is a-
I didn't miss it at all. Okay, what are we into now?
We're not scared.
Because stop.
Ruth, you're gonna start up again, okay? Oh, well,
That was
Sorry.
other than throwing your mouse at me.
yeah, I'm gonna redo.
All right, hello, everybody. If we could bring this meeting back to order, we have our screens back. So we'll move on to the next item, which is a zoning bylaw amendment application. It is ZBA 19/23 bylaw 2023-09. And our planner on this is Ms. Walker. If you could present your report.
All right. Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 19/23 bylaw 2023-93 in the name of 2661042 and 2853616 Ontario Incorporated. The subject property is known municipally as 1160 Island Park Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 76 of the agenda package, and it's also on the screen in front of you. The proposed boathouse is just here on the screen in the center. I don't know if you can see that. Bylaw 2023-93 will permit a two-story boathouse containing a sleeping cabin to be reconstructed and reconfigured in a new location with an increase in floor area of the upper level sleeping cabin where another sleeping cabin exists on the property. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance and 5 submissions have been received to date. The comments are summarized as follows. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, Douglas Holland, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka. These submissions were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, and I'm happy to read any submission in full at the request of committee. After comments were circulated, revised comments were received from the District of Muskoka, removing the recommendation related to deer wintering habitat. A letter of objection was also submitted by Ann and Ted Grower, neighboring property owners to the north. The submission is summarized as follows. 2 key points are highlighted as being incorrect, and it is requested that the application be dismissed or delayed until the facts are correct. First, that the boathouse, which is to be reconstructed, was only a 1-story, 1-slip boathouse. In 2009, the Ministry of Environment required landowners with 2-story boathouses to either purchase the lake bed or pay rent. The 2nd story was removed from the boathouse at this time, and the ministry accepted that it was a 1-story boathouse. Secondly, that the key map shows lesser density of shoreline area. There is a boathouse to the north of the Grower property, which encroaches over the side lot line. The letter objects to the increase in size, the living area, and the increased slips, and the occupiable 2nd story as an 8-person standalone sleeping cabin structure is to be retained. The letter objects to the orientation of the boathouse, which is angled so that boats backing out of the slips will back onto our swimming area. It is proposed that boat slips are angled to the south and that the boathouse is relocated further south on the property. The letter objects to the wording of the bylaw as it lends itself to Airbnbs. The wording sets precedent for multi-rows of structures with 2nd row up slope seemingly perched on top of the second of the shoreline structure slash living accommodation when viewed from the lake. There's also concerns that the main floor of the boathouse will be sleeping quarters. The letter also expresses concern regarding the short notice of the circulation for the application notice. And the letter was supportive of additional plantings in the front yard to protect shoreline duck nesting areas. And that letter was signed by Ann and Ted Grower. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 19/23 be approved subject to the following. That a minor amendment to bylaw 2023-93 be approved prior to 3rd reading to reduce the floor area of the 2nd story of the boathouse to 450 square feet. And that the proposed, I'll pause. And that the proposed development be made subject to site plan control to retain existing vegetation, to implement plantings. Staff would also recommend the resolution be amended to address access to the upper story of the boathouse based on comments from the District of Muskoka. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. Is the applicant's agent or the applicant here wishing to speak?
Yes, please. Hello, council. Thank you very much for considering this, and thank you for the presentation, Caitlin. I would like to. Can
you give us your name and address, please?
Oh, sorry. So my name is Sam Taylor. I'm here with Liz Scott, and we're from Steenhoff Building Services Group. Our address is 3680 Highway 118 West in Port Carling, and The postal code is POB 1JO. Again, thank you, everybody. Thank you for the presentation, Caitlin. We would like to point out that the size and second story of the proposed boathouse is within the allowable bylaw requirements. What we're suggesting is to be allowed to have what was previously in place, which is a second story living space in the boathouse. We would like to point out that the original boathouse was in a state of non-repair, and for the safety, the boathouse would have had to be reconstructed in any case. As well, that with the reconstruction of the boathouse, we are moving it closer inward on the lot to actually present it in an allowable setback, in an allowable area. The original boathouse went over the setback lines that are outlined within the bylaw. So we're aiming to make it as compliant as we possibly can, and we would ask that we be allowed to maintain the existing sleeping space that was there.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone wishing to speak against this application? Are there none? Okay. Let's start with questions for our committee, please. Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, I'm forming a bunch of them, but this one I'll just shoot off with through you to the applicant, I guess. One of the letters of concern that came forward spoke about an Airbnb, and I was just curious, does this property is this currently being rented out? I'm not looking for your lease but from the applicant, I would just like to have an understanding if there has been a history of rental on this particular property.
No, our understanding is that the owners have the property. It is not being rented, and to my understanding, it is not the intent to be rented.
Any other questions from committee? Councillor Nishikawa, did you have another question?
I'm sure after it's read.
All right. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you. So I'm wondering to the folks that are looking for this to happen, the 647 square feet versus 450, which our staff is proposing, would you be amenable to removing the cabin that is causing this space issue with the staff? Thank you.
We would consider it. We would prefer, since the allowable habitable area is still being met, and since the structures were existing, it would be our preference to be able to maintain them, since the habitable space is still less than the allowable. So it would be a preference if we could maintain them to the existing.
Any other questions? Ms. Walker.
Thank you. And I just wanted to provide some clarity. So it's staff's understanding based off the demo permits and information from the agent that the existing sleeping cabin that was recently demolished had a second story floor area of 450 square feet. The proposed sleeping cabin on the proposed boathouse on the upper story will have a second floor area of 647 square feet. And that's based off of the drawings and site plan that were submitted as part of the application.
Mr. Sharp.
And just to provide one further point of clarity with respect to Councillor Zavitz's question, I would note that if the land-based sleeping cabin were to be removed, the boathouse would be permitted as of right on the property. Ultimately, what the ask in front of you today is to permit the enlargement of a boathouse with a sleeping cabin on a lot where 2 sleeping cabins exist. Thank you.
And Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm a little bit struggling with the overall square footage allowed on this lot. And staff's, what I'm reading recommendations is that the numbers will still be under what the allowable will be. I'm just the total overall square footage. Whether that livable square footage is in the boathouse, the bunkie, or the main building, that's what I'm sort of looking at. And I'm challenged with, and I'm not sure if you can add something.
Ms.
to
Walker or Mr. Sharp?
I can start and Bryce can add
Thank
if you would like to. So what's being proposed would result in 1,103 square feet of sleeping cabin area. So that is more than what we would permit now at 650 square feet, where staff want to consider oversized sleeping cabins or even 2 sleeping cabins. We wouldn't permit 2 sleeping cabins. We want to ensure that we don't have too many habitable buildings on a property. We also wouldn't want to divide habitable floor area between a dwelling and a sleeping cabin, say it an oversized sleeping cabin and a dwelling, even if it meets that 7,500 square feet plus a 650, a sleeping cabin at a greater size would end up by its nature just functioning more as a dwelling than a sleeping cabin at that point. So that's kind of some of the considerations staff have when dividing habitable floor area.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just try to simplify a bit. Ultimately, there's 2 existing sleeping cabins on the property. I guess to put another way, let me rephrase that. There's a land-based sleeping cabin with legal non-complying status. There was a 2-story boathouse with a sleeping cabin above with legal non-complying status that has been removed. The applicants want to replace that 2-story boathouse with a sleeping cabin with a larger 2-story boathouse with a larger sleeping cabin. Staff's recommendation is to permit the proposed redevelopment, but keep the overall floor area the same as what has existed on the property with no increase in sleeping cabin floor area. Thank you.
Are you satisfied, Councillor Nishikawa? Thank you. Are there any other? I see Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a question on page 76. It showed the 2-story boathouse and dock demolished. This is a new location. It looks larger and further out in the water than the original one was, and yet they said it was a better location and it was closer. And that, could you explain that, please?
Sure.
Ms. Walker,
Oh, sorry.
would you like to address that?
Sorry, which page of the agenda package are we looking at, Chair Edwards?
Page 76.
76. My numbers appear to be different.
I think the question is that the structure has been moved and it is, and although it may have a better setback, it is farther out in the water.
Yeah, so the structure has been moved over. It will cause, like the side lot line currently wouldn't comply, and it is being moved in compliance. The first story of the house has been increased in size, but the first story complies with all requirements of the zoning bylaw. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Marsden.
Thank you, and through you. Is this an example of I'm just trying to kind of back myself up, whereby there are things that are out of compliance on this property, an applicant has come forward and staff is just recommending in order to make the improvements and be able to move this building that historically by right you had certain rights. You're just trying to try to bring things into conformity, but also work with the applicant in their, so the 450 feet versus the 650 is a good example of that.
Ms. Walker.
Yeah, so I think in this case, the applicants could replace that boathouse that was previously existing 1-for-1. They'd be permitted to do that and have that sleeping cabin at 450 square feet. They would like to move it. So staff's recommendation is to maintain that square footage, but just on the new location on the lot, which is in closer compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from committee? Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. Am I right to understand that sort of the options that if you want to comply, the options are to keep the boathouse sleeping cabin at 450 and keep the land-based sleeping cabin, or eliminate the land-based sleeping cabin and make the sleeping cabin in the boathouse 650 feet. Isn't
Ms.
so it's
Walker?
sort of, and did do we know if the applicant has actually said they prefer this alternative to the other alternative?
So through you,
Ms. Walker?
if they were to remove the land-based sleeping cabin, we wouldn't have an application in front of us because they could build the two-story boathouse within compliance of the zoning bylaw. Does that
So they
clarify?
want to keep the sleeping cabin and build the boathouse.
That is my
Thank you.
understanding.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have one question. There was one of the letters that came in referenced that the boathouse may have at some point been a two-story with living quarters above, but that status had changed. Do you have any history or comment on that?
Through you. So what I can confirm is the photos we received from the applicant show a second story from the old boathouse. Now it no longer exists, so staff hasn't physically seen that boathouse. The impact data indicates that there was living area on the upper story of the boathouse, and the demo permit for the boathouse also indicates that there was habitable floor area on the second story. Now, I can't speak to what the neighbor was referring to or
Fair
if
enough.
floor area was removed, but that's what our records show at this
Fair enough.
time.
Thank you. Councillor Marsden.
Thank you
Councillor
for,
Kent.
thank you for reminding me about that, the letters coming in. There was another question about the configuration of the boat slips. And I'm just trying to understand from side yard setback. I suspect that that has been considered, but I just want to have confirmation.
Through you, Chair.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Because the first story of the boathouse does comply and it complies with all side yard setbacks, staff haven't recommended that the orientation of the boat slips be altered. Now, committee could ask the applicant if they'd be willing to do that to address the neighbor's concerns, but at this point, staff is comfortable that the first story of the boathouse complies with all aspects of the zoning bylaw.
Councillor Kent, question.
Further on that, when you read the letter from the neighbor is down the shore to the left of the boathouse. I'm looking at the property from the ground. I don't understand the complaint that they'd be backing out into the swimming area, because it looks like you're backing out into almost the same area you would have backed out into before from one location versus the other.
Through you. So my understanding
Walker.
is this neighbor is to the north. So if you're standing on the shoreline looking at the lake, it would be the property to your right.
Sure, look at the property, you're right. So I don't understand that comment then, because you're backing out into almost the same area. If their property is down here to the right, that doesn't seem to be a real concern. Did you think it was?
I can't speak to their experience on the property. I don't believe that neighbor was able to make it today to speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Fair enough. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I know we didn't raise this, but I just had a second look and I'm concerned that there be no second story in the proposed garage. And I know it's not about this discussion, but it is on the site plan. And so I just wanted to make that comment. Many of our garages are getting accommodations above as well.
Ms. Walker, do you want to comment on that or not?
I don't have any details on the proposed garage or what the height or a number of stories would be on that. The applicant may
Fair
be able
enough.
to provide more information.
And speak to that if you want. The intent is not to have a second story on the garage.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. All right, I am going to read the resolution that includes the minor amendment with the 450 square feet, as that was staff's recommendation. But I need to pause while Director Pink makes a small change. This is moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council the zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 19/23 bylaw 2023-093 be approved subject to the following. That the proposed development be made subject to the site plan control to retain existing vegetation and implementations and to ensure safe access to the boathouse. That minor amendments to bylaw 2023-93 be approved prior to third reading to reduce the floor area of the second story of the boathouse by 450 square feet. Two square 450, so not by. Is there any discussion from committee? Seeing none, I call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? That is carried. No. Right. We're now into the exciting part of this meeting. If you thought the first part was exciting, this part's going to be more exciting. We are talking about the final comments that have come in for the official plan. And our job here today is to decide what will be our final comments to go to the district. I think everybody knows that a huge amount of effort and time have gone into this official plan by the previous council. Mr. McDonald was telling me he's done over 30 meetings, and that's a career high for him on this topic. I'm going to change the process from our standard process a little bit. The first thing I'm actually going to do to make our procedural bylaws work is read the resolution, because I want to segment the discussion of the OP into two. The first one dealing with commercial resorts, and the second one dealing with, well, it's, yeah, there's a really long official word for it, but it's aggregates or, gravel and sand. So we will do that. And I want to start, we will have Mr. McDonald talk to the changes of the official plan. We will then have the delegates, that we will then have questions from council or committee rather, and then committee, we will open for discussion, which we can do because we've already read the motion. So that'll be the process, and we will repeat that for the topic of aggregates. So with that introduction, let me welcome Mr. McDonald, and please proceed. We look forward to your comments.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Bosomworth, and good to meet you as well before the meeting. Yes, this has been a long process, and this is meeting, I think, number 33 actually in the list of meetings we've had on this project. So I'm happy to be here at what I'm hoping is almost the end of this.
Mr. McDonald, may I pause, because apparently I have made a major faux pas, and have, because our director, Director Pink, does have some comments, and my apologies. Pardon me? No, we'll do the resolution after this.
District.
Thank you, Chair, and no need for apologies. Sorry for that. I just thought I could frame the discussion just very quickly before Mr. McDonald and district representatives go into further depth. And I really do look forward to the discussion today. And I say that because as much as, I believe, I recommend to you that we remain focused on putting the district in a position to consider approval of this document in a timely and efficient manner. I really believe that the more eyes on these policies, the more discussion we have and the more refinement we have of them, I do believe it leads to a better finished product. And in that regard, I'll remind committee, as alluded to already by the chair, of what I believe was an extensive engagement process that this process has undertaken, extensive public consultation, numerous amount of meetings, and to recall that this process began in early 2019. And again, I believe it's leading to an improved finished product in the end. Most recently, just to remind committee, modifications were proposed to the official plan to planning committee at their August meeting. These were coming both from district staff who were going over the document to ensure consistency with the provincial policy statement and district policies, as well as township staffs meeting with some resort representatives And also staff's working with the document now for, I believe, over 10 months. And as you note in the official plan, we must have regard when we review applications. We have to have regard for the adopted OP. So as a result of those, I also wanted to sort of make it very clear. I think there's a perception, there was no intention in any way that the proposed modifications and concerns that were raised that there's intention to change any of the policy directions that were directed by staff, by council, sorry. Really, these modifications, in our mind, Mr. McDonald and myself, they're to provide clarity and improve readability of the document, as well as, again, carry forward some policies after working with the document that were inadvertently omitted. So to remind committee, at the August Planning Committee meeting, there were a number of submissions made on the proposed modifications. Staff were directed to provide comments on those modifications. You have that in Appendix 1 of your staff report, as well as some further changes proposed to the official plan that's attached as Appendix 3. And as we heard, Mr. McDonald, which is planning consultant, is here to go over some of the township initiated modifications in more detail. There's also district representatives, Elizabeth Purcell and Lisa Marsden, who are here, who can speak to some of the district modifications. And as I believe you all would have received, we received a number of additional submissions, and I look forward to hearing from those delegates in the discussion today, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Director Ping. Mr. McDonald, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to firstly echo Mr. Ping's comments about our intent in updating the official plan. There was no desire or intent on our part to change any of those policy directions that were given to us by council. In addition, there was no intent to change in any material way the policies that apply to resort development that would occur through the plan of condominium or some other form of shared accommodation format going forward. We were simply trying to provide additional clarity in the policies in terms of how they would be interpreted and relied upon when looking at future applications. And perhaps more importantly, we were also reacting to concerns being expressed by a resort operator in the municipality who believed that the policies were not differentiating enough between plan of condominium type developments and single ownership resort type of developments. And quite frankly, we did spend quite a bit of time thinking about the condominium form of development, and we've written pages and pages and pages of policies that are intended to provide guidance on how that form of development will be considered. And we spent less time on single ownership resorts and how they should be managed going through the process. So in looking at the specific comments that were made by that particular resort operator, we went through the resort section and identified a number of locations where we could provide greater clarity and perhaps an easier path for a single ownership resort owner to make an application to expand or develop, while not touching or materially changing any of the rules or policies that applied to plan of condominium or other shared accommodation resorts. So I wanted to make that very clear from at the outset of this meeting. I've made that clear in a number of other meetings we've had, and I think that's been well received by the folks that we've spoken to. So I wanted to be clear on that. With that being said, I'm very happy to go through the specific changes that were made to the resort policy sections in the official plan, page by page, if that is what is required. Before doing so, I can indicate that as a consequence of holding a number of meetings with interested parties, we do agree that enhancements/improvements can be made to what we've already recommended to you to make it even more crystal clear that our intent, as I just went through, is being implemented to the greatest extent possible. So we already have some ideas, and I've already prepared another color-coded version of the official plan that has some of those ideas in it. But obviously, I don't think we're wordsmithing at today's meeting, but I can certainly, as I go through the changes that were made, provide some comments to this committee on how those policies can be improved to satisfy any concerns that have been raised by the public and other stakeholders. And if that's okay, I'm happy to do that as I go through the policies.
Yes, so I think that's a good idea, and I would like you to go through the policies now. So council committee, listen carefully, gather your questions, and we will allow Mr. McDonald to answer them when we get through the delegates. My view is that we have about 5 major issues here. And you can present them as you wish, obviously, but we obviously have the discourage versus carefully managed language. We have the use of a flexible approach and preferred language. We have the issue of traveling public versus general public. And we have the issue with commensurate with magnitude. And I think there's a by way of exception at the end, but those to me, I think are the major ones, but you may have some other ones as well. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, before you start, I'm just wondering if there is an allowance based on the meeting today. Were we to need more of a meeting, a second meeting, is there an allowance for that? I mean, this is a lot to digest, an awful lot of information, and I'm just wondering, what is that a tomorrow? It carries on tomorrow, or is this a separate and very succinctly special planning committee meeting in a month, 2 days, a week? So
I could be corrected by deputy clerk, but my understanding is because we do not have a public notice for tomorrow, we cannot have the meeting tomorrow. Am I correct on that?
That's correct.
All right, so we will
Could be late.
get as far as we can today, and we will make a decision about whether we need another meeting or not during today's meeting. Mr. McDonald.
Great. With that, then I'll ask committee members to get their official plans out, whether it's online or in paper. I actually printed mine. It's a little bit easier for me to go through it. And I would direct committee members to section B6, which are the tourism development objectives at the beginning of the official plan. And I'll wait for committee members to get there before I start. Okay, great. So this beginning part of the official plan sets out in broad terms what the township's objectives are. They're not policies, but they're intended to set the tone for how the policies get interpreted, implemented in the future. There are lots and lots of objectives in this section, and there is a specific section that deals with tourism development in section B6. And we added 2 subsection objectives F and G. And the first one gets at the recognizing that a flexible approach to resort development is required in recognition that resorts are an integral component of the tourism industry that supports other tourism operations and creates general awareness of the area for newcomers. And then secondly, there's a new one that supports the rejuvenation and expansion of existing tourist commercial facilities to maintain and enhance the tourism potential of Muskoka. And in support of this requirement, existing and new facilities should be designed and developed comprehensively to support the creation of a 4-season year-round market. I don't plan on reading everything I've put in here, but I thought I should read these 2. Admittedly, there is some duplication in these 2 objectives as they've been added, and we can certainly look to streamlining how these objectives are presented. I certainly recognize that there is a concern about the flexible approach language, and I can indicate very clearly that the flexibility language is not intended to in any way derogate or take away from the very stringent policies we have in the official plan with respect to plan of condominium development. So our thinking at this point is that we could make that very clear, and that the flexible approach really applies to other matters such as the siting of buildings and structures, and other things that come into play when you're looking at each application. Every property in this township is unique. Every application is unique, and sometimes a little flexibility is required. However, we can make it very clear that that flexibility does not apply to any of the rules that we've included in this document regarding the occupancy of units and shared accommodation resorts. And I think that was a concern expressed by some stakeholders, and that is something that we can easily clear up in these objectives. So that's number one, and I'm not sure how you want to proceed, Chair Bosworth. You want me to go through it until I'm stopped, or do you want to stop and ask questions? That
No, I think we'd like to go through because that was very succinct. I think you and I more or less agree on the 4 or 5 topics that we have, and I think the most expeditious way is to go through.
Excellent. So I will now move to part F, which is the commercial accommodation section in the official plan. So this is the section in the official plan that deals very specifically with commercial accommodation. It's a fairly comprehensive section that deals with this topic. It's lengthy and has been looked at by many eyes over the last 4 years, and is continuing to be looked at by many folks. And as Mr. Pink indicated, that is appreciated, because I think in the end we'll end up with a better document as a consequence of that. So within this section, you'll see a number of changes that are made in yellow, and those are the changes that were proposed by myself in conjunction with Mr. Pink and through discussions with the district. I should indicate that when the district received the official plan, they did have some concerns about whether our official plan was in full conformity with the district plan. So that did have a role to play in some of the changes that I've suggested in this section. So while they are shown in yellow, they do have the benefit of discussions with the district in coming up with those changes. And my understanding is that they were in full support of them and can attest to that if necessary. So with respect to the changes themselves, I'll start right at the beginning. So F1, intent of this plan. Basically, this section is a preamble. It's not an objective. It's not a policy, but it kind of sets the tone for the rest of the policies that follow. And the idea here that we introduced is that a variety of tenures may occur through may occur through a resort development process in the municipality, and there is no intent in the official plan itself to say no to any particular form of tenure, provided the proposal does conform with the official plan. So that's the intent. But we wanted to make it clear that commercial accommodation uses do come in a number of different forms and a variety of tenures, and that's simply what this change is intended to do. The second change, more editorial than anything else, is to indicate that the character of not only the various communities in the township is important to consider, but it's the rural, residential, and waterfront areas in particular, and we want to make that very clear in this objective up front. I don't believe there are any concerns with this additional wording that we've added. The next one, and I believe this one is of concern, is in section F2, subsection C, where we changed the word discourage to carefully manage. And there's a lot that we can talk about in this particular case, and I do agree that there is a strong community sentiment against plan of condominium resorts and other forms of shared accommodation for a variety of reasons, and I don't think we need to get into them today. However, we did establish through this plan a very rigid set of rules under which these types of resorts would be permitted. And quite frankly, if someone were able to come in and satisfy all of those rules and policies, then I would be hard pressed to recommend to this committee or council that such an application be refused. So it's kind of counterintuitive to discourage something that you've established a path to approval for in an official plan. It's very confusing. It sends a kind of mixed message to the resort community, in my view. And in my opinion, if a resort operator was able to satisfy the policies in this plan, there would be no reason to not approve that application. So that's why we changed the language from discourage to carefully manage. Now, folks may have different views on that, but that's my view, and that's the reason why I made that recommendation. Moving along to the next series of changes, and that's section F.3. And on the top of the page 102, depending on how your paging works, there was a section that had a number of references to the traveling and vacationing public. There are 4 sections, subsections within this section that have that reference. And these 4 subsections are in a section that is intended to identify what a commercial resort is and how it's distinct from other types of residential development. And then we have 4 things in here that identify why they are different from residential development. And we took out the words traveling and vacationing public. The reason for making the changes in this section are actually quite simple. The term traveling and vacationing public is a defined term that only applies to plan of condominium and other shared accommodation types of resorts. And when that particular resort operator looked at this and said, well, the traveling and vacationing public rules don't really apply to a single ownership resort, in a sense, he's correct. We didn't write the rules to apply to single ownership resorts as it relates to how many weeks it has to be in the rental pool, how many weeks it can be occupied by the owner, and so on and so on. So very simply, and perhaps oversimply, I said to myself, well, if we're talking about resort development globally, single ownership, shared accommodation, and every other type of resort, we're kind of limiting how we're describing it by putting in this traveling and vacationing public idea in this particular section. So that's the simple reason for wanting to take out that language. We did, in a response to comments made at the last meeting, look to see how we can make that 100% clear. Again, going back to the basic premise that we don't want to change any of the rules that apply to shared accommodation resorts at all. So we added in some new language in blue in the second subsection that makes it very clear that if a resort is being developed by way of plan of condominium or other form of shared accommodation, only accommodation in the form of resort commercial accommodation units as defined in this other section is permitted if the commercial resort is outside of an urban center. So that's how we've tried to manage that concern that's being expressed. I understand that we could make a few other enhancements to this section to make it clear that wherever we deleted the traveling and vacationing public, we can replace that with general public in all 4 cases. And that, I think, would satisfy some of the concerns that were expressed. The next changes, and the last change in subsection 2, which are included in the mandatory furniture, fixtures, and equipment program. We took that out. We're not saying that's not a good thing. It's still required in a shared accommodation resort. But the comment from the resort operator was, well, if I have a single ownership resort, am I supposed to have a program for furnitures and fixtures? No. So that was the concern that he expressed. And I agreed, and that is a valid concern. Section F3.2, use is permitted in a commercial resort. These changes are a little bit more editorial nature, but we also had a defined term in here that again only applies to shared accommodation resorts, whereas this section is intended to broadly apply to all types of resorts. So again, it was trying to differentiate the two types of resorts and how this official plan deals with them. So again, it was to make this section more broad such that it applies to all resorts. The one change we made since the last meeting, and it was essentially an oversight or a typo, is we wanted to make sure that the use of commercial resort for year-round or seasonal uses shall not be permitted. Obviously, the word residential was missing in that section, so we put that section or put that word back in. In the second part, subsection B, we also provided some clarity that if a commercial resort outside of an urban center is to be developed by, again, plan a condominium or some other form of shared accommodation, only accommodation in the form of resort commercial accommodation units as defined in this section is permitted. So again, we're kind of bending over backwards to make it crystal clear that that section that deals with occupancy and the rules under which these resorts are to be permitted, we're not changing that. That's not changing in any way through the changes that we're suggesting. You'll note in a few places, actually more than a few, there's probably 15 or 20 instances where we added the word commercial in front of resort. We made that change in a few places, and some folks pointed out that, well, it probably should be made every time that word is used in this section to make it clear we're always talking about the same thing in this policy set. So I won't repeat that again, but you'll see the word commercial in front of resort probably a dozen times in this section in blue. So that's a new change. We're soon going to run out of colors, I think, on this plan, but we'll see. So the same thing in subsection D in section F3(2). Again, we were using defined terms that only apply to one form of accommodation in a section that was intended to deal with all types of resorts. So that's the change we made. And again, we made it clear that if the resort is a plan of condo or other accommodation resort, you got to go look at the other section I've just mentioned. Thank you. And then the last section is subsection F. We made some changes here to clarify what we meant by further restrictions on density. The change was made in response specifically to the comments made by the resort operator. He questioned, well, what further restrictions are the township actually considering? And quite frankly, we did not have anything in mind at that point, so it wasn't clear. And we thought that taking out that kind of direction without there being clarity made a lot of sense. And instead, we kind of neutralized what this section says, and it indicates essentially that the township, when looking at the implementing zoning bylaw and updating that bylaw, could consider whether changes in density are required in that bylaw, and or whether maximum unit sizes and or equivalency should be added to the implementing zoning bylaw to ensure, again, that the units are designed for the general public. So we neutralize that slightly in response to the comment made. It still provides this committee and council with the ability to make any decision it wishes when it does update the zoning bylaw in the future. The next section is F3.3, definitions and use restrictions. And again, in response to comments, we wanted to make it crystal clear that this section applies to the plan of condominium or other shared accommodation resorts. And in response to comments about, well, what is a shared accommodation resorts? We provided a couple of examples, such as fractional or timeshare. There may be other types of forms that come up in the future, but those are the two that jump out at me. So that's what we put in the actual title. And then we made the similar change at the beginning of that section in the definition to ensure that we're always talking about the same thing through this entire section F3.3, which deals with the shared accommodation resorts. Okay, moving to section F3.3.2, use restrictions outside of urban centers. Obviously, this is a key section of interest. And we took out the words, while the township's preferred form of tenure for resorts is single ownership, that is no ownership or individual units ownership of individual units by unit owners. We just took that idea out and said basically outside of urban centers, it's recognized that a flexible approach may be considered, provided all of the units generate a turnover occupants, and then the pages that follow set out the rules under which that will actually is actually supposed to occur and supposed to happen. So again, it was the messaging in the official plan. If we have policies that say you can have a shared accommodation resort, provided you meet all these conditions, why are we discouraging something that the plan says can happen? So again, it was a little counterintuitive in my view. In response to some of the comments and meetings that we've had since that last meeting, we could include still the idea of there being a preference, but I would not recommend that we include a discouragement, only because we have very specific policies that establish a path forward. And I think someone can pick apart that mixed messaging in a future hearing, and I don't think the township should be in that position. So we can work with that to make it clear that that's the case moving forward. So the other changes in F33 are really editorial. We're adding community planning permit where necessary. That came from the district. We're adding the word commercial. And essentially those are the only changes that are being made in that section. And then in the additional requirements section, we want to make sure the general public was included in there, as well as all guests on the property. So those changes are again very minor. Moving to section F342, commercial resort development requirements themselves. We added the word commercial again. And then we added the wording, if an expansion or redevelopment is proposed, the requirements of this section shall be commensurate with the magnitude of the expansion. And the reason this change was made was again in response to comments made by the resort operator about, well, there's a lot in here. A lot of these requirements are very specific. They're potentially quite onerous. If I'm only proposing to add 1 or 2 cabins, do all these rules apply to me? And the answer was no, that was never our intent. So we thought we would just put in I guess a policy that allows for some professional judgment when applications are made, to ensure that some flexibility in how they're applied can be considered depending on the scale of the actual proposal itself. In response to some of the comments made since, I recognize that perhaps we went a little too far in opening the door up perhaps in this section. And really, for example, we weren't thinking that all of the resort development and redevelopment rules, such as being compatible with the surrounding environment, would somehow be varied by putting in this different policy. So our thinking now is that we would take those particular words out, and it would only be in a few specific subsections where we think some flexibility can be applied, that we would include that flexibility. And moving on in that section, staff housing on site shall be a condition for development. That's subsection I. For larger commercial resort developments. And again, that was a concern raised by the single ownership resort owner, that's not feasible in every case. We agree. So we added in the words larger commercial resorts in that particular case. Conditions of approval, section F343. The need for development phasing plan may be waived for smaller proposals. That was already in there, or for smaller proposals that are in single ownership. And that the word smaller we added in response to concerns and comments about this policy somehow being relied upon to get out of doing something the township requires. And essentially, a phasing plan doesn't really make a lot of sense if someone's only putting in 5 cabins on their property and they're building all 5 at the same time. So that's basically the idea here, is to ensure that we're not unduly creating hoops that need to be gone through that aren't necessary. We added in some clarity about what the development phasing should do. And of course, the first thing it should do is identify the sequencing of the development of guest rooms and the lodges, resorts, hotels, cabins, and other lakefront villas, and all of the other things in that particular list. Moving along in that section, subsection E, terms of reference for all studies identified in the previous section shall be reviewed by the township, and the scope of the required study shall reflect the scale and location of the proposal. And then we added in the words, and the need for a master development agreement may be waived for smaller proposals, again, reacting to and reflecting on smaller developments and them not needing to go through the same onerous process that perhaps a larger type of resort would need to go through. F344, resort related residential and residential dwelling units in an urban center. Just to make sure that's crystal clear, that is only in an urban center, not outside of an urban center. And the only changes we made in that section was to add the word commercial. With respect to servicing, in subsection B, it says if multiple ownerships are proposed by way of exception, such a proposal may be serviced by private communal sewage services. The by way of exception language I've recommended be deleted. It doesn't really work in this section. All this section is intended to do is say, if it is a resort commercial accommodation type of development, it has to be serviced by this type of servicing scheme, subject to meeting the tests in this section. There is no exception per se. There is an application process involving the district, and in the end, it would be the district and the township jointly determining whether the application makes any sense and whether the servicing proposed is satisfactory to the district. So the by way of exception doesn't really work in this section. It's intended to say, this is the type of servicing that applies if you're going this road. F36, conversion of existing resorts. We added in some language that does come somewhat from the district official plan. It is the goal of this plan to retain commercial resorts. Why? And we put in the why because of the role they play in supporting the local economy and bringing visitors to the township and its waterfront areas. We felt that putting it a bit of a why made some sense, so we understood why we wanted to retain these resorts wherever possible. And that's really the only change made in that section. I believe those are all of the changes relating to resort development that we've made. I didn't cover all of them. The ones I didn't cover were really editorial nature or are intended to provide additional clarity. Happy to take any questions or respond to any comments made by the deputants at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. I was wondering if any of the district staff would like to make further comments in addition to Mr. McDonald's. I believe we have them in attendance. They're shaking their head no? Okay. Not at this time. Thank you. Yeah, we will be calling upon them when we get to the aggregate. Now I'm going to read the resolution, and this is a variation to our normal procedure, but it's just going to mean that from now on, we can ask questions and debate. If I didn't have the resolution read, we would not be able to debate. All right. Moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved by
Zan.
Seconded by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved that the District of Muskoka be advised that the Township of Muskoka Lakes Council has no objections to the proposed modifications as amended in Appendix I to Report Plan 2023-145 to the adopted Township Official Plan, and that the Township of Muskoka Lakes Council respectfully requests the District of Muskoka Council expedite the approval of the Township's Official Plan as modified, attached as Appendix III to Plan Resort 2023-145. So we have read that. We can now continue. The next thing I would like to do is call on the delegates who are wish to speak to this section of commercial resorts. And I believe we have 5, and I think they are, and this is the order I would like them to come up with. Miss Ali Brown, ex-councillor Javits, Ms. Eplet, Mr. Pierce, and Ms. Thompson. Is there anybody else? Have I missed anybody else who wants to delegate on the topic of commercial resorts? Very well. If we could bring in Ms. Brown then. We don't see her in the rating mode. All right. Then I will move to Mr. Jaglowitz, and we welcome Mr. Jaglowitz, who had a very significant hand in the writing of this OP. And Mr. Jaglowitz, you have 5 minutes when you get.
We can't have handouts, but she will screen share. We don't use those because we have counselors that can't.
Is the mic on? Can you hear me?
I think it's on. Give it a tap.
Thank you. I've been away for 11 months, so I'm also not used to being on the side of the table. So the handout that good morning, everyone. Frank Jaglowitz, 1050 Peyton House Road, Manette, P0B1G0. The handout I was going to give you is just what I sent you last night. I thought if you had a printed copy in front of you, you could use it because it is going down the list that Nick just went through, and it's recommended changes to that. But before I get into that, and by the way, because I only have 5 minutes, I'm not going to be able to go through it, but I have some general comments. First of all, I was very pleased to hear from both David and Nick that the intention of the changes was not to undo or at all change the direction that the last council spent so much time on. It was a compromised position. And I think if we keep that in mind when we consider changes, I think we're on the right track. Anybody that wants to introduce something new, no. But anybody that wants to change the intent, it should go back to the original wording in my view. I'm also encouraged, Nick has agreed to make, I counted 4 or 5 amendments to what's in front of us to bring it back a little bit more with that flavor. And that's excellent. And I don't know how we're going to deal with this until we see those actual changes, because that does change how I believe you will deal with it, or how we'd like you, or I'd like you to deal with it. Now, just to understand where this one-page document came from, I took what Nick went through, and I counted 23 significant changes, 6 technical changes. Nick came up with 20, and so we're kind of on the same page. I then met with David Pink and the chair, and we were able to eliminate a lot of those, understanding that they were reasonable. And I came down to 9 points, which are here. The chair just read out 5. And essentially, if you look at my 9, he has grouped some of them because they appear in more than one place. So I encourage you, before you pass this document, to just take this page, and maybe if I just leave it here, some people might be able to pick it up, and just do as a checklist before you vote on it. Did we clarify all those things? Because a lot of hard work has gone into this plan, and I know you're the new council and you have the right to make changes to it. You're the ones that will approve it. But I think before you change the wording that the last council used, there should be a good reason. And I can tell you in 4 or 5 situations where Nick spoke, there were not good reasons. He explained that somebody had requested to change it, so he changed it, but I don't think it was thought fully out. So this one-page document actually has the words that I suggest you use to bring it back into conformity. So I'm hoping you won't just throw that in the garbage, that you'll kind of at least look at it. I think I'm going to probably wrap up at that point, other than because I can't go over these 9 points and I don't have time, you can ask me questions. So either at the end of this particular delegation or for the rest of the morning, I'm free to answer your questions. So if you think it's an unreasonable request, just ask and I'll come back. Anyway, I also I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the staff, your consultant, for the hard work that's gone into this plan, and that I look forward to this moving forward with something that everybody can be proud of for the next many years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jagowitz. The next delegate is Ms. Eplet.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth, and hello, everyone. My name is Susan Eplet. I live at 45A Walkers Road in Rosso. I'm the president of the Muskoka Lakes Association and am speaking today on behalf of the association. The MLA is, I will repeat Mr. Jagowitz's comments, greatly appreciate the time and energy that have been put into working on this plan. It's such an important document for the township, and it's certainly come a long way. So we greatly appreciate everybody's effort and focus on this. The comments the MLA has on the resort section are going to be covered off by Lori Thompson, who's speaking on behalf of Friends Muskoka, and by Ken Pierce. And I'll be reserving my 5-minute timing to comment on the resort policies. But the MLA certainly appreciates the fact that there was no intention to change the direction taken on the condominium form of ownership of resorts. That was such a strong message from our community and one endorsed by the prior council. So it was a great relief to hear that, Mr. McDonald and Director Pink. And we also appreciated the time you spent speaking with us about our concerns earlier this week. So I'll step down now. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We have heard that Ms. Brown is now available, so we will jump back and hear from Ms. Brown. If you could bring her in. Good morning, Ms. Brown. If you could start with your name and address, although we probably know it, and you have 5 minutes.
Morning, Chair Bosenworth and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Allie Brown, 3864 Highway 118 West, Port Carling, Ontario, P0B1J0. I'm here on behalf of myself and representing our Muskoka Stakeholders Association. I know the want for the official plan to be passed and to move on is at the forefront. However, I have taken a lot of time over the weekend to review our own submissions throughout this process, a few delegations, a few meetings, and the commentary notes provided and prepared by staff. At one point, our Muskoka suggested a trial run of the draft official plan against the current applications to see the consequences. Would there be different outcomes, or would they be the same as current policies? I know that some of these policy changes are first world problems, but for many local people, their jobs and livelihoods are at stake. Some of the policies in a big picture light will change how Muskokans live, work, and play here. It is hard to paint the picture of the ripple effects and consequences without giving it a trial run. Playing scenarios out of how these changes affect different properties in and around the township as a whole. How do these policy changes affect the community? Building, developing, landscaping, lighting, equipment operation, water operation, and many small local businesses. In a review of the company material and delegations, it is interesting to see there is a presentation regarding objections to the recreational carrying capacity and the reality that the public is still just becoming aware of the new policies and their impacts. How many property owners and properties in the township are also unaware of the changes? Communication and transparency have been a big push from the public, but there is a continual shock in the community about details that are actually included in the adopted official plan. In conclusion, the official plan impacts every resident and business across the township, and the plan should reflect the goals and interests of the entire community. There are significant impacts if the township does not get the new policies right. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. I will ask Delegates Pierce and Thompson, is there any particular order you would like to go in? If one of them's handling a certain section, I will let you choose who wants to speak first.
This is on? Yes, you can hear me? Okay, good. My name is Lori Thompson and I'm president of Friends of Muskoka. I reside at 1 Stepping Stone Island, Port Carling, POB 1J0. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak today, and I'll be speaking to the changes to the tourist commercial policy since the OP was approved last fall. We were pleased to hear from Mr. McDonald and Director Pink on a call that we had earlier this week, as well as what Mr. McDonald said today, that they had no intention of changing the policy direction or intention of the policies related to condominium ownership of resorts, but rather to add clarity and to address gaps in the OP to cover single owner operated resorts, which we agree with. Our concern has been, however, and still is, that the policies as drafted went from discouraging condo form of ownership and preferring single owner operator to carefully managing the condo model and adding flexible approach language and considering a variety of tenures. And I have 4 points on this. The first point is there were 2 objectives added to section B6, tourism development objectives, F and G, that were essentially different wording for objectives already in the approved plan, C and D. We discussed removing 2 of them, and Mr. McDonald said he would consider combining them. I think we heard something different today, but we think that you can solve this by simply removing 2 of them. And that was in the letter that we sent out last night. We believe that the stronger of the 4 objectives are G and D. G, since it speaks to encouraging a year-round economy, which we think is essential, and D, since it allows for a broad range of commercial accommodation facilities, which effectively is flexibility, and tourist uses, while not opening up the door with blanket flexibility wording, which has proven problematic at LPAT and is not what the municipality desires. My second point, in section F1, the wording of variety of tenures was added, which can be interpreted as a variety of tenures are welcome. We think the appropriate message is that while you may apply for condominium ownership, we would actually prefer that you didn't. And I'll explain why in a minute. So we would like the words of variety of tenures to be removed from this section. My third point, section F2, objective C, the words carefully manage replace discourage. We would like to suggest that we keep in carefully manage and make it clear that the preferred resort tenure is single owner operator and that the township discourages plan of condominium. This is our greatest concern and we consider it to be a significant change to the approved OP. Using the words discouraging plan of condominium uses and preferring single ownership was acceptable to Director Pink and Nick McDonald last October and was included in the approved plan. Our council decided last fall that it would like to discourage condo form of ownership, as it is very difficult, if not impossible, to enforce the condo use restrictions on this form of resort, and thus to prevent these units from becoming residential units on the waterfront. In fact, 80% of the over 500 OP respondents said condo resorts should be discouraged for a whole host of reasons. We acknowledge that nothing can prevent an application for a plan of condominium being submitted. However, our community and previous council wanted to signal to the development community that the plan of condominium form of ownership is not our first choice. In fact, we discourage it. So we should say so. Yes, we discourage it through a restrictive policy set, but I don't see any reason why we can't also use the words discourage. And I'd like to point out that the prohibition on aggregates within 2 kilometers of the waterfront area was proposed to be changed to strongly discourage, coupled with a path to approval. So what's the difference? Mr. McDonald said he would add back the words to indicate preference of single owner operator, which we appreciate. But we suggested language to add this back in, as well as keep the words carefully manage and discourage. Similarly, and this is my point 4, or my last point, we request that you keep the wording indicating the township's preference for single owner operated resorts in section F 3.3.2. So those are my points today. Mr. Pierce will make a couple other points concerning resorts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson.
I'm available for questions too.
We know. That was 4 minutes and 94 or 55 seconds. You're leading the pack for timeliness. Morning, Mr. Pierce.
Thank you, Chair Busmworth. Ken Pierce, 2232 Muskoka Road 169, Gravenhurst, Ontario, P1P1R2. I'm here in my individual capacity today. The MLA and friends are the other two. Discourage. Discourage is arguably the most important word in the resorts section. This was in the October draft and the approved adopted plan. It's been deleted. Why does this matter? I agree with Mr. McDonald that the policy set is now more robust. For example, we've got 26 weeks in a rental pool. And I also agree if an application is made that conforms to these requirements, it should and will be approved. No issue with that. However, if the application is, say, for 10 weeks in a rental pool and not 26, then what happens? Hopefully this council will turn it down and then it gets appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And to paraphrase from previous LPAT hearings that I've been present at, this is what the applicant's planner is going to say under oath. Why should 10 weeks, not 26 weeks, be approved? The district OP says the policy is to be flexible when it comes to these types of situations. Rejuvenation and expansion is encouraged. All forms of tenure will be considered. Would this include plans of condominium? Yes, sir, exactly. What about the township official plan? In the objective section, and I know they're objectives, but they're important. Right now, we've got encourage upgrading and expansion of resorts, facilitate an environment that is easily able to adapt to changing circumstances. In F, that was D. F, a flexible approach. G, support the rejuvenation and expansion of resorts. And those last two are the two new ones. The next one is in F1 under intent of the plan. What is the intent? The intent is to consider a variety of tenures. That's new. Under the use restrictions, again, flexible approaches in there when it comes to resort commercial condominiums, plans of condominium. So 3 times in the district OP and 3 times in the previous adopted official plan, but another 3 new ones coming in is what's in this draft. So a total of 6 for a total of 9 overall. So it's in there 9 times. And I've got to tell you, cumulative effect is very, very important in front of the tribunal. What does the township planner say in response to this? The township's planner can only point to now one section, F2C. The township supports single owner resorts. Carefully manage. Discourage is out. Preferred form of ownership being single ownership is out. So what are we left with? The balance from the October 12 adopted plan is gone. The balance was kind of 3 on 3. Now it's 6 on 0. If you read it and in front of the tribunal, this is what you're going to hear back is the intent is for a flexible approach that encourages and supports plan of condominium as a form of tenure. I would argue the township will have no tools or arguments and it will lose at the OLT. Discourage is needed, absolutely. I mean, that's the key word, but it's more than just that. The adopted plan had a balance, as I said, of 3 to 3. So now at the township level, this is the one side of the ledger. It's now 6. 3 is increased to 6. We've added 3 new ones. And as I think we said, you could combine the couple of the ones in B6, C and D, and new F and G. They essentially say the same thing. So combine them together. Yes, sir.
Just 1 minute. That's
1 minute, no problem. Just about finished. On the other side of the ledger, we went from having 3 things we could point to having 0. And it's not enough, I think, to go from 6 to 0 to say, I know Mr. McDonald said, well, we could put in preferred in that one section. So now we go 6 to 1 or 5 to 1. The balance that we had needs to be restored so that township staff has something to point to at the OLT. Just 2 quick comments. There's a reason why the resort owner that we've been talking about wants to take discourage out and put flexible approach in as many times as possible. And the second point was just to reiterate Lori Thompson's comment. This is no different than the aggregates policy, which now also has a robust policy set. But I've got to tell you, at the very least, the words strongly discourage are going to be in, if not prohibition or whatever council decides on that. But there's no concept that you could have this very good policy set, the restrictions and requirements, and not have the intent set forth of strongly discourage. The policy set for resorts policies is stronger, it's more robust, but we still need discourage, and we still need to have that balance. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. Committee. I'm going to entertain some questions for perhaps half an hour or so, and we do have to consider lunchtime. Councillor Zavitz, do you have a suggestion?
Thank you, and through you. So the word discourage, let's talk about that.
No, sorry. We're not there yet. I just opening things up. What I want to do now is you'll be the first off the mark, as we normally do. Let's make sure we fully understand what all the delegates have said, including Mr. McDonald and Mr. Pink. So we'll do our standard question procedure, and then when I think we've run out of all the questions, then let's get into our opinions and where we want to take this. Fair enough? Okay, Councillor Zavitz, out of the box.
Thank you, and through you. So I would like to hear, and I guess if I need to phrase it as a question, I suppose to Mr. McDonald, what was the thinking behind the discouraged word being, I hate to use the term watered down, but clearly changed? So I wonder if you could share that with us. Thank you.
Through you, Chair Bosworth, I think I went through that in my introduction, and it's simply because we've established a path in this plan for Planet Condominium Resorts to go through. And as indicated by one of the delegates, if all of those policies are satisfied, I would expect the township would approve it. So it seemed counterintuitive to me to discourage a form of development that we've established very specific policies for approval in the official plan. Having said that, I do understand the sensitivity of this particular issue, and I do have some modified wording to just throw out there for consideration. And it's in that particular section dealing with that, the flexible approach. And I've come up with the words, while the township's preferred form of tenure for resorts is single ownership, that is no ownership of individual units by unit owners, shared accommodation resorts may be considered outside of the urban centers. And I've taken out the words flexible approach, provided the shared accommodation resort conforms to the policies of this plan. I really want it to be 100% clear that the policies in this plan have to be applied, and they have to be met 100% for them to be implemented through a decision made by this council. And in no way did I want the policies in here to somehow open the door for some discussion on how those policies get implemented. Obviously, if council decides on their own to change the policies or change how it applies, that's your call. But I think going in, the whole idea here is we have 4 pages of policy and occupancy. Those are what the township's expectations are. And If I have to do this 5 different ways and 5 different places in here to make that clear, I will do that, to make that clear. But at the end of the day, if we're saying yes to something, provided you meet every test, you can't discourage it at the same time. It's counterintuitive. That's the best answer I can give you. And I'm thinking ahead about what I sound like on the stand as well. Mr. McDonald, you have policies in here that say, if all of these things are met, this will be approved. Why would you discourage that? And I don't have a good answer for that, to be frank.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I want to go back to Nick about that, because I see a perfectly good reason to discourage something and then provide for its implementation. And that is simply because we can't prohibit it. So to the extent that prohibition isn't available, and I understand that it isn't, if I'm wrong, correct me, because we can change to that too. Discouragement is as close to prohibition as possible, recognizing the fact that there may be some entrenched right to do something, and we're going to accommodate it, but only on strict terms. I think it is consistent to discourage and provide a path.
Councillor Kent.
I agree with Mayor Kelly on that comment, and I had suggested perhaps you could say discourage, but if required, carefully manage. I mean, like, it's like, if you're gonna make an application, we're gonna carefully manage you. But we discourage you up front to do it. And I think discouraging has to happen. Otherwise, although we've provided a path, I think that if required, we're gonna carefully manage it.
Committee, I think I've just got the sense that nobody has any questions. No apologies required. This is an important discussion, and if it blends a bit, then fair enough. But are there any, seek information from either the delegates or Mr. McDonald? Councillor Marsden. And then Councillor Edwards.
I do have a question, but it's completely outside of this. I feel like I need a comfort break, and it's been 2 hours.
Oh.
And I'm not sure if I'm the only person, but I didn't want to walk out behind you.
Fair enough.
At that exact moment.
Well, we could break for lunch.
I feel like.
Does everybody like that?
Process.
All right. A lot of information we can, I agree. It's been pretty intense this morning. Let's break for lunch and we'll be back at 1 o'clock then.
Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Marsden. you to the people who hear from on our second topic, because it will take us a little bit longer to get to that. And I ask for your patience, but I'm glad you're able to hang in here. So we finished up with the delegations, the invited guests and delegations with respect to Councilor Nishikawa, with respect to resort commercial. I'm going to suggest a slight modification in process here, but it will allow, I think, the same amount of discussion and questions to go through. And our objective, I think our objective is to try to get as close to the finish line as we can in this meeting. It is a public meeting, and I'm going to suggest that we will go through the 5 items that I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting that or of the section on resort commercial. And Mr. Jaglowitz had 9 items, and he said that the 5 items that I had outlined included his 9. So I feel that we're able to cover his key points as well. So we'll go through those 5 items. We'll ask between Mr. McDonald and Mr. Pink to get we will have a discussion about alternative wording, which there's been a lot of thought given to based on these concerns. And if we can get as a fairly precise idea of the alternative wording, then we will move on to the next item. And if at the end of the meeting we felt we were comfortable with how close we were to the alternative wordings, then we can decide how we want to bring it back. And essentially we can decide at that point whether we feel we got close enough and precise enough that we don't have to come back for another meeting. We can go straight to council, or if we still feel that we want more clarification. But I feel because we're going to do this in public will have had a lot of chance to understand quite precisely what we're going to do, even though you won't see the exact words. So let me just throw that out to committee. And does that approach sit well with committee? Generally speaking, all right. So Mr. McDonald, you'll be back on the floor again. Thank you, Council Edwards.
Thank you very much. I did have a question in that before. My question was same as a lot of people are asking, why was the traveling and vacationing public removed instead of general? General doesn't mean anything. That's one thing. And secondly, could we have it put up on the screen, the page, while we're actually discussing it, and let us know what page number you're working on, so that the people in the audience can see what is being said?
If that's applicable, we will absolutely do that, Councillor Edwards. And your questions, there will be times to ask questions as we go through each one of the items. So I'm not eliminating any more questions or discussion.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Was there another hand up over on the screen, Councillor Roberts? No. All right. So general agreement, we're going to do that. Let's hope we can get through them, both items today. I'm sure we will do our very best. So the first item we talked about had to do with the B6 and the F3.3.2, and that was the use of flexible and then the use of preferred form. And I think I grouped those two together in my 5 items because I thought they were somewhat related. Certainly they were raised by the delegates. And Mr. McDonald, if you can follow that. So that's the B6 one under objectives, and I believe the other one is F3.3.2.
That's correct. So I'll start with the second one first, and that was section F3.3.2.
And would we be able to bring it up on the screen just for? Is that possible? All right, continue on though. We'll bring it up in a minute.
I'll wait till the page is up. F3.3.2. I don't have page number, sorry.
Hold on, I can get that for you.
right. That's right at the bottom of that page.
Yeah, in the package, it's page 213.
Okay. All right, so what this and I guess I'll regroup a little bit so we know what the starting point was. I had initially recommended that the preferred form of tenure be deleted and it just go straight into outside of urban centers. Here are all the rules that apply, so on and so on, including the flexible approach. And I believe I mentioned this this morning, but I think it does make sense to be very clear on what the preferred form of tenure is. So I'm good with that. And I think I read this out, but I'll read it out again. I'm thinking that what it could say instead, subject to further comments, and I'll just read it. While the township's preferred form of tenure for resorts is single ownership, that is, no ownership of individual units by unit owners, shared accommodation resorts may be considered by the township outside of the urban centers, provided the shared accommodation resort conforms to the policies of this plan, and then it goes on, and all units generate a turnover of occupants. So I'm thinking the flexible approach language in here comes out, and the township's preferred form of tenure stays in, with the proviso being that it may be considered provided the shared accommodation resort conforms to the policies of this plan, and in particular, those policies that deal with occupancy. So that's my approach to solving or dealing with that particular issue.
Committee, I am going to blend questions and comments. I think sometimes it's very hard to keep to them. So committee, any thoughts on that? Is that we've heard from the delegates. We know what their positions are. Any thoughts or comments? Does that mean we are generally think that's a satisfactory resolution to the problem?
Yeah.
A little bit of a straw poll. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Roberts.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll hold my question.
No, please go ahead.
Well, I don't know whether it's appropriate or not, but I know that there was a lot of great input today. And it would be the councillors are going to decide on whether the wording is correctly. But I would like to have the opportunity to hear from the strong groups that propose to changes, whether this is in line with what they're thinking. But that's just a thought.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. We have given the delegates their time, and they have certainly been very passionate and very clear. I think if committee has questions of them, let's ask those questions, but not too extensive. Councillor Marsden?
I don't know if this is a possibility, but for some of us that are visual by nature, is there a way to get what Nick wrote? I was trying to write it down, Nick, but words matter. I think having some kind of a visual of this could be helpful.
Thank you. That's a good idea. Do you have it written in paper, presumably? I have it written in paper. An email.
I just sent it to Kayleen.
Okay, we'll bring that up. Any other comments at the moment?
Sorry, while we're waiting for that,
All right.
that I think gets at some of the other concerns that have been raised, and that's related to, I think, the same issue related to, the discouraged discussion. And that goes back to section F.2. It's an objective. where we added the word, or took out the words discourage and put in the words carefully manage. And based on what I've heard this morning, I'm prepared to put the word discourage back in. I think it's important for the township to take a position on this. But I want to put reasons why we're discouraging, because I think that also needs to be clear to get around this counterintuitive nature of the policies as they were written. And this is a further elaboration of my conversation and presentation this morning. So it would be like, it's that form of accommodation is discouraged because of concerns about enforcement, implementation, such and such and such, somewhat similar to the approach we're taking on the aggregates, not to get into that, but at least there's a reason why it's being discouraged. And I would feel much more comfortable as a planner including that kind of language in there so I can easily explain it at an OLT hearing when that happens. And I think that might solve the concern that folks have about the removal of that word.
We have any luck getting that, the wording on the first one? No, it's the file that David sent you.
I think it's on.
I think it's separate, isn't it?
Pardon?
I think it's 109 of what I emailed you.
Okay, 109.
All right, can you zoom?
No.
Can you zoom in at all?
Anybody in the audience have glasses?
Microscopes? Okay, there we go. Look at that. You don't need. So this is on F.3.3.2, which is under number 1 of the items that I was talking about. So I'll read it one more time. While the township's preferred form of tenure for resorts is a single ownership, that is no ownership of individual units by unit owners, shared accommodation resorts may be considered by the township outside of the urban centers, provided the shared accommodation resort conforms to the policies of this plan, and all resort commercial accommodation units generate a turnover of occupants through mandatory rental, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that replaces something that said, while the township's preferred form of tenure, it didn't go on. It's just made it more extensive. Put the sentence back in and add a little bit to it. No. That's from the draft that was part of the package. So it was crossed out and it's now going back in with this words, which was a concern from multiple stakeholders. That it was coming out. They didn't like that it was coming out. Do you follow me?
I'm following you, but I'm also curious to know how this reads against the approved version.
Well, I can tell you just to
just
here,
what's
the approved version is all there. All the words are there. And all we're doing is those first 2 lines were cut out in the last iteration. They're going back in.
Oh, it's that simple. Okay.
It's really that simple. Plus, I'm adding, plus we're taking out, it's recognized that a flexible approach may be considered. So that's crossed out as well.
All right. So let me ask me, do they have questions? Does everybody understand what's been done here? So absence of questions means people understand what's been done. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very, very much. Your page numbers that you're showing are not using today's agenda, which would be on page 213, I believe. Could you not use today's agenda to bring them up so that everyone can follow? And that it's still confusing the way it is. The one I've got is a little different than this one here that you've got colored. I just had the yellow line where you've taken it out. We seem to be using
Councillor Edwards.
Yes,
Director Pink, go ahead.
or just to clarify, what you're seeing on the screen is not in your agenda packages, so you won't be able to follow it that way. What has happened, we've met with a number of individuals, and groups. We've also received these submissions. And in preparation of that, Nick and myself have already put our mind to potential changes as a result, obviously dependent on council input. So what you're seeing in purple are suggested changes to address the concerns you've heard today and in the submissions that we received over the last few days.
Okay,
Again,
so today's agenda doesn't. So then we shouldn't be following today's agenda because it's outdated now, is what you're saying.
Well, I think you need both documents in front of you. You need the agenda, which was, and this item is on page 213 of the agenda, and then look at your screen and you can see what is being put back in this case. Okay, fair enough?
Yeah. Okay, as long as you give me the page of our agenda as well, and you're doing it, so I'm not searching while you're talking. Thank you.
I will try to do that. Yeah. Right. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Marsden.
I just want to make sure that we're all clear, because I know this is something that you are living and breathing. Based upon the discussions that you've had with members of the public over the past year, and then particularly over the last week, I think I'm reading this to say that it continues to reinforce the idea that our preferred tenure of resort is single ownership, and by thus discouraging the condo in particular resort. Shared accommodation resorts may be considered by the township, so that inherently means flexible with it, using that word. And that the shared accommodation resort conforms to the policy of this plan, connects it, that in the event somebody does submit an application, that they then would be connected to all the different policies within this plan that are linked to a shared accommodation resort framework. Is that correct?
That's a very good summary. Very well done. Yes. And I do deal with the discourage in another section, and we can still come to that.
That's what I was
The
trying to
discourage
make
will
sure
still be in there, but it'll be somewhere else.
And that the idea is to, through this, is we are trying to reduce or remove the extra, I will call it, words of flexibility and discourage, to clean up the document and ensure clarity over intent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from committee? Because I will then ask for just a general straw poll. Are we, Councillor Marsden? There's no.
I know I would.
I'm not, unless it gets really ridiculous, I'm putting no.
Yeah, no, I think, well, I've heard from our consultant. I actually would just really like to also hear from our senior staff. Just
Thank
that
you.
this strikes the right tone for what you have heard from our community and from council over the last, I'm going to say now 4.5 years. Does this accomplish?
Director Pink.
Thank you, through you. I believe from what we've heard, I believe it does. We're a little bit of cautious. I mean, this, obviously a lot of the comments were coming in as much as late yesterday, and these revisions were an attempt to address them very quickly. I hope there'd be a little bit of flexibility for us to have, if this does move forward to council, we have a little time to go over this again and be certain that the language is perfect. I think it might be a challenge to wordsmith as a group in this kind of setting. But generally from the comments I've heard from the community, these changes would appear to address it, and something I think Nick and myself can live with.
And I think just my final comment, just as far as process goes, and I think you just alluded to that depending on where things end up today, there's still this next either 30 days or 60 days, depending on whatever we end up deciding as a committee today, process to fine tune it before we, but I just want to make sure intent.
That's correct. With through the chair, like with respect to process, obviously there's a number of options in front of committee, whether you wish another special meeting to take the time to go over changes, whether you feel comfortable hearing them from Mr. McDonald and in this sort of format and could go directly to council or any myriad in between, but a number of options there.
Thank you for that. Councillor Marsden, any other questions or suggestions? The general sense from the committee, yes, we think this is a good route on this item. All right, good. Mr. McDonald, we are now back on to the F2 and the carefully managed versus discourage.
Yes, in this particular case, I have not rewritten it, so I'm just going to give you a verbal about what I think it could say, and I think I've already touched upon it. So currently, or let me just make sure I get them right. So the version that you all have in front of you in your agenda packages simply changes the word discourage and replaces it with carefully manage. That has been of significant concern to many folks. So I'm certainly agreeable to recommending that the word discourage come back in, but that we provide reasons why that form of tenure is discouraged, and they would include implementation challenges, enforceability issues, and so on, and any other general concerns. And if we do that, so I don't have the wording written out, but if there's agreement on that, I would strive to write it up such that discourage stays in, but the reasons are provided for the discouraging so that it's clear.
Committee. Councilor Marsden. The little finger counts. It's like an auction.
Okay, so the word discourage would be included, as well as the idea of carefully managed. And I'm just saying, what I think I'm hearing is that we'd add the word discourage, but also for increased clarity, explain why, right? What is it about that model? Okay, I think I can get my head around that. And then the carefully manage, then it's similar to what we just talked about. Does that also then really get linked to all the different policies? Like in the event that there is an application that comes forward for commercial, this plan of condominium way, that is strongly linked with the policies in this plan.
So I would suggest as an add-on to that there is clarity in this objective that basically says that shared accommodation uses are required to be developed and used in conformity with the policies of this plan. It's probably saying it too many times, but I think it's important to say it, and I'm good with that. And if it's said in a few more places, then those folks who like to count these things up may be happy with that. But I think it's a good add, and I think it really reinforces the community and council's concerns, and I think that is helpful at an OLT here.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councilor Zavitz, thank you.
Thank you, and through you. So the word discourage, a lot of discussion here today. I'm wondering, the district is in the room. Seeing as how resorts are a form of economic development, we use the word discourage. I wouldn't want it to be perceived that the township is discouraging economic development. I'm wondering if we're going against anything that the district takes as their position. So I wonder if we could hear from them, or is that even done here and now, or is that a process later as we release this document back to them?
Director Pinkham, you got some thoughts on that? I would let you think that one through.
Thank you, through the chair. Certainly, again, as we've indicated a number of times, we're required to conform with the upper tier plan, and the upper tier plan recognizes all forms of tenure. So district staff may question discouraging a form that their plan clearly permits. I don't want to put them on the spot if they wish to speak to that any further, but they will, any modification that we send back, they will have to consider that in making a recommendation to their council. And it's something, again, that I think was behind Mr. McDonald's and our changes in why we removed it to carefully manage because of a need to conform with the upper tier plan. Again, it's commonly referred to, yes, we can be more restrictive, but we can't prohibit a form of tenure or an activity or a use that upper tier or levels of government say we must allow. And again, I wouldn't say we're prohibiting it. And I don't know if discouraging it is too far for the district. But again, they will likely hear the outcome of that when they make their recommendation to their council. Again, I don't want to put them on the spot, but they're free to speak if they wish.
Mr. Chair, we wouldn't have any objection to how it's being rewritten. Donna? Sorry, we wouldn't have any objection to how it's being rewritten. Discouraged is fine, and we do agree that having the criteria afterwards makes it clear. So we wouldn't have any objections to this.
Thank you very much for that. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. To go back to the suggestion that we need some rationale for discouragement, I totally agree. But I don't, if I understood, I tried to write it down. Compliance and monitoring were two, I think, that you may have had others. The problem I have with those is compliance and monitoring, it could well be argued are our fault, our failings. And the real issue here is that it is the form of tenure that's most likely to turn into something that's not a real commercial resort hotel. It's probably also the form of tenure that's most likely going to be sold as a form of resort hotel, and which is very easily to dissemble and disappear into the night and leave a whole bunch of condo owners. So that is we have real-time experience. We won't go into it, but to me, it's less to do with our shortcomings on compliance and monitoring, more to do with the likelihood that what's actually being built and sold into the market resembles more a residential opportunity than it does a recreational one.
Chair Bosman, I agree with those comments. I'd want to think about how I worded it, because I don't want to presuppose an outcome, and that's obviously of concern in writing policy, is presupposing outcomes. But I understand the concern, and I'll think about how to include that.
Councillor Kent.
I mentioned this earlier. I think with the discourage going back in, that's good with the list of reasons, although I have the same concerns that Mayor Kelly has. But I think we need to make sure that the carefully managed is also in there, because it's the managing of the process and fulfilling all the list of requirements that are in our plan that need to be carefully managed, not just the ongoing management, which is what Mayor Kelly is concerned about. I also wonder or not whether we need to ever mention that it's the single owner operator is preferred, that is our preferred, that language has disappeared here, I think. So I originally had said discouraged, but if required with an application being submitted, it will be carefully managed to meet blah, 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 the list of requirements. So discouraged, but if required, carefully managed was what I was targeting.
I think in quick response, my intent was to keep both in, discourage and carefully managed.
Okay.
This is where I need to go back and figure out how that actually works. But I think if there's agreement that that's the essence of what you're looking for, I'll make sure that gets delivered.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from committee? I have one question, and I think I know the answer, but I'd like clarification. By adding these conditions to the word discouraged, do you believe that that actually strengthens our position in being able to defend it, the use of the word?
Absolutely. And that's why I'm suggesting that they be included, because discouraged without qualification is a very tough word to defend.
Thank you very much. Committee, I will ask for a straw poll. Do we like this solution? Generally speaking, thank you very much. The next one, maybe we could move to the B6 section now, which is on page 135 of the package, Mr. Edwards. 134, 135. And this is the additions of points F and G. And the flexible approach language, which has been raised by a number as a concern. Plus, I think there's repetitiveness, or felt it was repetitive and duplicity. So if you could.
What section are you talking? Because paging is different.
Sorry, this is B6 F. I'm not quite sure the heavy in numbers, but they're on page 135 of the agenda package.
That's the whole package.
Oh, sorry, you only have the things.
Yeah, we're in
So
the
it's 26. Try page 26, 25, 26 of the actual draft OP. Has everybody found it? Everybody happy with it yet?
No.
Well, it's up on the page. It's up on the,
Okay, yeah, I know that page. I got it.
all right. Mr. McDonald.
So in response to the concerns about these two additions, I think the complaint was along the lines of, well, there already are objectives in this section that kind of get at what we're putting in here. I have taken a look at it, and my thinking is that there is some duplication. So I'm thinking that the subsection D beforehand could be deleted because it's already dealt with in one of the new objectives that I've recommended. The new item, so D, okay, I'll read it out. So D says facilitate the establishment of a competitive tourism business environment that is able to easily adapt to changing circumstances and priorities by ensuring that the policy framework permits the broadest range of commercial accommodation facilities and tourist uses in appropriate locations. And to a very large extent, that's very similar to the new item G that was added. Support the rejuvenation, and expansion of existing tourist commercial facility to maintain enhanced tourism potential of Muskoka. And in support of this requirement, existing and new facilities should be designed and developed comprehensively to support the creation of a 4-season year-round market. That idea and policy is actually in the district's plan, so it's something that I recommend stay in. But the one before it, recognize that a flexible approach to resort development is required. I recognize there's a concern, and I would suggest putting in some type of proviso that basically says, provided resort development conforms to the policies of this official plan, just so that there's clarity on that. I can even go further and say something like, provided in a shared accommodation resort setting, that all of the policies related to occupancy are fully conform with in the implementation of this plan. So I can do something like that that modifies the flexible approach language. I think the flexible approach language is still a good thing. I understand the concern, but it was never intended to apply to the shared accommodation resorts in the first place. So if I modify the language to make that crystal clear, then I think the concerns of the community would be satisfied. So that's my solution on the fly, so to speak.
Committee comments. We've heard what our community has said to us about the use of the word flexible approach, making it somewhat conditional and more specifically directed. Does that sit well with us in the committee? Any comments or questions? Mayor Kelly?
Thank you, and through you, just a quick question. Did you give us two alternatives? I think you did. And are you looking for direction on which one? One was more generic, and then, or did you go on with a second sentence on the?
I think I was adding to it and giving you one whole thing. So I don't think I was giving you alternatives.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
And that alternative included getting rid of number C or D? D. Okay. Councillor Kent, and then Councillor Marsden.
I was just concerned. So what flexibility you're actually implying is there? Is it, it's not setbacks, it's not units. What is the flexibility that you're talking about?
I think the flexibility in response to that, I think the flexibility is in relation to the scale of development, the property it sits on. There may be unique things on a property that need to be taken into account. What I'm trying to get at, and the list is potentially endless in terms of, where you need to be flexible, but where I didn't want it to be flexible is in relation to how the shared accommodation resorts are designed to be commercial resorts. So I'm trying to maintain the concept of flexibility, but make it clear it doesn't apply to the occupancy restrictions and how the units are used in a shared accommodation resort setting. So to some extent, you're going to have to rely on me to put that into words and make sure that is the essence of what is in there, but that's what I'm suggesting.
Committee, any more thoughts on this one? Councillor Marzan?
Thank you, and through you. And I will trust that you'll come back with something that we will probably all have further comment on based upon the 4.5 years of my experience. But is it necessary to say flexible approach? Or can we just say, I'm going to take this up for a second. What we're trying to ensure here in an objective is to know that the resort community and the resorts are an integral and important part of our community. And we're trying to establish a mechanism or a way that we would like it to be made in the township of Muskoka Lakes, not just Muskoka, right? I'm happy to project my voice a little bit more. So I'm interested in knowing, do we need to have the language? It recognizes that a flexible approach is required in an objective section. And I'm asking that as a consideration as you contemplate what we're trying to accomplish. And I'm not suggesting any language today, one way or the other than to take a step back and once again revisit, because we are at the final end of this. Just that we're getting it right in the objective section.
I guess my initial response is that the resort industry is struggling in this municipality, and there is a desire to encourage certain forms of resort development, provided they meet your policies, and I'm talking single ownership. I do think there is some flexibility required when dealing with those kinds of applications, so I would recommend keeping it in. What I'm suggesting is that we make it very clear that the flexibility doesn't apply to the types of resorts we have concerns about. And that's really the approach I'm trying to get at. The concern of the resort operator that wrote in and I was directed to look at was that there was a concern that the policies were inflexible. So he was directly concerned about that. So I did reflect on that, and I agreed that, yeah, when you read them, they are quite rigid and prescriptive, rightfully so for one form of accommodation, but not necessarily should be for the other form that we're preferring as a form of tenure. So my feeling is the flexible approach is a good thing to keep in with caveats.
Any further questions or comments? We're generally comfortable with this,
Councillor Edwards.
Councillor Edwards, sorry, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Is there another word that you can use other than flexible?
Mr. McDonald.
That would be an antonym, not a synonym. I'm not sure I can think of one on the fly. Flexible is pretty clear.
Well, this, you know, this is the whole thing, and that we may nod our heads on some of this, but I think we should be looking at all the changes at least a week before another meeting and another meeting for this, so we get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Kent, then Councillor Marsden.
Just a repeat of the same question is, why actually do we want to be flexible in any of our policies? That word is just a problem word for me. I mean, they're policies, they're written out.
Mr. McDonald, do you want to try to answer that question? I think the standard planning answer, but
yeah, I think I've already answered the question. It's a word I think is helpful. And again, you know, as the planner primarily responsible for writing this plan, I'm also thinking about defensibility, and I'm thinking about the story that I tell on the stand when all of these things are being adjudicated. And I want to be very clear that we're not saying no to resort development. We're saying yes to certain forms we like, but we're very concerned about other forms. And while we do have a path, we're still discouraging it. It's a good story, right? And I like good stories because stories go well at OLT hearings. So I'm always thinking about that, and I don't want to be too rigid in how the plan is constructed. So you're getting a planning opinion on the fly in public on how I think exactly something will go. And sometimes that's not a good idea, but that's how I think, and that's how I've been operating for the last 4.5 years.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, it may not be any more comforting to know that I agree with you on this one. I think if there's a place for flexibility, it's in this sentence, and it's only because it's backed up with a clause relating to the specific shared accommodation rules, which we must hold high and enforce.
Committee, I'm getting a sense that I think we've come to conclusion on this one, and we're generally in favor of what Mr. McDonald has proposed. Can we just sort of a little nod of head or raise of hands on that one? Thank you very much. Mr. McDonald, on my list, the next one is the issue of traveling vacation public versus general public, and that's in 2 or 3 places, but I think it's in mainly F3.3.2 and F.3.1. So I will try to get the pages for that. I think that's on page 102 or 103 on the planning package, page 211 of the meeting package. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, as I presented this evening, the words traveling and vacationing public were struck out in four subsections in section F3.1B. And the rationale I provided this morning is the same as I'll provide now. But this section is essentially designed to define what a commercial resort is, and it's intended to apply to all types of resorts, single ownership resorts and shared accommodation resorts. So it's a broad section that tries to define what that is. And when it was originally crafted, I think we were all very focused on shared accommodation resorts only, and the traveling and vacationing public words, because they're underlined, are a defined term. And that defined term is only used in the shared accommodation section. It doesn't apply to single ownership resorts. It just doesn't. So this section is intended to be general. This is what a resort is, and so on. So I still think we should be deleting it. But what I did suggest this morning is in these 4 subsections is that wherever I've deleted it, I replace it with the general public so that it's clear that the public is what we're trying to ensure resorts are available to. So that's the one change. And then on that page, you'll see on the screen, I've also added all those words in blue that make it again very crystal clear that notwithstanding whatever this appears to be saying, that no matter what, a commercial resort that's being developed by way of shared accommodation form has to comply and conform with section F3.3, which is the section that deals with occupancy. It's very, very clear what the township's expectations are, so that even if somebody read this a certain way, you can't, because it says very clearly, you got to go back to this other section, and that's what applies, and you got to conform to it. So I think we're good there, in my opinion.
Committee comments, questions, Mayor Kelly.
Just a quick question. I must have missed the beginning. Are we going back to traveling?
No, and I should finish off my thing to say the traveling and vacationing public term is still used in that shared accommodation, shared accommodation resort section. So it's still there. So we're not getting rid of it there. We're just getting rid of it in this early section. That's a broader section that applies to all types of resorts.
Can I have a follow-up?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Through you. The only issue I have, and it's a question that I don't know we'll be able to answer right now. The term traveling and vacationing public actually has a meaning, a judicial meaning. It's a term that's been used for over 40 years in the Commercial Tenancies Act. I did a quick search and found out that many insurance programs to support the resort hotel and hotel accommodation refer to traveling and vacationing public. And so I just want to make sure that by taking it out of here, there aren't going to be some kind of consequence down the road, either with the resort operator, the tenants. I think it's fine. I understand your argument as it relates to this one specific document. This is a well-known word, well entrenched in Canadian jurisprudence and in the Commercial Tenancies Act and the Landlord and Tenant Act. And just want to make sure we're not inadvertently causing damage down the road by taking it out.
Mr. McDonald?
I don't think so, Mayor Kelly. The words are still being used in the context they should be used in, which is with the shared accommodation resorts. I wasn't aware that it was a term used for a single occupancy Marriott or something like that, but if it is that, I don't think what we're doing has any negligible impact on that.
Any other questions or discussion points? Councillor Edwards, thank you.
Yes, as the mayor said, it is traveling and vacationing public is in the public realm. And I don't see why it would hurt to just leave it in there. It's been asked for by members of the public, and that we leave it in. And I don't think it would cause any harm to leave it in. And that, Mr. McDonald, what do you think of that?
Mr. McDonald, I think you answered that question, but you can answer it again for.
I think through you, Mr. Chair, my recommendation is that it be taken out because it's not the right place for those words. The right place for those words is in the actual section dealing with shared accommodation resorts. And I'm thinking general public works just as well as traveling and vacationing public. And I maintain my recommendation.
Any other questions from committee? General nod of the head or hands up about how we feel about this. Is this this language we can move forward on, Mayor Kelly and everybody? Councillor Nishikawa, oh, you're doing more than just. No, fine. You haven't had a word in yet edgewise yet to speak of. Away you go.
Respectfully, I'm going to ask for this language to be left in. It is, I would say, the not so many professionals out there that actually do read our bylaws every once in a while when it comes to, it's very clear to me that, and first of all, the traveling and vacationing public is a huge influence on our township, period. So removing those words makes me think that they need to look elsewhere. Like, I think it's just as important here as we see it elsewhere. I have a challenge with it being removed at this time.
Mr. McDonald, let me pose that sort of as a question. What would be the harm of leaving it in, even though it's conflicts with another section that says it's only used in that section?
My only other thought, and I'm thinking on the fly, is that we could say traveling and vacationing public underlined and general public. So we get both. It's a little confusing and somebody will have to figure out why is that underlined here, because it doesn't make sense, but I understand the sentiment and I don't think there would be any harm in doing it that way as long as we have the general public still in there as well.
Thank you very much, Councilor Nishikawa. Excellent point. All right, I think we have agreement on that point. All right. We'll move on to the next one, which is 4.3.4.2. No, sorry, I didn't get that right. F.3.4.2, which is on page 4. It's on the official plan document. It's page 109 in the package. Councillor Edwards and Councillor Roberts, it's page 218. And this is a clause dealing with commensurate with the magnitude of the expansion. Mr. McDonald.
Yes, so as I explained this morning, the wording was added to section A to provide some flexibility in how the resort development requirements were taken into account when an application was submitted. And I agreed that we perhaps went a little too far in opening a door potentially to there being some flexibility given to certain things that are inflexible in those policies. So what I think, what I did suggest this morning is that addition, if an expansion or redevelopment is proposed, language in subsection A come out, so it's not there at all. But I do think that at the end of subsection B and subsection D, that language be in there, if only to recognize that not in all cases will these the requirements set out in those sections be fulfilled if the scale of the expansion is such that it's just not possible to do so. So for example, that sounded a little disjointed, sorry for that. But subsection B talks about providing a recreation experience. You need a whole bunch of amenities shall be available on site. They must be available to guests and are required to the general public where appropriate, be tangible, and so on and so on. And I think the concern expressed by the resort owner was, well, how does this actually work when I'm adding 3 or 4 cabins? I can't provide all of these things if the development is so small. It seems overly onerous. So that's where I think some flexibility could occur. So that's item B. And then item D, ensure a continuing contribution to the local and regional economy. Proponents shall demonstrate an ability for the resort to generate a revenue stream from unit rentals, sustain a commercial component of the commercial resort, and so on and so on and so on. So again, that makes a lot of sense, but may not be as relevant for a smaller scale proposal or a smaller scale expansion. So those are the 2 specific sections that I think some recognition of the scale of what's proposed is important and allows for some professional judgment to be applied to the application. And you'll note that I'm not suggesting that be added to subsection C, which requires in-person management. That's been a long discussion here in the township. That's in there for a reason. So I'm not suggesting any flexibility there. Subsection E talks about all of the criteria that need to be satisfied for a resort development, large or small, no flexibility there. F is architecture and so on. G being on a public road, linkages to the waterfront area, and so on. So those are the only 2 areas that I saw that there could be some flexibility afforded to smaller scale developments and expansions, and that's what I propose. Excuse me.
Committee members. Councillor Marsden.
Thank you. And through you, I was actually waiting for you to acknowledge item I as well. And that just is relating to staff housing, simply because I think that would be another example of that. And I would just assume that there could be consistent approach / language. Or is that something that you would recommend differently?
So just so I'm clear, you're thinking that section perhaps should also have that same caveat attached to it?
I'm more asking the question because as you were going through, and I'm trying to compartmentalize in my own brain these different types of resort facilities and the requirement for staff housing. We all know that that's such a significant issue. So for larger ones, I would assume that would fall into the same kind of a category that people don't necessarily get passes on it, but it would be a consideration. And I know that now we're removing the language of commensurate with this size and the scale, but.
It's a good question. And the reason why I didn't include it in there is because the section as written already provides some flexibility in that regard. It says staff housing on site shall be a condition of development for larger commercial resort developments. And the amount of staff housing provided shall relate to the size and characteristics of the commercial resort and the length of time the resort's open in the calendar year. So there already is some flexibility in terms of if it's a larger development, we certainly require it. If it's something much more small, maybe not, but it requires professional judgment to assess.
Okay, So that would satisfy.
Yes, it would.
Yours, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, any other questions or comments about the proposed wording? Councillor Roberts or Councillor Edwards, none? Committee, how do we feel about this one? Seems to ring quite well with everybody. Terrific. The last one I have on my list is in F.3.5. And it has to do with the comment about by way of exception. And I don't think we covered that one yet, did we? 3.4.5. So that is on page 115 and 224 of the package.
Yes, I did discuss this this morning. This is the section that deals with servicing, and F3.5B basically says if multiple ownerships are proposed by way of exception, such a proposal may be serviced by private communal sewage and private communal water services. I had recommended the deletion of the words by way of exception because it doesn't really make sense in that context. Exception to what is I think would be the first question. So the words don't really work in this section at all. I'm thinking it might have been a leftover from an earlier draft where we were talking about commercial resorts proceeding by way of exception. It might have been that language that got carried forward. So my suggestion is taking it out. The section is a real dry servicing section that essentially says if you're single ownership, you go one route, private services. If you're shared accommodation resort, you have to go through communal services route, and you're going through a process that is very much involves the district. So it really just says that. If there is a concern about the removal of those words meaning something that perhaps it doesn't, we could say something like if multiple ownerships are proposed in conformity with the policies of this official plan, then blah, blah, blah. We can do something like that. I don't think it's necessary, but I understand the sensitivities around the wordings in the plan, so we could do something like that.
Committee thoughts on that last proposal? One of the concerns was, I know, I don't remember which of our community delegates suggested, but there has been some expression that maybe this is an opportunity to highlight our preference, and which is, I think, what Mr. McDonald just suggested. So comments or questions on Mr. McDonald's suggested addition? You're well, hold on to the question, and then we'll stay on topic, but come to something separate for you. Councillor Marsden.
Again, I'm such a visual person, so I am listening, Nick. I don't want you to think I'm not. When I ask back, it's because I'm seeking to make sure I understand. Could I ask you to read that one sentence again of starting with if multiple ownerships are proposed?
If multiple ownerships are proposed, what I was suggesting, and the proposal is in conformity with this official plan with respect to section F3.3, which deals with occupancy, then private services can be considered. I mean, that's the thinking, the actual way I'd word that. I'd have to think about it a little more, but that's the concept to deal with that issue.
Okay, thank you.
And isn't that fair to say? We're just restating our preference one more time in our plan to make it absolutely clear. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to Nick, I'm wondering, Nick, and I know that this isn't part of the discussion, but it's kind of bothered me for some time. Is there some place we should be looking, or is it already in the OP, or can it be put in the OP, that reporting on a yearly basis, or I don't know what I'm going to just say, reporting to the municipality on a yearly basis when an MOE system is put in place. So it's basically outside of our municipal governance. Is there any way that we can start getting those reports on a timely manner? You know, we do have a history of resorts failing. There's systems failing. So where would that land if we could put something in?
Mr. McDonald?
I don't think it's something we can put in the OP and then it magically happens. I don't think that's the way it would work. It's probably a better question for the district. But in the end of the day, there are reporting requirements. I'm not sure they involve advising the township every time. So that's a little bit beyond what an OP can do. It can't make someone report to you on something. Certainly when you're looking at approvals, you can add conditions and try to add conditions wherever you possibly can, so you're aware of things. But putting something in the OP doesn't mean it actually happens if it's another level of government that's responsible for doing something.
Committee, Mr. McDonald, that was the end of my 5 points. Did we capture, in your mind, all the questions that were raised from our delegates this morning? I think it did, but and I'll ask Mr. Pink the same question. Not to put you on the spot, but I think we've caught them all. Councillor Kent?
The ones that was addressed, I don't remember who it was, but it bothers me on F1. Yeah. The intent of the plan.
Thank
last
you.
Paragraph.
Yep,
Yeah.
good. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, where they say, you know.
Variety of tenures.
Variety of tenures. So I was wondering if we could. address
Thank you for that. I was going to get reminded by the
that.
clerk as well.
Page 100.
Sorry, what
Page
section is
100
it?
in the appendix package. Yeah.
Page 209 for those. 209. And a variety of tenures. It's right at the beginning of F1, so page 100 or page 209, depending which package you have. Yes. Oh, sorry, by way of exception, yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Mr. McDonald, please proceed.
Yeah, I can respond to that. You know, it is a preamble section. I don't think I'd lose any sleep if we didn't put those words in. The plan, this section of the plan does permit a variety of tenures. So it's not like by taking it out, we're somehow prohibiting it. So I'm not too concerned about that. It was more in recognition of the variety of ways commercial resorts are developed. So it was more of a narrative than anything else. So I'm not too concerned about losing it.
Committee, how do you feel about keeping the words in or taking them out? Thumbs down, thumbs up for taking them out.
My suggestion when I raised it was that I thought it should come out because it's an introduction.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to highlight tenures in the introduction.
Yeah. Any other comments? I think we agree then it's coming out. Yes. Thumbs up. Yeah. Okay, great. Now, was there anything else? Yeah, so Mr. Jagler's raised page 225. F.3.6 or page 116 for those working on that copy. This is another emphasis on because of the role they play in supporting the local economy, bringing visitors to the township and its waterfront. I think Mr. Jagler's point was that he felt that should possibly come out. Is that it was redundant? And I asked committee, do we have strong feelings on this one? When? Yes, sorry. F.3.6 on page A, F.3.6A. And it is on page 116 or 225. And it's on the screen now. For those who need it. All right, so pardon? Well, it has been added in. It wasn't in the original one. And there's some thought that it's not particularly needed. We're just dealing with conversion. We don't necessarily need to comment about the relative importance within the economy. Councillor Marsden.
Perhaps I can ask staff and or the consultant to understand or to remind us why that was included.
Mr. McDonald.
I think through you, Mr. Chair, the simple reason was to provide a reason why it's a goal of this plan to retain existing commercial resorts. That's the only reason why that's there. And someone would say, well, why is that, Mr. McDonald? Well, they play a role in supporting the local economy, bringing visitors to the township and waterfront areas. It's really that simple. It's not intended to impart anything else other than here's why it's still a goal of this plan to retain existing resorts.
Fair enough. Any other comments? Councillor Roberts, thank you.
Thank you. It's my opinion that we should take it out. I think it's implied and it's not needed in the official plan.
Any other thoughts on this? Mayor Kelly, would you like to voice your thoughts?
I thought it was. I don't see that it adds a lot, and I frankly don't think would be missing if we took it out. And frankly, I think that's how we should draft, is take stuff out that doesn't add much value.
Fair enough. How does the rest of committee feel about that comment? Generally speaking, they would agree. Thank you very much. My
Frankly.
diligent clerk is in telling me that we have no more. Mr. McDonald, in your mind, have we covered off all the major issues in this section related to resort commercial?
I believe so. We covered off a lot. There may be a few little things here and there, but I would hazard to figure that out on the fly. But I think we've covered off all the main points for sure.
Thank you. Good. We came back at 1. Everybody's still good. All right. Our next topic, still dealing with the official plan, is the topic of aggregates. Do we want to? Some of us don't need a bathroom break, some of us do. So we're going to take 5 minutes. It's a bathroom break, not a break. All right. Quarter after, we will be back. All right, so to deal with is section K3, which deals with long-term protection and supply of aggregates. And our first delegate is going to be Elizabeth Purcell from the staff at the District of Muskoka, and she's going to walk us through the reasoning for their suggested changes in language in this section of the official plan. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Further to the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee meeting held on August 17th, additional discussions have occurred with ratepayers with respect to their concerns with various district-led modifications proposed to the adopted Township of Muskoka Lakes official plan, specifically the aggregate policies. I consider the modifications to section K4 of the adopted official plan, and numerous verbal and written comments were received from ratepayers and groups such as the Skeleton Lake Cottagers Organization, the Muskoka Small Lakes Coalition, and the Muskoka Lakes Association. Since the meeting, district staff met with representatives from the SLCO, MSLC, and MLA to discuss their concerns. Ensuring the protection and availability of mineral aggregate resources is a key provincial interest and mandate, as detailed in the provincial policy statement. All planning decisions are required to be consistent with the PPS, and it's important to understand the significance of the PPS policy directives as they relate to municipal official plans. Municipal official plans are required to identify mineral aggregate resources and provide mechanisms to allow the deposits to be designated, zoned, and licensed under the Aggregate Resource Act to permit extraction. Official plans are also required to include clear and reasonable policies such as study requirements and/or criteria to be addressed in order to establish new operations. The PBS also requires that social, environmental, and economic impact must be minimized with appropriate siting, studies, mitigation, and rehabilitation to reduce impacts. While official plans can go beyond minimum PPS standards, this is not permitted where it creates conflict with other provincial interests, including the availability and protection of mineral aggregate resources. As such, district staff had originally proposed to amend the language of section K4 pertaining to mineral aggregate operations to change "shall not be permitted" to "are strongly discouraged" within 2 kilometers of the waterfront area. This modification retained the majority of the adopted language while ensuring consistency with the intent of the PPS. In discussion with the SLCO, MLSC, and MLA, it was determined that a more prescriptive policy would be preferred in order to very clearly articulate the areas where new aggregate operations would not be supported, what would be required to be submitted should a new application be pursued, while also maintaining consistency with the PPS and conformity with the Muskoka official plan. It is our understanding that these groups may wish to include more prohibitive policies, such as a 2-kilometer prohibition area and a maximum distance from a provincial highway. However, local official plans are not permitted to conflict with provincial policy. Accordingly, it's district staff's recommendation that the first paragraph of K4 be deleted in its entirety and replaced with the text contained within our supplementary memo and track change official plan document attached to your agenda. This modification maintains consistency with provincial direction, addresses public concerns about land use compatibility with the waterfront areas by not permitting the location of new mineral aggregates within 500 meters of those areas, in keeping with provincial land use compatibility guidelines for those facilities. It also provides clear and reasonable criteria for any new applications. In terms of summary and next steps, as outlined in the district's memorandum dated July 19th, there are a number of other district proposed modifications to the adopted official plan that have not been further revised. There is also a considerable number of amended policies, clarifications, and additions that have been requested by township staff and their consultant because of additional consultation requested by Township Council. Once the modified official plan has been endorsed by Township Council, the final document will be returned to Muskoka District Council for consideration of approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have mostly via the supplementary agenda, we have a long list of people who would like to speak on this topic. If I could ask those who are representing associations and would like to speak on this topic, if you could put up your hand so I would know which associations, or tell me who your names are. So we have a Jeff. So the. Okay, that's, and anybody else?
Yeah.
The MLA and the Friends of Muskoka. All right. Right. So we have three representatives from association. I'm going to let you go first. Oh, yes, very well. Thank you. I'm glad you caught that. Good. So we have four. We will let you go first because we expect you represent a fairly large number of people each. And let us start with Mr. Crocker. Thank you for coming and thank you for waiting. I know it's been a long morning with a bunch of things that you may not have been fascinated with, but been a fascinating process here. All right. Well, welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Chair Bosworth and committee members. My name is Jeff Crocker. My address is 658 The Bitter End, Utterson, Ontario, B0B1M0. I'm a director with the Skeleton Lake Cottages organization, and I want to also just applaud everybody involved in the OP, and also thank the district staff in particular for making time available for us last week on a very urgent basis. So over the past week, the SLCO, the MLA, and Friends of Muskoka and the Muskoka Small Lakes Coalition have been working with the district planning staff in an attempt to find policy language for Section K4 aggregates in the new OP that meets both municipal tiers, meets the needs of both municipal tiers, the province, and our members and supporters who are concerned about protecting our lakes. Well, significant progress was made. The amendments reported in the supplemental memo dated September the 8th, we felt still lacked sufficient important protections from the potentially harmful effects of aggregate operations near our lakes and in our waterfront communities. And we also feel that it still contains significant confusing and ambiguous language. So we worked very hard, but unfortunately the clock ran out last Friday and reports had to be done. The SLCO, the MLA, the Friends, and Small Lakes Coalition continued their work throughout this week, trying to address our joint concerns and to get a more clear, concise, and unambiguous policy recommendation for committee to consider. One that would provide those much needed protections for our lakes. We sent that to you last evening, and I hope you had a chance to review it. I did bring printed copies, but knowing that that may be verboten, I'll keep them up here. So in the attachment to that email, we underline the changes that we were seeking, and we're asking committee to consider adopting this amended text. Looking at the first paragraph in the supplemental memo, we feel that there is a lot of, there's not much teeth left in it, and that the terminology that's used waters down our ability to fight the pit and quarry applications. And we also feel that there's confusion in the terms of the different water bodies versus the waterfront area. So we're recommending that in that text, that first paragraph on new aggregate applications, that we should be removing the ambiguous word shall not be supported and strongly discouraged, and putting back in the words shall be limited to areas. And we'd like to reinsert the 2 kilometer setback because it's very important for us to fight pit and quarry applications, as you may well know. We do feel that there's, going to this language is somewhat justified because it was we asked about the interpretation of shall not be supported, and we were told that it was equivalent to shall not be permitted. So we opted to go for the, I call it the more benign version that's found in the town's existing OP, which is the shall be limited to terminology. The setback from the waterfront has served us well, and I will add unchallenged over almost 15 years. And it's the Coalition of Associations' opinion that there's no reason to believe that it wouldn't continue to serve us well until the next OP is written. We're also recommending that new aggregate operations be located within 10 kilometers of a provincial highway to add some certainty to the term in close proximity to, which is often left to interpretation. We're painfully aware of this with the current application at Skeleton Lake, for which the district approved a stunning 25-kilometer long haul route winding through hamlets and waterfront areas along Scenic District Road number 3.
Mr. Crocker, you are coming up to your 5.
Okay, this was their interpretation of in close proximity to. Establishing an unambiguous distance of 10 kilometers, we feel also addresses planning considerations, such as protection of rural and waterfront character, excessive traffic, safety, noise, and it covers the majority of existing aggregate operations in the township. So we asked the committee to adopt this amended policy, the changes that we've recommended, send it back to the district and ask them to pass our new OP with section K4 as our associations would like to see. If the committee cannot agree to this, then you could decide
Mr.
to
Crocker, I think I have to stop you now, please.
I'm just about finished, to defer again, and we'll continue trying to find some solution that meets all the stakeholders' needs. But I'm not optimistic that the outcomes would be much different. And I just I'll just finish by saying that
I'd ask, you're well over 5 minutes. We are very quite firm on that. So
okay,
please.
Well, as our elected representatives, it's up to you to make a decision that sends a strong message to the district, our constituents, and indeed the province. And we've got an extraordinary place here, and I think we need extraordinary policy. Thank you very much. And I'm available for questions. Go on.
Very well. Next on the list is Ms. Thompson, speaking on behalf of, I believe, Friends of Muskoka.
I'll be quick. My name is Lori Thompson, and I am president of Friends of Muskoka, and I still reside at 1 Stepping Stone Island, despite the length of this meeting. Port Carling, POB 1JO. I just want to register Friends' support for changes to the aggregates policy to add back in a limit of, excuse me, a limit for new aggregate operations to further than 2 kilometers from the waterfront area, and to define proximity to a provincial highway as less than 10 kilometers. We understand that district planners believe that their suggested changes go as far as they are able to endorse, and we understand that as professional planners, that's as much as they can endorse. However, we would like our council to send a message to district council and to the province that although aggregates in the provincial policy are protected for development across much of Ontario, there should be exceptions. And one exception, we believe, should be where there could be a harm to the economic engine of that area. The economic engine of the District of Muskoka is our waterfront area. Our properties are seasonal residents, tourists who come to visit, and our swimmable, drinkable, clean lakes. Anything that threatens that economic asset should not be allowed. We hope that you agree with this and that you agree that it would be a good idea to send this type of a message to the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thompson. Next, we have Ms. Eplett speaking on behalf of the Muskoka Lakes Association.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth and committee members. Would you like me to reintroduce myself, Madam Clerk?
I don't think that's necessary, Clerk, is it? No.
Thank you. The Muskoka Lakes Association supports the request made by the Skeleton Lake Cottages Organization, the Muskoka Small Lakes Coalition, and Friends of Muskoka to revise the wording of the aggregate policy K4. I will be commenting on two of the wording changes. The first is that new mineral aggregate operations shall be limited to areas further than 2 kilometers from the waterfront area. We appreciate the conversations that we've had about this policy with district planners, Ms. Marsden and Ms. Purcell, and support the language they added that sets out the reasons why it's so important to have a restriction on how close an aggregate operation is allowed to be from the waterfront, since it will help bolster the restriction if it's challenged. However, we request that the committee makes a strong statement to the aggregate development sector and the province that this township prioritizes its natural environment of its lakes and rivers by having a 2-kilometer restriction. While the provincial policy statement supports aggregate development, it also supports protection of the environment and important economic assets. Part 4 of the PPS clearly indicates that one of the keys to the long-term prosperity and social well-being of Ontario is a strong economy, supported by sustainable resource management that protects the environment. In the township, the economy depends on maintaining and protecting the natural environment, the lakes and rivers. These unique natural assets are the township's economic engine, as Ms. Thompson said. Aggregate operations nearby the lakes and rivers threaten these economic assets, which is why we believe it is justified for the township to establish a 2-kilometer limit. In addition, the Muskoka Watershed Council is reporting that the watershed is showing signs of decline and stress. We believe it is important for new aggregate operations in the township to be physically located where they will not further damage an already stressed watershed. My second comment is that the MLA supports the requirement that new aggregate operations be located in close proximity to a provincial highway along an available haul route. And we also support the language added by district planners to explain why this requirement is so important in the township. However, the term close proximity is not defined, and we are concerned that its meaning is uncertain and open to an unintended interpretation. As a result, we request the committee specify that close proximity means that the aggregate operation must be within 10 kilometers of a provincial highway. We believe this is important for community safety, to minimize noise, traffic, and congestion that have negative physical and economic effects on tourism and residents, to reduce wear and tear on roads from trucks, which will increase the township's road maintenance costs, and to protect the rural and waterfront character of the area. The PPS supports minimizing these impacts. In particular, Section 2.5.2.2 states that extraction shall be undertaken in a manner which minimizes social, economic, and environmental impacts. Based on our review, we understand that the vast majority of existing aggregate operations within the township are already within 10 kilometers of a provincial highway. This is likely because one of the greatest costs of operating an aggregate extraction business is haulage costs, trucking the gravel to its destination. So we believe there is a sound rationale for committee to state that close proximity means within 10 kilometers of a provincial highway, and we urge you to do so. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, our final delegate representing an association is Mr. Scarrow. Welcome, Mr. Scarrow. I see you're on the video. Please go ahead, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Mark Scarrow. I reside at 1250 Leonard Lake Road 2, Milford Bay, P1L0M5. I am here delegating this afternoon for the Muskoka Small Lakes Coalition. This is a coalition of not-for-profit smaller lake organizations who represent their local property owners and are located in the district of Muskoka. At present, the coalition consists of 5 lake associations, all within the township of Muskoka Lakes, and those are Brandy Lake, Camel Lake, Leonard Lake, Skeleton Lake, and 3 Mile Lake. We are delegating to express our support for the positions put forward to you today from the Skeleton Lake Cottagers Organization as it relates to the OP section dealing with aggregates. And we would also wish to express our support for the delegation of points that have been presented by representatives of the Muskoka Lakes Association and the Friends of Muskoka that you've also heard today. One other comment that I would just like to make is in relation to the issue of noise and the disturbance to the quiet enjoyment of one's property. So this speaks to the issue of the distance from the waterfront area for a commercial activity like an aggregate pit. In my own case, when I come out of my cottage on a weekday morning, I can often hear heavy equipment that is used in some fashion in a business operating on the Butter and Egg Road. This is about 1 kilometer back through the bush from my cottage. And what I can hear are the metal tracks of bulldozers clattering and all manner of low-grade noise related to the operation of heavy equipment. The level of noise, of course, seems dependent on wind direction and time of day, and generally it's not that bothersome. However, this is not an aggregate extraction pit, and I can only imagine what the noise would be like if it were in fact such an operation. I can only think that it would be at a level that would permanently interfere with the quiet enjoyment of my property, potentially impacting property values all around me, and could be a reason to have to sell what has been a cherished family asset for 56 years. So the bottom line is that 1 kilometer sounds like a long way away, but sound does travel a long distance. So I think this whole issue of proximity is a very important issue. And while there are other substantive issues around the impacts on lake health, road safety, the issue of noise and all of the knockoff impacts is a real one, not a theoretical one. And I would urge the committee to take this small example of real life, in my case, into your thought processes when you're considering everything that you have heard today. Thank you much. Thank you very much for your attention and consideration. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scarrow. Have we had all delegations from people who represent associations? According to my list, I think we have. I just want to double check. Seeing no more. We do have a list of individuals who have registered to speak. There are 7 of them. And then we'll open up to anybody else who wants to ask. I will point out that I think it's fair to say that every member of this council has received messages from particularly Skeleton Lake. I know I have received something close to 20, others have received over 30. And I want to emphasize that we have heard you loud and clear. It seems to be a very singular issue, singular point that has been expressed by the lake associations. So if you, I'm happy to let as many of you delegate as you want. I would ask you that you not be too repetitive. And if you feel that what you have to say has already been said, I'd be happy if you just stand up and say, everything's been said, I agree, or not. But I will let anybody speak who wishes to. Beg your pardon?
They have to have registered.
Oh, they can't. Okay, I'm sorry. Only those who have registered. On my list, it starts with Aaron Dixon. And if Aaron Dixon is here, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I do appreciate your time as we also take our business day away. So I just wanted to, before I say my name, encourage people to listen. Not listen to check off what you might already know, but actually to hear us, because it takes an incredible amount of energy to prepare, as well as to take time from our workday to be here. So my name is Aaron Dixon. I reside at 113 Long Point Road. My father, James Richard Dixon, is here. My brother, Jeff Dixon, who has 4 children, including the youngest going into grade 8, lives along Muskoka Road 4. They have a beautiful family and harvest along that area. What I would like to remind the district, as well as the council here, is just because you have a malt table with Indigenous leaders and you speak to them and you gather, does not mean that the rubber hits the road. I know personally that it impacts my life and my family's life with these decisions. There is a duty to consult. I think it's, I can remember now with my emotions, there's also the Bill 76 that exists alongside other bills that calls for the enlivenment and the enactment of the United Nations Declarations of the Rights of Indigenous People at a local level. It's something that seems esoteric. Where did it come from? It happened over 100 years ago in Ontario, where a Munsee, Delaware chief, Chief Tiscaya, when the Northwest Mounted Police ransacked, if you could imagine your own home, where you had your own way of organizing your family household. And he went all the way to the United Nations, where he wasn't heard in 1923. And so it's 100 years later. And here in Ontario, we have a responsibility to make sense of that, even amongst other temporal policies.
Ms. McDixon, if I can remind you, do have 5 minutes. And
That's
if you
fine.
could speak directly to the subject before us, I understand the backdrop. I appreciate that, but you're going to run out of time if you want to make a point.
Yeah, that's no problem. I would just encourage the leadership here, as I send out in my letter, to take that seriously, to understand that that very declaration rose from these lands. And it is your responsibility at this time to not wash over that because you're aligning with something that needs to be within the aggregate policy. There are things that you can actually align with that moves beyond, like Senator Boniface within the Ontario Provincial Police. She aligned with communities and actualized something like a malt table to shift and transform the policing. So they were 10 years ahead of where they're still trying to make sense in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So it's my plea for your leadership at this time to not just hear the single line that says we must align with provincial policy in order to be relevant. We must follow what Mother and Father says at the next level of governance. You actually have a capacity to transform the ways in which policies are instrumented. With Future Earth, we did that with the Canadian Science Policy Association that then trickles down. It also moves up. And sometimes we get trapped in this language of only looking in a very narrow view based on languages we're comfortable with. So all my point is for your leadership, because it's here. If you have a malt table outside of this plan that you've worked on, you have the community to build that, which then provides protective mechanisms like in Article 26 that talks about the protection to ceremonial land that exists all along Skeleton Lake, all along the North Shore. That area that was called Devil's Face is a very sacred area. So just again, our knowledge of our history is so narrow, and that's not a judgment, but an encouragement to step forward, use other instruments to protect what I know we all stand for. And I appreciated everyone's words last time, but I just got very tired of hearing it's because of this. And that becomes a straw man's argument after some time, because we know right now our premier is getting criticized for the way that he's rushed business and the ways that he's spoken to people like there is no time, and what you're going to spend millions of dollars going over the process again. And so I just encourage you again, if I'm at time, but it's very emotional for me. So I appreciate you listening to me in this manner, but I just encourage you. We do it everywhere else. We build university programs. We're teaching our children, but what is alive here? I just encourage you to take that forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's keep the applause to a minimum, please. The next one is Karen Ball and/or Charles Germain, is it?
That's a separate issue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, not aware. We weren't sure. Betsy Rothwell.
I'm Betsy Rothwell. My address is 3991 Aspen Road, Utterson, Ontario, P0B1M0. I live on Skeleton Lake. I've cottaged there for 38 years and lived there year round for 12 years. So I have a particular interest in ensuring Section K4 is worded strongly and clearly to protect the lakes and watersheds of the township from the adverse impacts of the aggregate industry. If the prohibitions on new aggregate operations regarding distances from waterfronts, watersheds, and provincial highways are reduced or weakened, then I would like to refer you to the proposed Lipa Quarry just north of Skeleton Lake by way of an example of what is at risk here. To put it in context, this proposed quarry is barely 2K from Skeleton Lake. It's 700 meters from Lambert's Lake, and the quarry plan is to dewater into a creek that flows directly into Skeleton Lake. Also, it's less than 10K from a provincial highway. So if any of the prohibitions in section K4 are reduced, is the Lipa Quarry likely to be approved? We're requesting that section K4 provides clear wording that prohibits new aggregate operations any closer than 2K from our lakes, waterfronts, and watersheds. We live in the Precambrian Shield. There's granite farther away from these lakes and watersheds. We can go farther away to meet our needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next one is Ms. Haslam Stroud. You can start name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Linda Haslam Stroud. My address is 23 Leander Road, Utterson, and POB 1MO. I also live on Skeleton Lake, and my property, my 4 acres, actually backs onto Muskoka Road 3, the scenic road where I actually drove to the Muskoka, to the Rosso market on a week ago Friday. 12 minutes there, 12 minutes back, and I was in view of 18 gravel trucks, some of them tandem gravel trucks, going along our scenic road because of the approval of it as a haulage route. In any event, I'm not going to repeat the very well-spoken words regarding the economic driver for our community of the Township of Muskoka Lakes. I think it's been very well said, but I think there is a story. And the story is that that is the foundation of the Township of Muskoka Lakes. And so we are different. And I think we need to acknowledge that when we are making these decisions. Yesterday, the provincial government, and you probably haven't had time to even look at it because you've been so busy reading your documents, but the provincial government released the Ontario Provincial Climate Change Assessment. It was 3 years in the making. And in my one sentence of summary of that large document, they basically identified extreme heat, extreme precipitation, and seasonal temperature related impacts being the highest risks of what's going to be happening in the future. So my question to you then is, at a time when our lakes are unprecedentedly threatened by climate change, pollution, and overdevelopment, why would we remove or weaken policy that offers us some protections? The same protections as has been spoken regarding extraction should be undertaken in a manner which minimizes social, economic, and environmental impact. So I asked you to support the Skeleton Lake Cottagers Association and the other associations' amendments. I ask you to take a stand, because if you don't take that stand, then no one else is going to. And hopefully we can work together with the district to ensure that we are protecting our precious commodities here in the township. Thank you very much.
And I thank you. Our next delegate is Mr. Newman.
Chair Bosworth, members of the committee. My name is Tom Newman, and my address is 3835 Paddock Road, Claremont, Ontario, L1Y1A2. I am delegating today on behalf of Ross Earl, who's sitting right here, a longtime resident of the Township of Muskoka Lakes, and his address is 4232 Aspen Road, Utterson, P0B1M0. My client, Mr. Earl, is very concerned about proposed changes to the wording of a policy in section K4 of the draft official plan. The 2-kilometer policy limits new aggregate operations to areas farther than 2 kilometers from waterfront. This policy has been in the existing OP for more than a decade, and the proposed changes could lead to a flood of new quarry applications. Mr. Earl owns waterfront property on Lambert's Lake, a small, pristine lake close to his home. And since 2017, he's been fighting to stop the LIPA quarry application that would establish a new quarry less than 700 meters from the Lambert's Lake waterfront area. In 2019, in a 2019 LPAD hearing, Mr. Earl used the existing 2-kilometer policy as a key piece of evidence in his efforts to block this application. However, if proposed changes to this policy are implemented, then it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for someone like Ross Earl to protect his waterfront property in this way. Mr. Earl is a retired school teacher with a limited income, and he does not have the financial resources to hire the lawyers and consultants who would be needed. While Mr. Earl recognizes that Mayor Kelly and the Township of Muskoka Lakes Council appear to be sympathetic to his concerns about proposed changes to the 2-kilometer policy, he is frustrated by his observation that the planning staff at both the Township of Muskoka Lakes and the District of Muskoka insist that the existing 2-kilometer policy must be changed because it doesn't comply with the provincial policy statement. Specifically in section 2.5, mineral aggregates, it states that as much of the aggregate mineral resources as is realistically possible shall be made available as close to markets as possible. However, these same planners have chosen to ignore other policies in the PPS that might support the inclusion of the 2-kilometer policy in the new OP. For example, in section 1.7, long-term economic prosperity, it states that long-term economic prosperity should be supported by providing opportunities for sustainable tourism development. In the Township of Muskoka Lakes.
Yeah, just
sorry.
I know your passion. I was going to say the same thing. If you could just tone it down a little bit.
I'm used to not speaking with microphone. I'm sorry.
All
right. I'm a bit passionate as well, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it can be argued that preventing aggregate operations with 2 kilometers within 2 kilometers of waterfront areas is consistent with providing opportunities for sustainable tourism development. Tourists don't come to the Township of Muskoka Lakes to see quarries and to hear gravel trucks. They come to experience the beautiful lakes and their watersheds. Mr. Earl and his wife Sylvia love living in the Township of Muskoka Lakes, and they are determined to do their part to protect Lambert's Lake and the other Muskoka Lakes for future generations. Please support them by voting against proposed changes to section K4 in the new OP that would weaken the 2 kilometer policy. Thank you for listening. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Where did our list go here? No, thank you. Our last delegate is Mr. Hollinger. Thank you very much. I'll just say that Mr. Hollinger felt that his thoughts have already been expressed and he's ready to donate the time to our discussion. So thank you very much for that. Mayor Kelly, a point, because I was going to call on the district, but I will take your point now.
I can do it later, but let me just ask a question. Late last night, I received a letter that has a brand new set of information on a completely unrelated on this matter, but with a different issue than we've heard today. Quite frankly, it was compelling. It was a bit striking and has a ton of credibility because the author has credentials to back it up. He wasn't able to get it to us on time to delegate. He is here in the room. I have read through the letter. I would very much like this group to make a decision that is based on, in part, what he has to say. So if we are unable to allow him to speak, maybe I can paraphrase. I'll let you go.
Thank you for that. Let me just check with the clerk on that. We would need a two-thirds agenda on that, and a resolution. How do we feel about that?
I'll move that.
All right, I'll give us another 8-minute break while we formulate that agenda, and then we will vote on that to bring that onto the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kelly.
Sorry, we didn't hear anything there.
Excuse. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. We do have 6 present physically.
All right,
We can proceed.
so that carried, and while we work on trying to make it easy for them to hear us. Is this the second one? No. The second one is, so that
Pretty
carried.
much the same.
We don't.
Excuse me, we didn't hear what carried.
What carried was a
anything when you
2/3.
started.
What carried was a 2/3 votes to introduce a delegate. Now we're going to do the second
Kristen said-
resolution. Pardon?
Kristen said
All right. Moved by Councillor Marsden, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved that Jeff Roth to provide public comments re item 8A, official plan approval authorities proposed modification. Any discussion? Councillor Zavitz.
Through you, is this 5 minutes or 2?
5 minutes. All delegations are now 5 minutes. All those in favor? Carried. Welcome, Mr. Ross.
Is it on or is it? Okay, so, okay, then.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Name and address, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kelly and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Ross. I live at 25-1244 Skeleton Lake Road 2, Papa Zero Bravo 1 Mike 0. And without detracting in any way from any of the important points that have been brought up by many others here, the important concerns regarding aggregate operations, I wish to focus attention on a particular item that is likely not well understood by a number of people here. And that particular item is the substantial particulate matter, fine particulate matter emissions from aggregate operations. What I'm talking about here are particles so fine that they remain suspended in the air and they travel that way for hundreds or thousands of kilometers. And because they are so fine, they also make it to the deepest and most sensitive reaches of our respiratory systems. The damage to respiratory health from these almost cannot be overestimated. Every year that I've been involved in this, the evidence has become stronger, more persuasive, more alarming of the damage that fine particulates cause to our health. We are all affected by these fine particulates, every one of us. There will be those among us who have particular sensitivities because of asthma, for example, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. There were also a group that are extremely sensitive to fine particulate matter because of their physiology, their early stage of development in their lungs, and their activities. And those are young children. They are very, very sensitive to this type of pollution. And it's made worse by the fact that they, unlike most of us who spend a lot of our time in filtered air in offices and seated, not active. Of course, young children are out in the outdoors all day long, sun up to sundown, particularly in Muskoka, where they're enjoying this wonderful place in the summertime, and they're active all the time. That makes the damage to their lungs particularly acute, and the damage that can be done by fine particulates to children can have a permanent, lifelong impact on their lungs. I can't overstate the seriousness of this issue. Now, fine particulates from aggregate operations are commonly known as fugitive emissions, which is a way of saying they can't easily be collected or controlled. You can't do much with them. You can limit of the spread of Resources Act requires that sort of thing to be done. I don't think a provincial policy statement gets into it, but you limit it, but there's no real way of monitoring it, knowing how successful you are. So inevitably, there will be substantial fine particulate emissions from aggregate operations, from drilling, from blasting, from crushing, from haulage, from classifying, the whole business. You can't get rid of them entirely. You can reduce them, you can't get rid of them. The only thing you can really do is move them far away from where people are, and in particular, move them far away from where children are. Where are children in the summertime in Muskoka? They are at the waterfront. I know it's been, the point's been made that in the Aggregate Resources Act and the provincial policy statement, aggregate resources take precedence over virtually everything. What it comes down to in this case is we're saying, in effect, a new aggregate operation for which there may have been no need shown, they don't have to demonstrate need. That new aggregate operation may be totally unneeded. It takes precedence over the health of our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren, depending upon how old we happen to be. Does that make sense? That's a question I leave with you, considering how hard to push back what the province may be saying about this, and how far these things ought to be located from the waterfront. There is no safe distance from these things from the waterfront. You've just got to do the best you can. And in my opinion, I've worked with this stuff for a long time, not specifically quarries. I'm not a quarry guy, but 500 meters from a waterfront just isn't near enough. It's got to be much, much more than that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Mr. Roth, thank you very much. I was going to ask either Mayor Kelly or Mr. Roth to, could you tell us your credentials?
I hold a master's degree in human physiology from the Faculty of Medical Sciences, University of Toronto. I am a retired professional engineer, having spent most of my professional life dealing with air pollution control. I've been an expert witness before provincial environmental assessment hearings relating to air pollution control, member of Canada's negotiating team for the Canada-US Air Quality Accord, and Canada's representative on a United Nations task force on air pollution control, and a number of other things.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated for your contribution today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. I'm now going to ask Ms. Purcell to wrap up with her thoughts about what she has heard today and give us the perspective of our district government.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
District staff, I should say, not our district government.
No, district staff, thank you. As district staff, we hear what the residents and community organizations are expressing and can sympathize with their viewpoints. We truly can. However, as professional planners, we are quite scoped in legislation and policy when making recommendations. And at times that conflicts with public opinion. In this case, we have collaboratively crafted a prescriptive policy set that we believe can easily be defended at the tribunal. However, if committee wishes to incorporate the language proposed by the stakeholders, the close proximity definition, the 2 kilometer prohibition, that is absolutely your prerogative. And I'll end it there.
Thank you very much. That was pretty clear. All right, I'm opening it up to committee, and this is both questions and opinions and debate at the same time. And I will start with.
I guess I would carry on with your question, District. What does that mean? No, and I mean that very sincerely. What does it mean to us here, where we're contemplating what's been heard and what we've known for almost 5 years in my time? What does it mean to us in terms of, how bold can we be and still, we're going to send it back to you and you're going to go, no.
Ms. Purcell, comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair. when we look at what would make quote unquote good policy, it really is embedded in legislation and conformity to the province. So that is what we put forward, but at all municipalities, recommend or resolutions and alternative policy can be adopted or approved by councils. That doesn't quite fit legislation. It's just that as professional planners, we are bound by a very scoped purview. So would it potentially, have complications if an application was to be appealed? If it's not 100% within legislation, perhaps. For instance, I guess for some context, the requested definition for close proximity or the 2-kilometer prohibition. The reason why as planners, we had a bit of uncomfortableness with those prescriptive distances is that unlike the 500-meter distance that we've suggested in our language, that's backed up by provincial legislation for areas of influence from those kinds of uses to sensitive uses like residential. There's no study that backs them up. So we wouldn't have a study to lean on saying it's a technical study that says 2 kilometers across the board is problematic. So that is why we propose an alternative language that doesn't have those specific parameters in them, but as a committee and a council, you can. It would just be that in the future, if someone were to challenge that, you might not have as strong of a foundation on that policy.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Just a little bit further to that and to district staff. I guess my concern is did you take into consideration the history of the Lippincott and the success because of the language we did put in place that now you're asking us to remove?
Ms. Purcell?
Through you, Mr. Chair, is our understanding that the appeals for the LIPA application are still all active. So we don't really have a guidance from the tribunal yet on that matter and what was appealed and with the existing policy set in your existing official plan. I would like to note that the lake plan policies for Skeleton Lake will continue to prohibit new aggregate operations within the Skeleton Lake watershed. It's just that as a blanket prohibition across the township, that is what we were not comfortable with because of the lack of technical study to back it up. But Skeleton Lake itself will continue to have that prohibition in the watershed for them.
Absolutely.
Sorry, so just to further on that, David, let me just go. I'm thinking, so would we put a special section in the OP just for Skeleton Lake? Like I've seen us do this in past years for something in particular. I think it was Manette actually. But could we deal with Skeleton Lake individually as a special policy statement of some sorts?
Mr. Pink.
Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair. I believe we have, there's a lake plan policies for a number of small lakes or not the 3 large lakes, including Skeleton Lake. So there are specific policies, and Ms. Purcell referred to the one in relation to aggregate operations.
Sorry, but I understand what you're saying, and I understand it's there, but it's not fully there in my mind. Like I'm just concerned about that exact numbers being there. And that same, and I'll have to look at it again, but I just feel like something's missing there to rely on just that lake policy plan.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from committee? Oh, Councillor Edwards. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Just bring me up to speed on this. Our official plan right now, does it not say 2 kilometers?
Director Pink, I think the answer to that is yes. Yes, it does.
Then why are we changing it? If we leave it alone, that's a section that hasn't been touched. Is that not right?
Director Pink?
I guess I'm not clear on the question. It's currently, there are policies.
That's right. So if it's our policy, why do we have to change it? In other words, we don't have to even look at that and just leave it the way it is. Can we not?
Through the chair, I think as we've indicated, if those are the wish of committee, and those are the comments to the district, we can certainly make those.
Well, as I said, like it's in our official plan now. If you go back through the natural heritage and everything else like that, we're protected. We're supposed to be protecting the environment. Why would we damage it by taking out something that was already strong enough to protect the environment?
Are there any
Maybe
other questions?
Councillors can then.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Yeah, if could everybody in the room please turn off the phone so we don't get those interruptions. Thank you. Give it to somebody who does. Councillor Marsden and then Councillor Zavitz, please.
Thank you, and through you, and I suspect it's probably going to go to the district, but it's actually I'm pretty clear on what the wishes are from the community. But I was introduced to a new element today, not really introduced. I know this has floated around before, but there were some more specifics, and I wasn't sure how this Indigenous piece fits in this type of a situation. And I was just wondering if you might be able to provide some insight for us.
Ms. Purcell.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Truthfully, this might be a better question for township staff, as Indigenous consultation is embedded in official plan review processes. So through the OP review process that you have all taken, that is a component that's required by the province. So it's not necessarily a sort of reactive policy specific outreach after adoption that it normally happens. It's usually during the crafting of the policies or through that public consultation and agency consultation. It's sort of wrapped up all into there. So off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure of the intimate details of what happened in terms of Indigenous consultation through the OP review process, but it's not really common practice to have additional consultation on specific policies after adoption such as that. But I guess if there's direction, it can be done.
Director Pink, if you have some comments on that.
I think just very briefly, thank you through the chair. We did consult during the process, as Ms. Purcell noted, not subsequent to adoption, but there was consultation. I do recall I'd have to take some time to refresh my memory on the specifics, but it was forwarded to a number of communities, and I did have discussions with a few Indigenous leaders.
Lisa, yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Like David said, they would have done consultation through the original official plan review process, but there was not anything additional done through the modifications. What makes this particularly sticky is the modifications are just an exercise for provincial conformity, like people were saying earlier. So I think this is a larger issue. I think it's an issue that should be brought forward to the Indigenous leadership table and discussed broadly. And perhaps it's more of a message back to the province that are like, we've consulted, the Indigenous populations feel like this is a bigger message that Township Council, District Council wants to bring forward and have addressed. Because it is provincial policy, it's a conformity exercise, so it's bigger than just the process.
And I think if I could ask a supplemental with it, stepping into a world where I'm not really as familiar. And that's what I'm trying to understand as part of what we're trying to contemplate here. Clearly, there's a real interest in one particular area in our township, which is what we're hearing from today, and there's history, but we're supposed to be looking at this as a broader. And but so I don't want to step into something here. But I would appreciate some guidance on how that can be contemplated, or if it should be contemplated from the professionals in the room.
Who wants to take that first? Elizabeth or Lisa rather?
I can't say I'm a professional in these matters at all. I'm still learning like everybody else, but it's absolutely something we can bring back to the leadership table and inquire if that's something that they would like to delve into and have a message brought back to the province on behalf of that group. Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. So I guess a discussion for this part of the room. I guess my thought is these people have been through hell and back over all these years. Here we are now contemplating tightening the changes, making everything shorter and smaller and closer to the lake, closer to the water. I guess my question is, why would we, to what Councillor Edwards had said earlier, why would we be contemplating, this is going to sound so stupid, but why are we contemplating lessening all the restrictions that we actually ran on, and we talk about the environment and everything else? My sense is here we have the district here saying, yeah, go ahead, you can. So I would ask, we as a group, a business group, why would we be lessening the restrictions that are currently in place now? I mean, it just kind of defies logic. If, unless we can't stand behind where we were, and these are the new update from the government of Ontario coming saying, hey guys, it's not going to stick. 2 kilometers isn't going to work anymore. 10 kilometers to a major road isn't going to work anymore. Is that what I'm being told here? Otherwise, I would just leave it the way it is, which is not this, but the way it was.
Director Pink, do you have any comments to that point that Councillor Zavitz made? Like, why now, not then?
Through you, I think as previously responded, certainly if that's the wish of this committee to retain the language that was in the official plan as adopted, we can make those comments to the District of Muskoka. I think you've heard the response from the district as to the potential implications of that down the road. I can remain.
I'll go to Mayor Kelly and then Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, and through you. I think, this may not be the right time, I don't know the next step here, but I think Councillor Zavitz raises the right question. Ultimately, the decision or the answer to your question lies within the, however many of us are here today, 6 or 8 of us here today. We have, I think there's a tendency, and this is as much for delegates and observers everywhere, there's going to be a tendency to blame district planning staff or our planning staff or somebody. And quite frankly, all of that is misguided. I don't want to make it as mundane as they're doing their job, but the simple fact of the matter is the best description of the routine that of the review that the district did was it's an exercise for provincial conformity. I don't want to minimize your role or your impact, but that's what it is. It's an exercise to make sure that what we approved on October the 12th of last year, I think it was October the 12th, conformed with provincial policy. To the extent we're dealing with stuff that, in your word, waters down or cuts down, it's the feedback that we're getting from district staff that we've crossed the border on a few things. We've gone further than provincial policy will allow, and we have to be reined in. But the real issue here is a political one, and it is, do we simply accept that in the opinion of some very well-trained people, we're beyond the jurisdiction or beyond the permissive route that we're allowed to go for given the current provincial mandate, or do we decide that there's a higher calling? And that higher calling is, as you said, the things we stand for, the environment first, health and welfare of our people. This is in no particular order, health and welfare of our people, all of the good things that we ran for. I think at the end of the day, we have to be prepared to know that this may not be the end of the road, what we decide today. I think we also have to know that tomorrow morning when we wake up, we got to look in the mirror and say we did the right thing or we copped out, we didn't do the right thing. And that's what I guess we're paid for. So at the end of the day, it's a matter of our convictions to the things we truly believe in. It's the resiliency that we have to know that this may not survive the next round. We may have to go to not plan B as in what do we do, but we may have to take a bit of a shot before this gets done the way we want it to get done. The only question that I have to ask, and I've been asking myself through the entire day today, is if you don't take the shot, are you actually just admitting that really we aren't willing to fight things that we don't believe fully satisfy the needs of this township? And so when we're ready to vote, that's going to be first and foremost in my mind. Are we ready to stand up for stuff we believe in, knowing full well it's not necessarily going to be the most popular thing ever done, and without any notion that we're stepping on any toes? They've done their job tremendously well, admirably. They're working hard and long hours. But we've, in our zeal to protect what we love so much, we may have pushed the boundaries more than district or township are willing, or Nick indeed, he's here to keep us out of the soup too, has indeed decided is the right step. And is it worth us taking that step for things we think we need to do?
Thank you, Mayor Kelly. We will go to Mr. McDonald, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Roberts, and Councillor Mazan. Now let's see if we can conclude on this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add very briefly that you're all right. The policy is in the current official plan. We were very clearly directed by the previous council to maintain that current policy, which was done. The policy is now being reviewed by the upper tier, and the upper tier has indicated they have a concern with it. And the upper tier planning staff are bound by their professional judgment to make recommendations to their council. Their council makes their own decisions based on whatever they feel is appropriate, based on what they hear from their professional staff and what they hear from a local council. So I think the paths are pretty clear. The only thing I wanted to add, and I think it was alluded to by district staff, that the policy as directed to be included by council may not be as defensible in the end as you may think it is, only because it's without justification as mentioned by district planning staff. So as long as you understand that going in, then I've done my job as a professional planner in telling you that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Edwards.
I would like to reiterate the old official plan was passed at the district or it wouldn't have been in force. So it was passed at one time and it was accepted at one time. And therefore I would not touch it. I would leave it in at the 2 kilometers. And that we've heard expert witness today that one of the reasons are involved is it's dangerous. And the second thing is when you look at our official plan, we're for the environment. So why would we take out something that has strong teeth and water it down? And I would stand by that. I will stand by that at the district as well. But I am not prepared to change the old standard that we had at 2 kilometers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Edwards, Councillor Roberts, and then Councillor Mazin.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for my voice. Someone would be happy that I'm losing it, but I'll try to get through this. I've spoke a lot on this subject in the last 4 years. I'm supportive of the 2 kilometer, and I'm supportive of what the great work that the associations have done in consultation with the district. I hear the district staff has just been wonderful with them. So they have come up and they have crafted what they think should be in our official plan. It does include what was in the previous official plan. The words are there. It strengthens it. So I think that we are different here in Muskoka compared to other areas. And we ran on the environment. We ran on protecting the majestic nature and wildlife of Muskoka. And I believe that we need to adopt or put in the recommendations from the that was put forward by Skeleton Lake organization and the MLA and the Friends of Muskoka and the small cottagers and as well as all the delegates here, and take it forward and be prepared to defend that. I'm going to underline that. If we make that decision, then we need to be prepared to defend it as much as we can. So that's my position on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Marsden.
Yes, and thank you. And through you, I just would like to echo the comments that I think Councillor Roberts, you froze for 2 seconds at a critical point as I was listening to you. But I think one of the things I noted, I think staff and our consultant have worked with our community members really to come together with some strengthened, actually, based upon how I'm reading this, protections that I would hate to lose if we just went back to what we had. So I think, and I think what I'm hearing from the community is that we would just like to add in the 2,000 meters, which is 2 kilometers, right? Right? Yes. Okay. And the 10 kilometers for the road, and stand behind something that we believe strongly here in the township of Muskoka Lakes. And so I just wouldn't want that to be lost in the communication, I guess, to the district from us. And the only other element I would like to put on the table for consideration is this Indigenous piece. If it strengthens any kind of argument or thinking from the township of Muskoka Lakes, then there's an opportunity that we want to explore. I think that we owe it to ourselves and to that community, our community, to do so. Thank you.
All right, I'm not going to ask for any more questions or comments. We have before us 2 options. One is to return to the 2 kilometer limit and state our intentions clearly, and add to that the 10 kilometer limit close to provincial highways, or accept what has been suggested to us by the district on page 297 of the plan before us. And I'm going to ask for a general consensus on, and I will break it into 2. Do we want to stick with the 2 kilometers? And then do we want to stick with the 10K, or do we want to return to the language that the district has proposed? Councillor Marsden. Discussion before we do that.
Sorry, I think the clarification we may be looking for is we like the language that has been worked on by the staff, but to change the metrics that are within there to the 2 kilometers and the 10K. But
so tighten it up so we don't lose it.
And now I see Director Pink would like to
Director Pink, can you help us on what you've heard today? Let me ask that.
Thank you, Chair. I think what I've heard, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and perhaps may simplify the vote, is essentially a return to the language as originally adopted by Township Council, together with some of the added reasoning as to why the 2 kilometer or 2,000 meter prohibition, that being the potential negative environmental, social, and or economic impacts, visual and otherwise, related to the township's lakes and rivers. And it goes on about water quality, environment, general character, etc.
Yep.
Perhaps I didn't bring them.
Councillor Nishikawa.
I like the ability, like there's a little bit why, but is there any way that we can also add in a little bit of some of Mr. Ross's comments about we're concerned about the health of our residents from the particulars, like use those words that matter, I guess.
Mr. Pink.
In particular, that we're very concerned about.
Through the chair, certainly we can add that concern as well, together with the concerns as currently drafted. That's
Councillor Kent.
I just want to make sure, based on what you just said, that there are some other good things in the language that the district put in. such as some of the parameters about rinsing before it goes into the lake, et cetera. Yeah, it was in, you can clarify for me exactly where it's in, but requirement to fully mitigate, wash the water, blah, blah, blah. Is that going to be in what we're talking about? That stuff I thought we were going to keep, and we were just going to change the 2K and the.
Director Pink, please.
Yes.
I think, and I'd have to go through it, struggle a little bit on the fly, but I think the concern with that approach is those are restrictions in place should a proposal be proposed within 2 kilometers. And if we
For
want
what-
to
what would-
eliminate,
Should be for what kilometers?
should a proposal have been received within 2 kilometers of a lake or river, this is how it shall be addressed. What we could explore, I believe later in the section, it talks about certain requirements that must be met should a proposal be beyond 2 kilometers. We could consider adding it to that.
Or said another way, if you.
But we
if
want
it's
that
not
language
allowed
in there,
within
don't
2
we?
Kilometers, you would still want to be able to control those things beyond.
Yes, we want that language in there, I think is what we're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yes, Chair.
The district head.
Sorry, Lisa, I forget your last name. Marsden, yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Skeleton Lake Association, the MLA, and the other organizations that I'm missing the names of right now, did provide wording that changed it to the shall be limited farther than 2 kilometers, and then it kept and incorporated all the additional wording. So that might be easiest, especially with the addition of human health and safety into that first paragraph, but.
All right, good. Councillor Roberts, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I'll be very short. I've also would like to see that 10 kilometers in there for the proximity to a major highway. It would definitely protect the small village of Rosso in this particular case. Thank you.
And I don't know if we could confirm it, but it was suggested that that is the norm or the outer limit of the norm within the township currently, and that might be some form of justification.
Oh, just going to say, I'm not aware of there being any justification for any particular kilometer distance, if that was the question.
No, I'm just suggesting that, you know, if you were looking for one, then perhaps that is one. In other words, 10 isn't just based on 10 isn't just based on we threw a number in the air. 10's a reasonable number because that's if in fact that's true. Councillor Kent.
Just had one question for Nick. Just play this out for me. I come in, I have a new application for a new quarry. I get turned down by council here. They take it to the land tribunal. What happens there with the way that we've decided to proceed here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the reality is that regardless of whatever is in your official plan, anyone is entitled to make an application to develop a pit or quarry in Ontario. And given the provincial policy framework, obviously local policies will be considered in the decision-making process. But if it's felt by the approval authority, which in that case would be the MNRF, that those policies are not consistent with the PPS, they would ignore them. To be frank.
Committee, any more questions or comments? Because I'm going to do a straw poll about whether we want to adapt the suggested language as outlined by Director Pink. Nod of head, hold of hands. Let's do a hold of hands, please. Director Pink, comment? Yep.
Excuse me, could you clarify that?
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to just be very clear as to what the consensus is, because I think this is the direction to Mr. McDonald and
That's
myself.
probably good. Better that you read it again.
The changes to be made. I think it's just an elaboration or expansion of what I previously mentioned. Retaining the original language is fairly written, that being a 2 kilometer prohibition, together with including the modifications as to the reasons why, again, those environmental protections, together with the concerns we heard about fine particulate matter. As well as keeping a requirement of any water course, any of the, again, water leaving the quarry operation, be the same state as previous. And again, I would be a little on the fly, but that may apply beyond 2 kilometers. And then lastly, also to retain the language that was provided to us regarding a requirement that any quarry operation be within 10 kilometers of a provincial highway. That is, I believe, all we've heard as to what we'd like to retain.
With the language that came from the MLA and was agreed with district, there was some language there that we need to make sure gets embedded in
I
that.
think that captures what I
Okay.
was to capture.
Councillor Mazin.
Sorry, thank you. The only piece I wasn't sure if I heard is the impact that it might have on communities. I think we've talked about this before. That one of the overarching things is we're looking for ways to reduce the impact. I'm specifically thinking of the one north where trucks are going to be headed through a key community hub.
Through the chair, certainly Mr. McDonald and myself and the district can look at the language and enhance or tweak it as necessary. But I believe the proposed wording that's in your agenda packages does refer to, again, not just the environment, but any impacts to general character of the waterfront area and communities, noise, dust, vibration, increased traffic, et cetera. So the intention would be keep all of that plus the fine particulate matter delegation we heard.
Thank you, Councillor Mazin, for suggesting that clarification. Is everybody clear on what we are going to nod our head or give our thumbs up on? So, do we all like that? Yep. All right. Very well. Well, I think we got to get to, I have just one more question for you with respect to the OP. There were two sections that had large additions to them. And I just thought it'd be worth clarification. Nobody's questioned them, but because they're so large, I just thought, and these are in I-6 development in shoreline areas, which is on page 168 or 277, and the following page. And you explain them to me. I just think for the record, it'd be good to have those out there.
Thank you, through the chair. I believe it was noted in our previous report in August, and as I noted in my introductory comments, staff has been working with the adopted official plan, as we have to have regard for it when we review current applications. And it was noted that policies protecting shoreline areas and requiring buffers, setbacks, and regarding the character of shoreline areas within our urban centers and communities, that being Port Carling and Bala, Milford Bay, Torrance, etc., were inadvertently omitted. So those changes, although they appear large, are essentially verbatim carried forward from the existing official plan forward, so that the same protections in our waterfront area are extended to our communities as well.
Councillor Masson.
Thank you. And there could be a secondary thing, but I'm just noting on our agenda that we had another delegation and a totally different topic that relates to the OP.
All right. Yes, you're
Just
right.
before we move.
That is part of the OP. You're right. I forget their name. I don't know their name. I know you're here. I'm sorry. Yes, sorry, that's right. Karen Ballard and Charles Germain, if you could come up and state your name, address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Karen Ballard, 20 Newman Drive, Cambridge, Ontario, and 1S1A2. Thank you for letting me speak today. My husband, Charles German, and I are requesting a site-specific exception to policy E7 of the adopted official plan, recreational carrying capacity. I think there is a presentation, just a short one. Perfect. We can skip to the next slide. We submitted this letter requesting the exception at the beginning of September, and I'd like to take a few minutes to elaborate on several points in that letter, including a brief history of our communications with staff and the focus of those communications, how we believe our proposal aligns with the goals of the new recreational carrying capacity policy, and why this property is uniquely significant to myself and my family. Next slide. To help orient everyone, here's Silver Lake beside Port Carling. My cousin Leslie Carr has a 20-acre property at the bottom of the property, at the bottom of Silver Lake, from which she has offered to sever approximately 2 acres. Next slide. Drilling down to a closer view of Silver, the pin at the bottom of this slide marks the 20-acre property and the approximate location of the lot that we'd like to sever. Next slide. Drilling in even further, the blue line outlines the lot we're proposing and the pin the location of where we'd like to build a permanent residence. The lake frontage is 250 feet here, but we could go up to 300 feet and possibly a bit more if required. The depth is 350 feet and the building would be set back from the lake approximately 150 feet. To give some context to our request, we started discussions with the staff in 2019 about our intent to apply to create a new lot, took a hiatus during COVID, and then restarted conversations in 2022. All the planners we've spoken with have centered discussions around water quality and what was and wasn't possible on Silver as water quality has changed throughout that period of time. These conversations around water quality helped inform our decision-making process over the last 4 years. Last month, we met with staff again in a pre-consult meeting and were told for the first time that lake category and specifically recreational carrying capacity was now the limiting factor. We understand that recreational carrying capacity is a social measure meant to preserve the experience, the character, and the safety of a water body, taking into account a calculus of residential units, vacant lots, and water body surface area. We support these goals because, as I mentioned in our letter, I've witnessed a lot of change on the lakes, having actually grown up on Silver Lake and been around Rosso all my life. But we believe our proposal meets the overall intent of the recreational carrying capacity policy for the following reasons. Last slide. First, the lot we're proposing to create is one of the last, if not the last remaining severable parcel. Oh, I'm sorry, we skipped one. We'll skip one ahead. Next slide. Last slide. Thank you. The lot we're proposing to create is one of the last, if not last, remaining lots, and the proposed lot would be larger than most of the other existing lots on the lake at 300 feet of frontage. Buildings would be set back into the trees, 150 feet from the shoreline and deeper than any of the neighbors. We're proposing a small dock, no boat slips, and no boathouse. This would make any buildings on the newly created lot only minimally visible from the lake and maintain the existing aesthetic character of the shoreline and the overall recreational amenity of the lake. We'd also be willing to accept any other special zoning provisions as required if this would help mitigate concerns over lake category, including increasing frontage, acreage, and setbacks. Finally, I'd like to touch on why this specific lot is important to my family. Like the Rosses this morning, my mother's family has owned property around Rosso and Silver for almost 150 years, including the piece that we're talking about. My mother was given a piece on Silver that I grew up on. In fact, it's 3 lots over from the one we're talking about. Aunts, uncles, and cousins all live nearby, and many of them still do. Unfortunately, as happened with many in the 80s, my parents lost that lot. But now, due to my cousin's generosity, I have the opportunity to come back to Silver on a piece of my family's heritage. So given the time available, I've kept my comments high level, but I'm more than happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much. Director Pink, I wonder if you could give some context to this on how we might handle this within this plan.
Thank you. Through you. As to how you handle it, it's certainly in your hands. I think what you've heard is a member of the community has been, and I'd look to Ms. Walker or Mr. Sharp if there's questions around the specific details, but from what I understand, a property owner has been engaging, consulting with township staff about a potential severance on Silver Lake up until October of 2022. The concerns were surrounding water quality and the policies in the existing official plan. Unfortunately, an application was not made. And now, as the matter has returned, I understand that staff have now advised that the adopted official plan has imposed a recreational carrying capacity, which I'm sure you recall through our discussions was intentionally a hard cap and prohibited lot creation on a number of lakes, including Silver Lake, and planning staff have advised the community member of those new policies that we must now have regard for. And I think this is a policy that would be difficult upon regarding to ignore. And hence that was our advice. I think what the delegate is looking to you for is relaxation of that, perhaps an exception to their property. Again, that's before committee, but I hope that provides the background or the context.
Councillor Nishikawa. Ms.
Thank you.
Ms. Ballard, I think you could, well,
oh.
all right, stay there in case there's a question.
Thank you. Well, my question would be, I have a question and then I have another question, but so my question, I think I heard you say that you agree with the recreational carrying.
I agree with the intent of the policy. Yes,
Yes,
the goals.
thank you.
The actual calculation, I think perhaps there could be some consideration further there.
Thank you. What would be the proper mechanism to ask staff to bring this application forward if the property owner would like to? I believe there's some merit in this application. And I've not always been 100% fan of some of the restrictions that we put in place with the recreational compare. You know, there's a lot of what ifs in there that in fact don't necessarily impact. And I even have noticed over the last number of years, maybe because of gas prices and that type of thing, that boating and that type of thing has really reduced quite a bit. And so I just don't know that I have the same feelings anymore. So I'm just, what is the right mechanism to get this application to come forward to planning?
Director Pink, could you tell us what the process would be?
Quite simply or briefly, the proponent would have to submit the application. They've been pre-consulting with staff for quite some time, I believe a number of years. Mr. Sharp can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe an application is yet to be submitted. The only way to get that matter in front of you is to formally make that application. Certainly, encourage the application to be made before approval. That would be slightly easier. But again, I'd be remiss not to somewhat warn committee, similar to the application we heard earlier this morning, concerns around precedent. There's been extensive debate for 4 years around this table about the importance of RCC and the fact of a hard cap. I think to start relaxing that on the first application, I think you want to be cognizant of the precedent that sets.
And I'm game for it. Sorry.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you. It's difficult, David, to your point. I mean, we really can't even ask for a staff report on this because it's the first one, right? And, it's like the fireworks thing where immediately 5 people came forward and, that wasn't to be. I really don't know where to go with this because certainly, here we have a person that would like to develop. We are capped according to what this group voted on. So is there any other form we have for further discussion? Would hate to just shut this person down today here because of something, this new and to us all, although it's been 4 years. So not to babble on here, but is there any other mechanism available to them or us?
Might I suggest one possibility?
Go ahead.
The calculation, I believe, allows 1.6 hectares of surface area usage per lot, I think it is. You'll have to correct me on the details. If in fact Silver Lake operates more like a small lake, in the township of Seguin's official plan, I think they reference smaller lakes, probably having a different carrying capacity expectation because they don't operate the same as mid-sized or larger lakes.
Okay.
So you might not actually be using as much of the surface area.
Got the gist of that. Thank you very much. Director Pink, would you like to just comment? I think I know the answer, but I will let you provide it to Councillor Zavitz about other possible avenues for us.
Again, through the chair, I think it has to begin with an application being made. Right now, there's nothing before us. I don't believe council or committee, correct me if I'm wrong, has an appetite to modify the official plan or recommend to the district to modify to take out RCC or to take it out for Silver Lake at this stage. However, and failing that, I think the other option is an application to be made. Staff would prepare a report as we do in due course, and committee can debate and consider said application. But right now, there's really nothing in front of us.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ballard. So committee, we are now at the end of the discussion on the official plan. We just need to have a brief discussion about how we want to carry this forward. I believe that there are two options, and David, chime in if I'm. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. Since this person has been talking to the township for quite a number of years, it's not as if it would be a new application. If they put an application in right away before we finalize the official plan, I think we could accommodate something like that. Again, it's not a new developer coming in to try and create new lots.
Councillor Edwards,
I
remind you that we do not have an application here, and I don't think we should be giving opinions about a possible application.
Well, I'm sorry, but my thing is, if an application came in before the official plan was finalized, then we could consider it, is what I'm saying. Thank you. And
Councillor
also,
Roberts?
I would like.
Oh, sorry. You're not finished, Councillor Edwards?
No, there was something else I wanted to bring up on the official plan.
Okay.
And that was on page 276, 15.4.9. The Knoll area. And I had asked before that the last sentences be taken out of it. If a future council chooses not to assume this area as parkland at the time of subdivision or condominium approval, the zoning of this area shall revert back to the community residential holding zone. That should not be in there. And what you're doing is advising another council. If it was taken out and they wanted to change it, it would just be a bylaw, an official plan amendment. And that was hard fought by the people to get it through the OMB. They did get the parkland that they had asked for, and now we're selling them down the river. So I think that should be taken out. Thank you.
Director Pink or Mr. McDonald, who would like to answer that? Director Pink said is offering Mr. McDonald, so we'll take him first.
Thank you. Through you, I'm just trying to pull the resolution to confirm. However, I believe on the date that the official plan was adopted, council very specifically directed that language be inserted in the official plan, and it was inserted exactly verbatim as directed by Township Council. I just almost have the exact resolution in front of me, if you just bear with me. So resolution C11-12-10-22. So on October 12th, 2022, when council adopted the official plan, they did amend the following by specifically stating on October 15th, 2014, the Ontario Municipal Board, through its decision on case number PL, etc., rezone the top of the knoll as knoll open space, OS5, of light of the then council's interest in preserving the prominent hill as a public park. If the future council chooses not to assume this area as parkland, at the time of subdivision or condominium approval, the zoning of this area shall revert to the community residential holding R7-H zone. And that was passed by council. So there was specific direction to include that exact language. I believe it was in response to a delegate at that meeting, Mr. Spence, who specifically asked that language be inserted, and that's precisely what was put in.
Thank you very much, Director Pink. So before us, we have we've got, I think it's fair to say that we now have quite specific direction from this committee to our staff with quite clear, specific wording to be added or adjusted in this official plan. The question I think before us, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, is do we feel that there's been enough public discussion and notification of this that we can bring it back to council for approval, or do we feel we need another meeting? And And David, let me ask you to make further.
I don't have too much to add. I don't know if it's a question of further public engagement or comment. I think we received a number of comments. I think in my mind, it's more of a question of does committee feel they need to see the language that Mr. McDonald and myself and district staff sort of verbally indicated throughout today's meeting. I've made excellent notes. I believe likely Mr. McDonald has as well. So the question is, would you like a special planning committee meeting or the next regular planning committee to review the actual revisions, or can those be brought directly to council? I think again, ultimately it was a very lengthy, fruitful discussion, but I think in the end there was about 5 or 6, perhaps 7 quite specific changes that we made quite clear notes on what they're to be. But again, I look to committee whether you wish to see those at a committee level or whether we can proceed directly to council, and we can certainly. I can have a resolution drafted to direct that to council, and I'm sure Mr. McDonald and myself can make those changes to that document in a month's time. Again, or we can have the regular planning committee meeting or even a special planning committee meeting if desired.
I'd like thoughts from committee. Mayor Kelly.
I think we've done this justice, and I think turning the drafting over to these two gentlemen is the right next step and moving it forward directly to council.
Any other comments from committee? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pink. And I do agree with you. We had some really fruitful conversations today. I just have a question. If we find that the wording needs to be tweaked a bit at council, is that possible?
Director Pink.
Thank you. Yes, I believe it would be. We can, I believe an action item would have to be pulled for further discussion, and we can make modifications to that. I'm certainly between ourselves and the clerks, we can make that happen.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. I think I've got a general sense that that's the direction we would like to go, but left me nods and thumbs. Councillor Edwards, you do have your hand up.
Yes, I support that, but could you send it out about a week before that so we can look through it, and that rather than just with the whole meeting, so that we can see the change and just the changes, not all the 200 and some odd pages. Thank you.
Director Pink, would you be able to, and you and Mr. McDonald be able to accommodate that?
I believe I can forward out the revised draft prior to the agenda. I believe we can do that. Yes.
That's terrific. All right. I think we need a 8 or 10 minute break to create a 5-minute break. David's halfway there. We need right. Are you already writing a resolution?
I haven't largely drafted.
Oh, largely drafted. Well, anyway, I think we could probably use another break. We will be back at a quarter after with a resolution that allow us to move on with the rest of the items in this meeting. Basically substitutes the one we had at the beginning. Because you'll remember, we read the resolution right at the beginning of the meeting. I'm not going to read it for you again. If you can't remember, too bad. Moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa.
Excuse me, we didn't hear the start of the meeting again. It was blocked off. Thank you.
Well,
You didn't.
no,
They didn't hear anything, did you?
right. Okay, here we go. So it was moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that the motion be substituted with the following. The District of Muskoka be advised that the Township of Muskoka Lakes Council has no objections to the proposed modifications as amended in Appendix I to Report Plan 2023-145 to September to the adopted Township Official Plan. Further, with the following modifications as directed at the September 14th, 2023 Planning Committee meeting, semicolon, and that the Township of Muskoka Lakes Council respectfully requests the District of Muskoka Council expedite the approval of the Township's official plan as modified, attached as Appendix III to Report Plan 2023-145, and as directed at the September 14th, 2023 Planning Committee meeting. Any discussions? All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. I haven't signed my name anymore. All right, we're going to tone this meeting down a little bit. Get back to some regular business here. And thank you, everybody, for coming. The next item on the agenda is. You guys all right? Okay. Next item is under long-range planning, special projects and other business, and we report from Pecuniary cash in lieu of parking. And I don't know who's speaking. Mr. Sawyer, are you speaking to this? Oh, Caitlin, Ms. Walker, thank you. There's nobody else is interested in this.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is cash in lieu of parking application CP 01/23. The subject property is known municipally as 3129 Muskoka Road 169. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 408 of the agenda package, and to the purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties here. Okay, so the applicant has applied for one cash in lieu of parking space for a temporary patio to continue to be used. The existing patio is approximately 170 square feet, and it's shown on the attached site plan in the agenda today. The proposed patio will replace the existing patio, but the future patio could have a different configuration. I have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that cash in lieu of parking application CPO 1/23 be approved. I have no other comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. Is there any questions from the committee? Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Through you to staff, and I'm just not sure who would have the answer. My history, I recall that there's never been parking at this location. And in fact, when we did the streetscape, we actually we even took away parking in the area. And I'm going back to 2006, those kind of discussions, and different property owners. So I actually recall one gentleman that came forward that did some additions, small additions to, and I was sure that we took money from him for the exact same purpose. And I'm just not clear that, our records would have even showed it. I'm just concerned. It's a lot of money, and these kind of businesses that stay year round, it's a lot of change out of their pocket, I would just say, especially this time of year. And I just find it interesting because I think it's such an added benefit to the community. But it bothers me that we're being a little bit harsh to this business owner. And that's just my opinion. I would say that they were the ones that stepped up, not just during COVID, but for years and years, about opening their doors so business would be there available in the wintertime, which again, there would be no parking. So all I'm saying is I'm a little bit concerned about this little.
To be fair, I think I heard a question and an opinion.
Well, my question was
has parking in lieu of, has cash in lieu of parking already been paid?
How many times, like over the years, and I'm going back.
Ms. Walker, if you could
years.
tell us what you think about that.
My understanding through you is there was a cash in lieu of parking agreement for 2 spaces in 1996. I don't see anything after that, but there could have been something past that I may have missed. I don't have the full history on the property.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. It's for you. Certainly to my friend's comments about Bala. It would seem that, if one looks at this, if this is a parking spot, it is right at the corner, right on a corner. I'm surprised that we as a township would deem this a parking lot anyway. And if you look at other times of the year and how snow, et cetera, I would really be in support of not deeming this a parking aspect, if you will, in the town of Bala, especially given its proximity to all the other businesses, et cetera, and the food service aspect to it. I think coming out of COVID, et cetera, I would ask that we think of a deeming this piece of property something else other than, if that is what we need to do. Thank you.
All right, let me just pause here. Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to read the resolution so that we can debate it, because that's what we're doing. Councillor Edwards, do you have a question? You're on mute.
Yes, I do have a question. The cash in lieu of parking is for 170 square feet of extra restaurant, is it not? It's not taking a parking spot away, it's just adding for an extra 170 feet of restaurant, which we normally charge for. Is that not correct?
Okay, Ms. Walker?
Yeah, through you. So it's 170 square feet of patio space, which is connected to the restaurant, which is what's triggered the need for the application. The patio was approved through the temporary patio program throughout COVID, and they'd like to continue to use it and make it a permanent patio at this point.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to read the resolution. Moved by Mayor Kelly. Seconded by the other person in the room. No, seconded by Councillor Marsden. Be it resolved that cash in lieu of parking application CP 01/23 be approved and a cash in lieu of parking agreement be entered into with 2458542 Ontario Limited for one parking space. Now let's continue with the debate. Any other thoughts on this, Councillor Nishikawa, please?
Well, if we were looking at economic development, and that's why I'm saying this is, so it's interesting. What I've observed and what is happening today is people prefer to be outside. They're not actually sitting inside the restaurants. So if I even look at our Bala pub, for instance, and Jack and Stella's, the other businesses, and they're people that are attending their businesses are actually filling the tables outside. And that is not, I don't even know that, well, one business I spoke with, they would rather people be inside, because it creates some challenges for staff to be carrying out food and like all of these things. But the reality is that people want to be outside now. And now we're being told to start wearing masks again. And that was CBC this morning, sort of thing. And so I find this a little bit of a challenge, because I think it's a needed thing. And I also, again, that whole idea that we already got money for cash in lieu of, how many times over? Like I get it. Now we've added another 100 feet. So now we want that much more. I don't believe the community is benefiting from this. And I don't believe that, I think it's a hardship. I think it's a negative to economic development.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you. You can see by the picture, figure 1. So that is the township's property, that 170 we're talking about. It essentially ends right at where that green sign is. It says good fish and chips, or great fish and chips. There is no sidewalk beyond that along River Street. So that is likely one of the most dangerous parking spots we would ever have in this township if we deemed that. So I think, to the councillor's point, and in the interest of economic development, I just see no reason why we would deem that a parking lot, and then we need money to compensate for the loss of a parking spot to the general public. Again, the corner's right there, and that is Highway 169. So I've never parked there in all my 70 years, I can tell you, and I don't know who would. So in that regard, is it possible that this committee can view this as perhaps requiring of a change in status? We clearly identify it now as in terms of asset management, we view that as a parking space, and thus the discussion. And I'm just saying, I think, to the councillor's point, I'm not even sure that it's a parking spot.
Thank you. Ms. Walker, would you have a reply for that? I think the suggestion was, is there a vehicle by which to not have the owner have to pay for cash in lieu.
So I think Mr. Pink may want to jump in, but I'll try and kind of explain the process. So there's no indication, there's no parking available on the lot right now. So this isn't taking away a parking spot. We're not saying that this should be a parking spot. It's simply that the requirements of the parking in the zoning bylaw require one additional space because of the added patio area. Now, I do think, and Mr. Pink can correct me, that committee would have the option to waive the cash in lieu of parking fee in this case, if that's the direction they decided to take. So that might be something you want to explore.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to, I don't know who, they may have left the room, but if you look at page 408, the photograph, figure 2, and I see a white line on the right-hand side. What is the purpose of that white line?
Ms. Walker, if you got.
Oh, yeah.
Let me mute.
Sorry, I'm not sure where we're looking in the photo.
I think he's looking.
408, so on the road, you can see the truck coming down the road. You see the yellow line.
Yeah.
To the right of the truck, there's a white line.
The highway painting.
Oh, yeah.
Does that imply no parking?
No.
Okay, I dropped my point then.
All right. Councillor Zavitz, one more time.
Thank you, and through you. So as I see it and knowing Vala the way I do, I would be reluctant to waive cash in lieu in this particular case because of all the other fine folks who make a living paying us for parking. So thus my earlier question, could we not view this in a different way? I mean, I think if I look on Battle Falls Road, there were 26 parking spots. You know, I don't know how we look at this and deem this a parking spot. And I know to what you've said earlier, it's not. But what is it? They're using our land, so they need to pay us rent. Is that right?
Ms. Walker.
Sorry, through you, I would just clarify, this is the property owner's land. This is not on township land. So they have to pay the fee simply because they can't meet the parking requirements on their own property. Correct, which is why any addition would require a cash in lieu of parking application.
But they keep,
Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The municipality's collected twice on this property. And it's pretty much, I just don't feel like I would either like to see us waive the fee or split the fee. I think that even splitting the fee, we're showing that we are concerned and we support their business. But I actually, I see this as a bit of a hardship, and I have not spoken with these property owners, so they're probably a little, maybe annoyed at what I'm saying today, but I just know it, and I'm shopping in that area all the time. And no one ever gets to park there.
I was going to ask the same question. Ms. Walker, could you tell us how much we're talking about here?
So each space would be $3,000. So in this case, the fee in addition to $3,000 per space, yes.
I will, for the moment, take no more from the, I think we've heard your case loud and clear. Is there any other traction around the committee? Councillor Marsden.
Thank you, and through you. And I'm just now I'm feeling I need to go back to make sure I clarify my own understanding of this particular application. Through COVID, we had a temporary patio program to support those businesses, correct? So, and I'm just making sure I'm understanding this. So the benefit to certain communities, because I think that's what Councillor Zavitz is touching upon. We had 4 or 5, I think, businesses that were in this particular situation. And in some cases, and it's great that in this particular case, they have the flexibility or the opportunity to create a more permanent patio structure, correct? And by doing so, that just triggers the need for having an extra parking spot. And the cost for doing that for any application would be $3,000 per spot. So that would be our policy that we're following at this point. And I just want to be sure. So this would be able to make a more permanent solution for this business for a patio outside.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I'm going to see if I can understand one thing, and that is Councilor Nishikawa has said a couple of times that they've already paid twice. But my guess is that they will pay a fourth time if they expand the restaurant yet again, sufficient to trigger the need for another space or cash in lieu. So it's not really fair to suggest that we're asking them to pay too many times, because it's each expansion that triggers yet another payment. Okay, I just want to make sure it's clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Walker, I mean, that's my understanding, but can you please confirm that? I'm
Yes,
not one.
that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Any more comments? I'm going to call the vote then. All those in favor? Please count.
1, 2, 4. Correct, 4. There's 2. What are you voting?
I think, yeah.
What? Well, Director Pink.
Just to clarify, I think there's sort of two separate issues that I'm hearing around the table. I don't think those perhaps not raising their hand to vote in favor of this are not because they're opposed to it. It's because they don't wish the applicant to pay for it. Because if you turn this down, they have to, that bylaw staff will ensure that that patio is removed. It does not comply with our zoning bylaws. So as Ms. Walker, I think, has correctly pointed out on a number of occasions, this is not about designating a space. Our zoning bylaw states that a certain amount of parking spaces have to be provided for restaurants, retail, office, what have you. They've expanded many years ago and had to pay cash in lieu because they cannot provide parking spaces on their property. They're now, they did benefit for 3 years under the temporary COVID patio program, where council waived the fees for those 3 years. Council decided to cease that program, provided property owners or extended it for 2023, which is why you still see it, provided the property owner makes an application to make it permanent. And that's the property owner is following the instructions of council to make this permanent. Council passed a bylaw that says each parking space is $3,000 when you are deficient. That's what you have before you. I think I sense, rather than perhaps defeat it, which I don't think would be helpful to the applicant, it would be out their application fees. Perhaps you wish to debate and provide a separate direction to waive the fees or reduce the fees. But again, I think it was raised previously. I think you want to be cognizant that we have debated cash and no parking fees before, and there are a number of businesses in our communities who have paid before and will pay in the future. And I think you want to provide a consistent message. So something to be cognizant of.
We didn't get a final tally. We only got halfway through it because I didn't call the other half. Councillor Nishikawa.
Well, I would say, could the question be asked? Would others
All
like
right.
prior to the final question being asked?
So back to the discussion, because we did not close that call of vote. Is there, just let me ask the question, Councillor Zavitz, is there appetite around committee, other than the two that have already voiced their opinions? Is there appetite about the committee to look for either reducing or forgiving the fee? So I think, Councillor Kelly, we're still, you can do it.
Do we ever consider taking payment over time? Take it 2 years to pay or something?
Director Pink.
Through the chair, I believe anything is possible. There were discussions, I believe the last time this came up, I believe it was in Bala as well. There was direction to defer payment. It was still a full payment at the end, but it was deferred for, I believe it was a year or two. Anything is, I suppose, possible. I think the previous Economic Development Committee recommended deferral, or I forget which they recommended, but there was a debate at Economic Development Committee and Planning Committee around that point. So again, you could waive completely, you could reduce, you could defer.
Councillor Edwards, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I would leave the fee the way it is. Everyone else has paid it. I can maybe go for a payment over time, so much a month or something like that. but it should be paid because we've got to get parking at some point and we're going to have to provide it. So I would not waive it on this one, or you're going to have to start waiving on everything, to be fair. And I don't think that's right.
Councillor Nishikawa is suggesting that we defer it. No. Oh, sorry, the deferral of the payment. Yes, so we could probably do that. Appetite around the table for deferring it and spreading it over. What would you suggest to Mr. Pink? 1 year, 2 years, whatever. Have we done it in the past? Councillor Marsden.
I think I'm uncomfortable with this because I don't have an applicant here asking or requesting for a payment deferral. Should that applicant come forward, which I think has happened historically. But I do feel like we have a policy in place, and it's not like I'm trying to be hard nosed here. I'm very sensitive to the business community and their needs. But I think in this particular case, I'm comfortable that there's a policy that others follow, and we should be following that. Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. So I guess in terms of our policy that exists, this is the extreme, right? I think that's what certainly my wrestle is. It's a postage stamp, right? This isn't, I shouldn't name names, so I won't, but this isn't somebody who's created a 25 seat patio. This is essentially room for 4 more people. And in an area where there literally is no parking except for the LCBO and maybe 6 other spots. So it can't handle the people anyway. So, I mean, I guess my concern is, instead of waiving or anything else, was there going to be any sort of a subsequent staff coming back after COVID in terms of looking at this cash in lieu? Because we did forgive, we did defer payment over a period of time, et cetera. Is there an opportunity to essentially set this aside for the moment, if in fact there is a report coming forward over the next few months about this issue on a bigger scale? I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is either, but was that the intent? I know Corey's moved on to other roles, economic development. Is there anything there?
Director Pink.
Thank you, through the chair. No, there was no intention to return. I think the matter has been debated actually quite extensively in the last few years. To summarize again, for 3 years, council passed a program that allowed staff to waive all fees and sign agreements to relax our parking, but only in 1 year increments. And then, if you recall, I believe it was earlier this year, we determined that the impacts of COVID and the requirement to socially distance were relaxed. So therefore, you agreed to cease that program and only allow the patios that continued the previous 2 years to continue, provided they made it permanent. The other matter that I believe occurred was a property owner came for a permanent proposal in the middle of COVID, and council struggled with collecting a fee when others were being waived, and hence that property owner received a deferral of the payment. So I think it's been debated at length. Again, I don't believe the social distancing restrictions would come back. Certainly not qualified to opine on that, but I believe the direction from council was clear last time. The temporary program is over. Happy to resurrect it if that's the direction of committee. We can come back.
Councillor McIntyre. And you're on mute, so we're waiting for you to unmute yourself.
There we go. There's the unmute. Okay. I'm really conflicted here because I agree completely with what Councillor Nishikawa is saying. Bala is not a huge thriving metropolis, and most of the stores there are very tiny. And I do agree that the fact that we have one that is staying open is really important in terms of the economic development argument. And I agree with Councillor Zavitz, because there is no parking in Bala and everybody knows that. The issue to me is, I think I agree with Councillor Marsden, which is, if we had an applicant here making this argument, I would be right on it. I don't think I'm prepared to make an example without somebody to fight, like somebody here asking me to make that decision.
Any further comments? I'm going to call the vote then. Remembering that if we deny it, he will have to close his restaurant or his patio restaurant. Close the patio restaurant because he hasn't paid the cash in. So all those in favor?
Yeah.
Anyway, opposing? That is carried. All right. The next item is unfinished business, and it is Thames and Stevenson B 536222-ML and ZBA 55-22. And I not sure, is this Miss Walker? Thank you. Okay.
Just going to bring up the presentation here.
And you've got 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is consent application B/53/22ML amended and zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-55/22 amended bylaw 2022-190 in the name of Thames and Stevenson. The subject property is known municipally as 2109 Lake Muskoka Shore. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan and drawings beginning on page 418 of the agenda package or to the site plan on the screen in front of you. The applications were originally heard by committee June 15th, 2023. At that time, the applications consisted of a lot creation, a lot addition, and a zoning bylaw amendment. The applications were deferred to provide the applicants an opportunity to discuss alternatives with the landowners who stood to benefit from the lot addition application, as they were in opposition to the lot addition proposal being presented. The applicant's agent has requested that the lot creation and the zoning bylaw amendment in an amended form return for further consideration and that the lot addition application be placed on hold at this time. The lot creation application has been amended to achieve a required side yard setback of 30 feet from an existing dock. So the side lot line, I don't think I can actually point on the screen, but the side lot line between the severed and retained has been adjusted slightly. So the side yard setback has increased from that dock. And the zoning bylaw has been amended to recognize the increased cumulative dock width as the docks that were to be transferred to the neighboring lot through the lot addition are now to remain on the retained lot. The proposed cumulative dock width is 154 feet. Bylaw 2022-190 will also permit the severed lot to have an area of 1.5 acres where 2 acres is required. After the June meeting, 2 submissions were received. The first submission is from Paul Doolin from the Board of Trustees of the Church of the Kettles, and it outlines the history of the docks that encroach from the church property onto the Stevenson and Thames property. This letter was circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. The second submission is from Cynthia Carlson, neighboring property owner to the south. This submission has been attached to the supplementary agenda. Staff is happy to read either submission in full at the request of committee. Staff have prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that consent application B/53/22ML amended be approved, subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report. Staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 55/22 as amended, bylaw 2022-190 be approved, subject to the following minor amendments. First, that exemption B be amended to reflect the revised cumulative dock width. 2, that exemption C to permit the dock to be 1 foot from the side lot line projection be removed from bylaw 2022-190. And 3, that the inclusion of a revised Schedule 2 is included in the bylaw. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist
assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Is the applicant's agent or the applicant here? I believe it's.
Yes,
Mr.
thank
Bonner?
you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve Bonner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 1A4. I'm here representing John Thames and Lee Stevenson, who are the applicants in this particular case. I believe that John might be the only person still in the council chambers. I'm not sure. Lee Stevenson, I was going to try and be on Zoom. She's over in Europe right now. Thank you very much to the staff. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but thank you very much to staff and for considering separating the applications. I do have some comments on the objection letter that I will put forward, and I've got 4 points that I want to make. Firstly, there's nothing in the objection letter that speaks specifically to the creation of this lot. It is a viable lot. It's supported by staff. The staff has no objection to the creation of the lot. So, secondly, the objection is based entirely on procedure. We could have submitted the application separately, and in hindsight, if I had known that there was such a family difficulty, I would have suggested just doing this separately. The objectors, unfortunately, haven't come forward with any recent discussions with the applicants. Thirdly, the objectors are really using this for leverage to try and get more land on the lot addition. That's potentially an abusive process. So, and I'll just leave it at that. I won't say anything more. And lastly, really the lot addition question, which is really the concern, it's a family matter, and it's unfortunate that the township has to be a bit involved in it, but it really is a family matter for them to straighten out. It's certainly the intention of my clients to bring forward the lot addition application in the future, but they do want to deal with the lot creation at this time and hope that committee can see their way through to an approval. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fonner. I presume there's nobody here to speak in opposition to this? Sincere. All right. Ms. Carsley? Okay. Is she in the queue? All right. Ms. Carsley, if you could turn on your video and your microphone.
Okay. I'm Cynthia Carsley, 18A College View Avenue, Toronto, M5P 1J3. And I am questioning the benefiting lot mentioned in the application is owned by myself and my sister, and is the benefiting lot in application B62/22ML, which also came to the committee on June 15th, 2023, with the original version of B53/22ML. I really don't understand why the separation is being done by my nephew, but I would like to refer to my sons to speak to this issue.
Sure. It's Douglas Carsley, 18 College View Avenue, Toronto, M5P 1J3. We're just thinking that because the second application of the encroachment had been deferred, that this is going to create greater problems as we attempt to negotiate with our cousin. It's unfortunate this is being viewed as an abusive process. I completely disagree. We get along well with our cousin still. And we have tried actually since 2016 to come up with a solution to this, and we continue the conversations. In fact, just several weeks ago, we put a proposal in place and sent that over to John, the applicant, to essentially adhere to what the original intent was of the lot separation, which was to move the lot line to the other side of the cabin. We'd submitted the planning report, and we believed that in I believe it was B62 22 ML, that we had reason to believe that the lot line should actually go there before the lots were severed. So that's where we sit at the moment.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the queue to speak in opposition? All right. Before I read the resolution, I will ask committee if they have any questions on this matter to staff or the applicant, Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, I'm sure it's in here and I just didn't read it, but I just wanted to confirm that they have a dock space at the local marina, and I realize there's an ownership issue there, but we've dealt with that, like, so parking has been dealt with.
Ms. Walker, can you discuss that, please?
Yes, that's correct. It was addressed in the report that came to committee in June. You bear with me, I can get the details of their parking agreement, but I know one has been reached with the marina. I just can't remember which one.
Any other questions? I have a question. I did not, sorry, Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. I just want to make sure before I vote on this. So we are only voting on B 5322 ML as amended on page 418, which is the severed lot there. And I just wanted to make sure that we weren't penalizing them for the church dock that is encroaching on them. If it can be left there. If I get an answer to that, I'd like that. Thank you.
Ms. Walker.
Sorry, could you clarify your question one more time? I apologize.
Yes, we are just doing B 5322 ML, which is the severed lot to the left-hand side on page 418. And the second thing is we're not penalizing them for the encroachment of the church dock. We're going to leave that alone. Is that correct?
So through you, that's correct. So what's in front of you is just the severed lot, which is the B 5322 ML severance, as well as the cumulative dock widths. Now the cumulative dock widths have increased from 91 feet to 154 feet because there is encroaching docks from the lot to the south onto the retained lot. So we had to amend the bylaw accordingly.
All right, thank you very much.
Are there any further questions? And if not, I have one. Ms. Walker, can you explain to me where the church property is, or is that the adjacent property?
So the church property is, if you're looking at the site plan, to the right of the retained lot. So you'll see it's labeled church docks.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Okay. I did not realize that. All right. Let me read the resolution. Sorry, no more questions, I presume. Okay. I am going to read the resolution. It's a long one for this time of the day. Moved by Councillor Marsden. Change the name here. Seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that consent applications B/53/22 ML amended (Thames and Stevenson) be approved subject to the following conditions: that a satisfactory registrable description (deed) of the severed lot together with any required rights of way or easements be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the retained and severed lots are satisfactory for an on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with any existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township. That the applicants enter in a consent agreement with the township pursuant to section 51(26) of the Planning Act. Said agreement shall be registered against the title of the lands and contain provisions to the satisfaction of the township whereby the owner agrees not to utilize public parking and docking facilities as the principal means of access to the retained lot and severed lot, and that adequate long-term parking and docking facilities used to access severed lot be secured at all times. That cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the severed lot or in the entire lands, whichever is less. The zoning that zoning exemptions be approved to permit the creation of the severed lot with an underutilized lot area and to recognize existing over width docks on the retained lot. Any debate? All those in favor? Carried.
Right.
And we need to do the bylaw amendment. Moved by Councillor McIntyre. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that the planning committee recommended township council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 55/22 bylaw 2022-190 be approved, subject to the following minor amendments. Exemption B be amended to reflect a revised accumulation dock width. That exemption C to permit a dock to be 1 foot from a side lot line projection be removed, and inclusion of a revised schedule 2. Any discussions? All those in favor? Thank you. Carried. The next item is Mr. Sawyer. You're going to take us out with a very efficient presentation, as I know you always do. B16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 ML ZBA 1023. Baker, go ahead, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you. Can't believe this is the last application, so thank you and good afternoon. The next matter is related to 2 consent applications, B21 23 ML and B22 23 ML in the name of Baker. In July, these 2 severance applications were granted conditional approval as part of a larger proposal that involved the reconfiguration of lot lines through several consent applications and a zoning bylaw amendment. Prior to creating reference plans and moving forward with finalizing these approved severances, the applicants have requested a revision to a portion of a lot boundary between 2 of the conditionally approved severed lots. So while some minor differences between approved consent sketches and prepared reference plans is actually quite usual, staff feel in this case that the revision is slightly more significant and enough to obtain committee's endorsement prior to issuing consent certificates. The 2 lots that would be impacted have been referred to in the staff report as severed lots F and severed lots G. The slides shown here show a comparison of the recently approved lot configuration and the now proposed lot configuration. And so this is the first lot, severed lot F, and the revised common lot line is shown, indicated by the blue arrow. You can see there's a slight different angle of that common lot line. And then on the next slide, it's just referring to the next consent, the next severed lot. And again, it's just showing that same lot line again, but for that severed lot. Staff have noted that some additional development rights would be provided to severed lot G as the lot line revision increases the straight line frontage to 300 feet, which would make it possible to replace the existing 1-story boathouse with a 2-story boathouse in the future. Also, a slightly wider dock and boathouse would be permitted due to the additional lot frontage. And the change also improves the side yard setback of the existing boathouse. This existing boathouse has a rooftop sun deck, and the proposed additional lot frontage will bring it into compliance with the 45-foot setback requirement of a boathouse with a rooftop sun deck. I should also note that now that site plan control is again available as a planning tool in the waterfront, staff intend to update the township site plan control bylaw to subject 2-story boathouses to the site plan control process And if a two-story boathouse then were to be applied for in the future, safe access could be ensured through that process. Taking into consideration that any future redevelopment of shoreline structures on these lots would be required to comply with all zoning requirements, staff feel that the proposed lot line revision is minor and that the resulting change to development rights are acceptable in this case. Lots F and G will still comply with all area and frontage requirements, and the intent of the original approvals will be maintained. And staff have therefore recommended that the proposed lot configurations be endorsed. And I have no further comments at this time, but be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Committee, any questions for Mr. Soya? They're asking for an endorsement. I have a resolution to read, but I'm waiting for any questions. Mr. Fonner, are you on this case and do you want to add?
Yeah, yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems I'm on the family cases today. It's kind of like family court here, but this family does happen to get along. Now, I just wanted to point out that this was actually an option that was considered by the Bakers, but we didn't submit it that way. And as it turns out, the floodplain issue did come up, and the sleeping cabin on land is in the floodplain. It is very low in that location, and this would give the opportunity to have a two-story boathouse with a sleeping cabin in it that otherwise they really couldn't do much with except rebuild the current one in the current location, and it's very, very small, and actually it's about ready to fall down. So this again was an option that they had considered at one time, but now they'd like to implement it. And the difference in the frontage is fairly slight, but it does give some additional development rights. Interestingly, it actually increases the frontage on the point just because of the shape of the shoreline. So anyways, I appreciate your consideration, and I appreciate Mr. Soya's report and his support of this amendment. Thank you.
All right, I think we had no questions. So I'm going to read the resolution for us to debate. Moved by Councillor Marsden, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Council the proposed changes to the lot configurations of consent application B/21/22/23 Baker ML Baker be endorsed. Is there any debate on that? All those in favor? Carried.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening.
That's it, folks. I have another resolution to read. If we could have your attention, please, Councillor Marsden. Yes, I know very much. Councillor, this is moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee meeting adjourn at 5:14 p.m. and that the next regular Planning Committee meeting will be held on Thursday, October the 12th, 2023 at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers, municipal offices in beautiful downtown Port Carling, Ontario. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you.